Welcome to Fanfic Adventure. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Naruto was the real wizard king who used Nine-Tails anti-magic to nullify every royal mage? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1. The outcast fox. The morning sun cast long shadows across the cobblestone streets of Konoha, the gleaming capital of the Magic Kingdom. Towers of polished stone stretched skyward, each adorned with magical runes that glowed with various colors: emerald for wind magic, sapphire for water, ruby for fire. The city breathed magic. It flowed through the streets like an invisible current, powering everything from the floating merchant carts to the enchanted fountains that danced in perfect geometric patterns. Naruto Uzumaki hated every bit of it. He darted through a narrow alley, clutching a stolen apple tighter as shouts echoed behind him. Not because he feared getting caught, he'd outrun the city guards 100 times before, but because he knew what would happen when they got too close. "Stop that thief!" A guard's voice boomed, amplified by sound magic. "It's the fox brat." Naruto risked a glance backward. 3 guards, their robes emblazoned with the royal insignia, were gaining on him. The lead guard had conjured a glowing blue sphere in his palm, a simple capture spell that would bind Naruto in magical chains if it hit him. "Just try it," Naruto muttered, skidding around a corner. The guard launched the spell with a flick of his wrist. The blue sphere streaked toward Naruto's back, crackling with energy, until it came within 3 feet of him. Then, like a candle extinguished by a sudden wind, the spell simply dissolved into fading wisps of light. "Damn it!" The guard cursed. His curse activated again. Naruto smirked despite himself. Curse, they called it. Because what else could explain a power that negated magic instead of producing it? In a world where a person's worth was measured by the magical energy that flowed through their veins, Naruto was worse than useless. He was an aberration. The alley opened into a busy marketplace, where vendors hawked magical trinkets and common folk browsed with what little coin they could spare. Naruto weaved through the crowd, his bright orange jacket, patched in a dozen places, making him stand out like a flame in darkness. "Watch it, brat." A woman jerked back as Naruto brushed past her, the levitation spell holding her packages momentarily flickering. "Sorry." But he didn't slow down. He never did. A flash of movement caught his eye, another guard cutting through the crowd from a different direction. Naruto cursed and ducked behind a fruit stand, startling the vendor. "You!" The vendor's eyes widened in recognition. "Get away from my merchandise before you ruin it." It had happened before. The finely balanced preservation spells that kept fruits fresh would unravel in Naruto's presence if he stayed too long. The same way healing magic dissolved when attempts were made to treat his wounds. The same way light spells flickered and died when he entered a room. Naruto backed away, hands raised. I'm going." But the commotion had drawn attention. Guards closed in from both sides of the market. Naruto spun in place, looking for an escape route, when his back collided with something solid. Strong hands gripped his shoulders, and he looked up into the masked face of a tall, silver-haired man. "Quite the morning exercise you're giving the royal guards," the man said, his visible eye curved in what might have been amusement. Naruto tensed, ready to fight his way free, but the man's grip was like iron. More importantly, the man wasn't recoiling from contact with him. Most adults couldn't bear to touch him, fearing his anti-magic would somehow infect them. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded. "Someone who's been watching you with interest," the man replied. "I'm Kakashi Hatake, captain of the Silver Wolves Magic Knight Squad." Naruto's eyes widened. The Magic Knights were the kingdom's elite, powerful mages who handled the most dangerous missions and protected the realm from threats both internal and external. Their captains were legendary figures, second in status only to the Magic Council and the Wizard King himself. "Let me go." Naruto struggled harder. I don't care who you are. Kakashi sighed. So much energy. But you might want to save it. He nodded toward the approaching guards. Unless you want to spend the day in a nullstone cell. Nullstone, the one material that could block Naruto's anti-magic, and consequently the only thing that could actually hold him prisoner. The guards carried nullstone handcuffs specifically for him. What do you care? Naruto spat. Kakashi released one shoulder to reach into his pocket, producing an ornate badge that he flashed to the approaching guards. This one's with me now, he called out. Magic Knight business. The guards faltered, looking between each other uncertainly. But sir, he stole, one began. Kakashi flipped a gold coin toward the fruit vendor, who snatched it from the air with wide eyes. I believe that covers any damages. The coin was worth at least 20 apples. The vendor nodded vigorously. Captain Hataki, the lead guard, said with a stiff bow, the boy is a known troublemaker. He has an condition that disrupts magic. Surely you don't want someone like him anywhere near Magic Knight affairs. Kakashi's single visible eye hardened. I believe I know my business better than you know it for me, he said pleasantly, but there was steel beneath the words. Now, if you'll excuse us. The guards retreated, shooting venomous glances at Naruto. The marketplace buzz resumed, though people gave them a wide berth. Why did you do that? Naruto asked suspiciously. Walk with me, Kakashi said, finally releasing him. Naruto considered running, but curiosity won out. No one in authority had ever intervened on his behalf before. He fell into step beside the tall knight, taking 2 strides for each of Kakashi's. You know what today is? Kakashi asked, his nose buried in a small book he produced from nowhere. Thursday. Naruto guessed. It's the Magic Knight selection ceremony, Kakashi said, turning a page. Once a year, each squad captain selects new recruits from among the kingdom's most promising young mages. Naruto scowled. So? What's that got to do with me? Nothing, officially, Kakashi glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Since you can't use magic. But I find myself curious about what you can do. You mean how I mess everything up? Naruto kicked a stone, watching it skitter across the cobblestones. How I ruin spells and make people uncomfortable. Not much of a talent. Interesting perspective. I'd have thought the ability to nullify any magic would be considered quite remarkable. Naruto stopped walking. Are you making fun of me? Kakashi closed his book with a snap. Not at all. Tell me, Naruto, do you know why people fear you? Because I'm a freak. Because I've got this thing inside me. Naruto's hand unconsciously touched his stomach, where an intricate seal was hidden beneath his clothes. The 9-tailed fox, Kakashi nodded. An entity of pure anti-magic, sealed within you as an infant. But that's not why they fear you. They fear you because you represent something they can't control. Naruto frowned. What do you mean? In a world built on magical hierarchy, you're the wild card. The nobles maintain their power through superior magic, passed down through bloodlines. The commoners accept this because they have their own, lesser magic. But you. Kakashi's eye crinkled again. You could stand before the most powerful noble mage in the kingdom, and with a touch, reduce them to the same level as any commoner. The thought had never occurred to Naruto. He'd always seen his power as a curse, not a weapon. I want to see what you can do, Kakashi continued. So I'm inviting you to crash the ceremony. Naruto's jaw dropped. You want me to what? Crash the ceremony. Make a scene. Declare your intention to become the Wizard King. A bark of laughter escaped Naruto's throat. The Wizard King? That's insane. The Wizard King is chosen from the strongest mages. Is that what the legend actually says? Kakashi asked mildly. Or is that just how the nobility has interpreted it to maintain their control? Before Naruto could respond, Kakashi handed him a small scroll. The ceremony starts at noon in the Grand Pavilion. This will get you past the outer guards. The rest is up to you. He turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Naruto. Don't hold back. Show them exactly what you can do. With that, he vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving Naruto standing in the street with the scroll clutched in his hand and his mind racing with possibilities. The Grand Pavilion loomed at the center of the royal district, a massive structure of marble and enchanted glass that caught the midday sun and fractured it into thousands of rainbow shards across the pavilion grounds. Nobles and commoners alike had gathered for the ceremony, though they remained strictly separated, nobles in the inner circle with cushioned seats, commoners standing in the outer rings. The selection process was already underway when Naruto slipped in, using Kakashi's scroll to bypass the guards. He pushed his way through the crowd of commoners, ignoring their grumbles and whispers as they recognized him. Can't believe they let him in, keep him away from the candidates, just wants attention. 9 captains' chairs were arranged in a semicircle on the raised dais at the center of the pavilion. 8 were occupied by the captains of the various Magic Knight squads, resplendent in their ceremonial robes. The 9th, Kakashi's, remained empty. Before them stood 24 candidates, young mages from noble families and a handful of exceptionally talented commoners, all hoping to be selected. One by one, they were demonstrating their magical abilities to impress the captains. A tall, dark-haired boy stepped forward at the call of his name. Sasuke Uchiha, of the noble house of Uchiha. Murmurs of appreciation rippled through the crowd. The Uchiha were famed for their fire and illusion magic, one of the most powerful noble families in the kingdom. Sasuke raised his hand, and a sphere of concentrated flame appeared above his palm. With precise control, he shaped it into a soaring hawk that circled the pavilion before dissipating in a shower of embers. Then, his eyes shifted color, becoming blood-red with strange black markings, a rare eye magic that enhanced his abilities further. The crowd applauded enthusiastically. Several captains leaned forward with interest. Next came a girl with striking pink hair. Sakura Haruno, she announced without a noble title, marking her as a commoner. She demonstrated remarkable healing magic, mending a deep cut on a volunteer's arm in seconds, then showed versatility by creating powerful impact spells that shattered stone targets. Naruto watched the proceedings with growing irritation. Each demonstration seemed designed to reinforce the same message: magic is power, and those with the most magic deserve to rule. That's everyone, announced the ceremony master, a thin man with a scroll. Captains, you may now select. Wait. Naruto shouted, pushing his way to the front. You forgot me. A ripple of shock ran through the crowd as Naruto leapt over the barrier separating the commoners from the ceremony grounds. Guards moved to intercept him, but hesitated when their magical barriers flickered as he approached. This is outrageous, one of the captains stood, a severe-looking woman with her hair pulled tight. Remove this boy at once. Now, May, drawled a lazy voice. Kakashi had appeared in his seat, though no one had seen him arrive. Let's hear what he has to say. This ceremony is about finding exceptional talents, after all. The ceremony master sputtered. But he's not on the list. And everyone knows he can't use magic. Naruto stepped forward, standing tall despite the hostile glares. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And I'm going to be the Wizard King. Laughter erupted from the nobles section. Even some of the captains smiled in amusement. The Wizard King. A blonde noble youth sneered. A gutter rat with no magic. Know your place, boy. Demonstrate your magic then, candidate, said an elderly captain with a scarred face. Show us this power worthy of the Wizard King. Naruto grinned. I'll do better than that. I'll show you why your precious magic isn't all it's cracked up to be. He pointed at Sasuke. You. Fight me. The Uchiha raised an eyebrow. You can't be serious. What's wrong? Scared your noble magic won't work on me? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Fine. Your funeral. The crowd backed away, forming a circle around them. The captains watched with varying degrees of interest, though Kakashi's eye gleamed with anticipation. Sasuke moved first, fast as lightning. His hands flashed through intricate gestures, and a barrage of fireballs launched toward Naruto. Naruto didn't dodge. He stood his ground, arms spread wide, a defiant smile on his face. The fireball struck an invisible barrier 3 feet from his body and simply dissolved, like water droplets hitting hot metal. Sasuke frowned and switched tactics. His eyes blazed red, and the world around Naruto wavered, an illusion meant to trap his mind. But the genjutsu unraveled before it could take hold. Is that all you've got? Naruto taunted. The great Uchiha magic doesn't seem so special now. Anger flashed across Sasuke's face. He charged, drawing a sword enhanced with lightning magic. As he swung, Naruto finally moved, ducking under the strike with surprising speed. The blade passed through where Naruto's head had been, its lightning aura sputtering out as it entered Naruto's anti-magic field. Before Sasuke could recover, Naruto's fist connected with his stomach. There was nothing magical about the blow, just pure physical strength, but it was enough to send Sasuke staggering back, eyes wide with shock. I don't need magic, Naruto declared, loud enough for everyone to hear. My power is different. I can nullify any spell, any technique, any magical advantage. Which means even the strongest mage is just a person against me. A ripple of unease passed through the noble section. This was dangerous talk, the kind that threatened the very foundation of their society. Enough. A new voice cut through the pavilion. An old man with one arm wrapped in bandages and his right eye covered stepped onto the dais. Danzo Shimura, head of the Magic Council, regarded Naruto with cold calculation. This disruption has gone on long enough, Danzo said. Guards, remove this troublemaker. Guards advanced, nullstone restraints ready. Naruto tensed, preparing to fight or flee. Actually, Kakashi stood, I'm selecting him for my squad. Silence fell over the pavilion. What? Danzo's visible eye narrowed dangerously. As captain of the Silver Wolves, I have the right to select any candidate I deem worthy, Kakashi said mildly. And I select Naruto Uzumaki. He's not a candidate. He has no magic. Danzo snapped. The ancient charter that established the Magic Knights says nothing about candidates needing magic, Kakashi countered. It only specifies that they must have power to protect the kingdom. Anti-magic is still power. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Danzo's face darkened with barely controlled rage. I also select Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, Kakashi continued. A team needs balance, offensive power, support, and... He glanced at Naruto, the unexpected. Sasuke looked like he'd bitten into something sour. Sakura seemed conflicted, glancing between Sasuke and Naruto. This is highly irregular, another captain muttered. And fascinating, added a third, a man with long white hair. I look forward to seeing what this team accomplishes. Danzo stepped closer to Kakashi, lowering his voice. You play a dangerous game, Hatake. That boy contains power that could destroy everything we've built. Or perhaps, Kakashi replied just as quietly, he contains power that could restore what we've lost. Naruto stood in the center of the pavilion, aware that something momentous had happened but not fully understanding the implications. All he knew was that for the first time in his life, someone with authority had acknowledged his power as valuable, not cursed. Report to the Silver Wolf headquarters tomorrow morning, Kakashi told his 3 new recruits. Training begins at dawn. As the ceremony concluded, Naruto found himself the subject of curious stares and hostile glares in equal measure. He'd made an impression, but also enemies. Danzo watched him from the dais, his single eye promising future confrontation. Naruto didn't care. He grinned broadly as he left the pavilion. The first step toward becoming Wizard King had been taken. Naruto's apartment was little more than a single room in the poorest district of Konoha. The building had been abandoned after magical reinforcement spells failed to take hold, a problem that followed Naruto wherever he went. For him, though, it was perfect. No fancy magic to disrupt, no neighbors to complain about the strange occurrences around him. He flopped onto his bed, still buzzing with energy from the day's events. I did it, I actually did it. I'm a magic knight now. His excitement echoed in the empty room. Or not entirely empty. A low, rumbling growl emanated from somewhere inside him. Don't get too excited, Kit. They'll turn on you eventually. They always do. Naruto sat up, his hand instinctively moving to his stomach where the complex seal was inscribed. You're awake, Kurama. The nine-tailed fox rarely spoke to him, preferring to slumber in the depths of the seal. When it did communicate, it was usually to mock him or warn of danger. That old one-eyed human. He reeks of fear and ambition, Kurama growled. He will try to control you, or kill you. Danzo. He's just mad because Kakashi outmaneuvered him. There is more to it than that. He knows what I am. What we could become. Naruto frowned. What do you mean? But Kurama had retreated back into silence, leaving Naruto with more questions than answers. A knock at his door startled him. Visitors were rare, practically non-existent, actually. Cautiously, Naruto approached the door. Who is it? Your new teammate, came a female voice. Sakura. Surprised, Naruto opened the door to find the pink-haired girl from the ceremony standing in his doorway, looking uncomfortable but determined. How did you find where I live? Naruto asked. Asked around. It wasn't hard. People know where the fox brat stays, she said bluntly. Can I come in? Naruto stepped aside, suddenly self-conscious about his sparse living conditions. Sakura entered, glancing around the small space. To her credit, she didn't comment on the peeling paint or the mismatched furniture salvaged from discards. I wanted to talk to you before tomorrow, she said. About the team. You mean about how you got stuck with the cursed kid? Naruto crossed his arms defensively. Sakura's green eyes flashed. I don't believe in curses. I believe in understanding how things work. Your ability to nullify magic is fascinating from a theoretical perspective. Great, so I'm a research project. That's not what I meant. She sighed, pushing a strand of pink hair behind her ear. Look, I grew up in the academic district. My parents are scholars with modest magical ability. I had to work twice as hard as any noble to get recognized. So I understand what it's like to be underestimated. She fixed him with a serious look. What you did today, challenging an Uchiha, making the Magic Council uncomfortable, it was either very brave or very stupid. Naruto grinned. Maybe both. A reluctant smile tugged at Sakura's lips. Maybe. But if we're going to be a team, I need to understand your abilities better. How does your anti-magic work? Can you control it? Does it have limits? Naruto hesitated. No one had ever asked him these questions before, they just assumed his power was a curse to be avoided. I don't really know, he admitted. It just happens. Magic dissolves when it gets near me. Stronger spells can push closer before they break down, but eventually they all fail. What about when you touch magical items? Depends. Simple things like enchanted lights just stop working until I move away. Complex things with layers of spells might keep working, but parts of them fail. I broke a magical clock once, the timekeeping spell failed but the chiming spell kept going off every minute until someone smashed it. Sakura looked thoughtful. And you've never tried to control it? Focus it, or direct it. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Not really. Everyone always told me to suppress it, not use it. Well, that's going to change tomorrow, I imagine. Sakura headed for the door. Captain Kakashi didn't select you to keep suppressing your ability. He must see something in you worth developing. As she reached for the door handle, Naruto called out, "Hey, Sakura. Why did you really come here?" She paused, then answered without turning. Because Sasuke is going to be difficult about this, and if we're going to function as a team, someone had to make the first move. Now she looked back, a determined glint in her eye. I didn't fight my way out of mediocrity to fail my first assignment as a magic knight. So like it or not, we're going to make this work. After she left, Naruto sat on his bed, turning her words over in his mind. For the first time, he allowed himself to truly consider the possibility that his power wasn't a curse, that it might actually be valuable. She's not wrong, Kurama's voice rumbled unexpectedly. What flows through you is more ancient than their fragile human magic. It is the counterforce, the balance. What do you mean? Naruto asked the empty room. Sleep now, Kit. Soon you will need to learn what you truly are. Dawn painted the eastern sky with streaks of gold and crimson as Naruto made his way to the Silver Wolves' headquarters. The building stood apart from the other Magic Knight Squad bases, located on a hill overlooking the capital. Unlike the ornate, magically enhanced structures that housed the other squads, the Silver Wolves' base was notably understated, a traditional compound of wooden buildings surrounded by a simple stone wall. A guard directed Naruto to a training field behind the main building, where he found Sakura already waiting. She acknowledged him with a nod but said nothing, her attention focused on a book about magical theory. Sasuke arrived minutes later, his face a mask of indifference. He positioned himself as far from Naruto as the small field would allow. Great, we're all friends already, Naruto muttered. Friendship isn't required, Sasuke said coolly. Competence is. Something you've yet to demonstrate. I knocked you on your ass yesterday, Naruto shot back. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. You caught me off guard. It won't happen again. Wanna bet? Enough, Sakura closed her book with a snap. This is exactly what Captain Kakashi will be watching for, whether we can function as a team despite our differences. She's quite right, came Kakashi's voice as he appeared in a swirl of leaves. Though I expected the bickering to last at least another 5 minutes. You've exceeded my expectations already. The 3 recruits straightened as their captain approached, his visible eye surveying them with lazy interest. He wore the standard Silver Wolves uniform, a dark blue jacket with silver trim over black pants and boots, but his face remained largely hidden behind his mask. Before we begin your training, I want to make something clear, Kakashi said. I don't care about your backgrounds. Noble, commoner, or, he glanced at Naruto, unique case. In this squad, you'll be judged solely on your actions and your growth. He pulled out 3 silver emblems, wolf heads with emerald eyes. These mark you as members of the Silver Wolves. Wear them with pride, but understand they must be earned anew each day through your actions. After they'd pinned the emblems to their clothes, Kakashi produced 3 small scrolls. Your first mission. A simple one to test your capabilities and teamwork. Sakura unrolled her scroll first. Retrieve a marked stone from the Forest of Shadows. She frowned. That's technically outside the kingdom's safe zone. Indeed, Kakashi nodded. The forest resists magical mapping and contains creatures immune to certain types of magic. Many squads avoid it entirely. But my anti-magic might work there, Naruto realized. If the creatures resist magic, they might also be vulnerable to someone who can nullify that resistance, Kakashi confirmed. Or they might be doubly dangerous to you. That's what we'll find out. Sasuke studied his scroll with narrowed eyes. It says the stone emits a unique magical signature. I assume we're tracking it by that. Correct. Sakura's sensing abilities, your Sharingan, and Naruto's unique perspective should make for an interesting combination. Kakashi's eye crinkled in what might have been a smile beneath his mask. You leave immediately. Pack for 3 days in the field. What about training? Naruto asked. Aren't you going to teach us anything first? This is your training, Kakashi replied. The best lessons come from experience. Meet at the Eastern Gate in 1 hour. With that, he vanished again, leaving the 3 new recruits to exchange uncertain glances. Well, Sakura said after a moment, I guess we'd better prepare. The Eastern Gate was the least impressive of Konoha's 4 main entrances, used primarily by farmers and traders rather than dignitaries. As Naruto approached, pack slung over his shoulder, he spotted Sasuke and Sakura already waiting. You're late, Sasuke said flatly. By like 2 minutes. Naruto protested. In the field, 2 minutes can mean life or death, came Kakashi's voice as he appeared behind Naruto, making him jump. How do you keep doing that? Naruto demanded. Magic, Kakashi answered unhelpfully. He surveyed the 3 of them. Your objective is simple, retrieve the marked stone and return. How you accomplish this is up to you, though I expect you to work as a team. Will you be coming with us? Sakura asked. I'll be observing from a distance, Kakashi said. Think of me as a safety net, there if you truly need me, but otherwise uninvolved. This is your mission to complete or fail. With those encouraging words, he stepped back and gestured toward the gate. The Forest of Shadows begins 2 miles east. Good luck. As they passed through the gate and left the magical protections of the capital behind, Naruto felt a familiar weight lift from his shoulders. Inside the city, with its dense concentration of magic, he was constantly fighting the sensation of pressure, magic pushing against his anti-magic field. Outside, where magic was more diffuse, he could breathe easier. So, Naruto broke the silence after they'd been walking for several minutes. How are we going to find this stone? Sakura pulled out her scroll. According to this, the stone emits a magical signature similar to Earth-type magic but with a unique resonance frequency. I should be able to sense it once we're in the forest, though the range might be limited. My Sharingan can detect magical flows, Sasuke added reluctantly. Between the 2 of us, we should be able to track it. And what about me? Naruto asked. Sasuke gave him a dismissive glance. Try not to disrupt our detection abilities with your anti-magic. That's not helpful, Sakura admonished. Naruto, your ability might actually help us identify the stone. If everything magical in the forest is affected by your anti-magic except this stone, it could help us distinguish it. Naruto brightened. Yeah. That makes sense. The terrain changed as they approached the forest. The well-traveled road gave way to a faint trail, and cultivated fields were replaced by wild meadows. Ahead, the Forest of Shadows loomed, a wall of ancient trees with dark foliage that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The forest earned its name from more than just the dense canopy, Sakura explained, falling into what Naruto was beginning to recognize as her lecture mode. There are accounts of shadows moving independently of their casters within its boundaries. Great, Naruto muttered. Killer shadows. Just stay alert, Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan as they reached the forest's edge. His eyes glowed red against the gloom, scanning the shadows between the trees. The moment they crossed the threshold into the forest, the atmosphere changed. The air grew heavier, filled with the sense of moss and decay. Sounds became muffled, as if the forest itself was absorbing them. Most notably, the ambient magic that permeated most of the kingdom felt different here, wilder, less structured. It feels old, Sakura whispered. The magic here isn't like the refined spells we use. It's primal. Naruto felt it too, though differently. Instead of the usual pressure against his anti-magic field, this magic seemed to flow around him, probing but not pushing. This is closer to the original form of power, Kurama's voice rumbled inside him. Before humans learn to shape it to their will. You know about this place? Naruto asked silently. I know all places where the old powers still flow. Be wary, Kit. Not everything here will fall before your anti-magic as easily as human spells. This wasn't particularly comforting news. They followed the faint trail deeper into the forest, Sakura periodically stopping to sense for the stone's magical signature. An hour passed in tense silence, broken only by the occasional unexplained rustling from the undergrowth. There, Sasuke suddenly said, pointing to their right. Something's disrupting the natural flow of magic in that direction. Sakura closed her eyes, concentrating. Yes, I feel it too. About half a mile that way. They left the trail, pushing through dense undergrowth. As they progressed, Naruto noticed his companions becoming increasingly tense. What's wrong? He asked. The shadows, Sakura whispered. Look at them. Naruto glanced down. Their shadows stretched behind them, despite the fact that no direct sunlight penetrated the canopy here. More disturbingly, the shadows seemed to move with a slight delay, as if reluctant to follow their owners. Stay close, Sasuke ordered, drawing his sword. The blade glowed faintly with fire magic, providing additional light. The undergrowth thinned as they entered a clearing. At its center stood a stone pillar about waist-high, covered in unfamiliar symbols. Atop it sat a small, cubical stone that glowed with a pulsing blue light. That's it, Sakura confirmed. The magical signature matches the description. Too easy, Sasuke muttered, scanning the clearing with his Sharingan. As if triggered by his words, the shadows around the clearing began to move. They stretched and writhed, detaching from the objects that cast them and flowing toward the center like living ink. Defensive formation. Sasuke barked, stepping forward with his sword raised. The shadows converged, rising up to form humanoid shapes with elongated limbs and featureless faces. A dozen shadow creatures surrounded the pillar, their movements jerky and unnatural. Any suggestions? Naruto asked, backing up until he stood shoulder to shoulder with his teammates. Fire magic should work against shadow creatures, Sakura said. Sasuke. Sasuke nodded, his hands forming rapid gestures. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Multiple fireballs shot from his mouth, striking several shadow creatures. Where the flames hit, the creatures hissed and recoiled, parts of their forms dissolving before reforming. They're regenerating. Sakura created a barrier of green energy around them as the shadow creatures surged forward. My turn. Naruto charged, ignoring Sasuke's shout to maintain formation. He slammed into the nearest shadow creature, and passed straight through it. The creature's form rippled like water but remained intact. Worse, Naruto felt a deep chill where it had touched him, as if it had siphoned his body heat. Physical attacks don't work, he called back. Neither does anti-magic, apparently, Sasuke noted as he launched another fire spell. The shadow creatures pressed closer, testing Sakura's barrier, which flickered under their touch. I can't maintain this much longer, she warned, sweat beading on her forehead. Naruto looked around frantically, then focused on the stone. The pillar. The symbols look like some kind of magic circle. Maybe it's controlling them. Can you reach it? Sakura asked. Cover me. Naruto waited until Sasuke launched his next attack, then sprinted toward the pillar as the shadow creatures recoiled from the flames. He reached the pillar and slammed his palm down on it, channeling his anti-magic consciously for the first time. The effect was immediate, the symbols glowed bright blue, then began to fade as Naruto's power disrupted the spell. The shadow creatures shuddered and became less distinct, their movements more erratic. It's working. Sakura called. Keep going. Naruto pressed both hands against the pillar, focusing harder. He felt resistance. This magic was older, stronger than what he usually encountered. It pushed back against his anti-magic, creating a painful pressure in his head. More power, Kit, Kurama growled. Draw on me. How? Naruto gritted through clenched teeth. Rage. Need. Will. These are the keys. Naruto thought of all the times he'd been rejected, feared, hated for his power. He thought of his new team, facing danger because of his inability to fully control his ability. He thought of his dream to become Wizard King, to change how people saw him. I won't fail them, he shouted. Red energy surged through him, visible as a crimson aura that surrounded his body. His anti-magic, usually invisible except by its effects, manifested as red patterns that spread from his hands onto the pillar. The symbols on the stone burned bright blue for one moment, fighting against the red tide, then shattered with a sound like breaking glass. The shadow creatures wailed, a high, thin sound that pierced the mind. They dissolved into wisps of darkness that faded into the ground. Naruto staggered back from the pillar, the red aura fading. His vision swam, and he would have fallen if Sakura hadn't caught his arm. What was that? She demanded, her eyes wide. I don't know, Naruto admitted. I just pushed harder. Sasuke approached the pillar cautiously, examining the now dormant stone cube. The magical signature changed when you disrupted the pillar's spell. It's inert now. He picked up the stone and studied it. This was a test, he concluded. These symbols aren't ancient, they're modern magical formula disguised to look old. You mean someone set this up? Sakura asked. But who would, Kakashi, Naruto realized. He wanted to see how we'd handle it. And what you could do, Sasuke added, giving Naruto a measuring look. That power, it wasn't just anti-magic. It was something else. Before Naruto could respond, slow clapping echoed through the clearing. They turned to see Kakashi emerging from the trees, looking completely unconcerned. Well done, he said. You identified the problem, adapted to the situation, and completed the mission. Not bad for your first day. This was all fake. Naruto demanded. I wouldn't say fake, Kakashi corrected. Those shadow constructs would have caused real damage if they'd reached you. The test was real, the scenario was controlled. You wanted to see if I could use my anti-magic actively, Naruto said. Not just passively. Among other things, Kakashi agreed. And you exceeded expectations. That red energy, very interesting. Naruto tensed. Would Kakashi fear him now, like everyone else did when they saw hints of the Nine-Tails' power? Instead, Kakashi simply nodded thoughtfully. We'll need to work on your control. All of you performed well, but there's room for improvement. Sasuke, you were too quick to act individually. Sakura, your barrier technique needs strengthening. Naruto, your impulsiveness nearly got you killed. He held out his hand, and Sasuke placed the stone in it. This concludes your first mission. Let's head back to Konoha. Training begins in earnest tomorrow. As they made their way back through the forest, Naruto noticed Sasuke watching him with calculation rather than disdain. Sakura walked beside him, peppering him with questions about how his power had felt when he'd actively channeled it. For the first time, Naruto felt like part of something. Not accepted, exactly, that would take time, but included. It was a start. Don't get too comfortable, Kurama warned. This is just the beginning. The Old One Eye will have noticed your power by now. Danzo. Naruto thought back. He has plans for us. Plans we will disrupt. Let him try, Naruto thought fiercely. I'm not alone anymore. The fox's laughter rumbled through his mind. No, Kit. You never were. In a darkened chamber beneath the Magic Council headquarters, Danzo Shimura reviewed the magical recording of Naruto's performance in the forest. The red energy surrounding the boy glowed ominously in the projection. The Nine-Tails' power is beginning to manifest, he said to the masked figure kneeling before him. Sooner than expected. Kakashi is accelerating the process by encouraging the boy to use his abilities actively, the masked man replied, his voice distorted. Kakashi always was sentimental about his former mentor's legacy, Danzo said dismissively. He thinks he's protecting the boy. He doesn't understand the bigger picture. What are your orders, Lord Danzo? Danzo dispelled the projection with a wave of his hand. Continue monitoring them. Do not interfere unless the Ninetales' power threatens to fully emerge. We need the boy alive and the beast contained, for now. And if Kakashi discovers our surveillance? He expects it. What he doesn't expect is our true objective. Danzo moved to a sealed cabinet and unlocked it with a complex spell. From within, he removed an ancient scroll marked with warning symbols. The prophecy speaks of a king with the power to nullify magic, he said. The nobility has always interpreted this to mean the strongest magic user, one who nullifies opposing magic through superior power. But what if it refers to true anti-magic? You believe the fox boy is the prophesied king? The masked man sounded skeptical. I believe power must remain in the right hands, Danzo replied coldly. Whether he is the one from the prophecy or not is irrelevant. What matters is that he doesn't upset the order we've established. He replaced the scroll and sealed the cabinet. The boy dreams of becoming Wizard King to gain acceptance. Little does he know that role has been predetermined for generations. The cycle will not be broken by one child with a fox demon. As you wish, Lord Danzo. The masked man bowed and disappeared in a swirl of darkness. Alone, Danzo gazed at the spot where the projection had shown Naruto's red aura. Minato's legacy, he murmured. You should have remained hidden in the shadows, boy. Now all the pieces are in motion, and the game must be played to its end. Chapter 2, The Eyes That See Truth. Dawn broke over the Silver Wolves' headquarters as Naruto collapsed onto the training ground, his chest heaving. 3 weeks of Kakashi's brutal training regimen had tested his limits daily. Sweat soaked his orange training clothes as he stared up at the sky, counting clouds to distract himself from his burning muscles. On your feet, Sasuke said, standing over him with barely a trace of fatigue. We've got another hour before briefing. Give me a minute, Naruto groaned. Not everyone has fancy Uchiha stamina magic. I'm not using magic for this, Sasuke replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Pure physical conditioning. Despite his exhaustion, Naruto found himself grinning. In the week since their first mission, a strange dynamic had developed between them, not quite friendship, but a competitive relationship that pushed them both to improve. Sasuke would never admit it, but Naruto's immunity to his magical advantages had forced him to develop his non-magical skills. Fine. Naruto dragged himself up. One more round. They squared off in the sparring circle. Nearby, Sakura was practicing her healing magic on a training dummy, her brow furrowed in concentration as she worked on accelerating her casting speed. Sasuke struck first, a swift kick aimed at Naruto's midsection. Naruto blocked, the impact jarring his forearm, and countered with a punch that Sasuke dodged easily. They fell into a rhythm, strike, block, counter, neither gaining a clear advantage. Your footwork is improving, Sasuke commented between blows, sounding almost surprised. Been practicing, Naruto replied, ducking under a punch and attempting a sweep that Sasuke jumped over. Figured if I'm going to be Wizard King someday, I should at least know how to fight properly. Sasuke snorted but didn't directly dismiss the claim as he would have weeks ago. Progress. Their sparring match ended when Kakashi appeared in his usual swirl of leaves, his nose buried in his ever-present book. Gather round, he called, not looking up. Mission briefing. Sakura joined them, wiping sweat from her forehead. All three stood at attention as Kakashi finally closed his book and regarded them with his single visible eye. You've progressed well in training, he began. Time for a real mission. He produced a scroll bearing the official seal of the Magic Council. Naruto tried not to react visibly. Every mission they'd had since their first test had been routine, escorting merchants, dealing with magical beasts that threatened outlying farms, retrieving magical artifacts from abandoned ruins. Important work, but nothing that would draw attention from the council. We've been tasked with escorting Lady Hinata Hyuga to the northern province for diplomatic negotiations with the Cloud Kingdom, Kakashi explained. The Hyuga clan possesses one of the most valuable eye magics in the realm, the Byakugan, which allows them to see magic in its raw form. Lady Hinata is heir to the clan. The Cloud Kingdom has been trying to acquire eye magic for generations, Sasuke said, his expression darkening. Years ago, the Cloud had attempted to steal the Uchiha's Sharingan, leading to a bloody conflict. Why would the Hyuga agree to negotiations? They wouldn't, normally, Kakashi agreed. But the political situation has changed. The previous Wizard King's peace treaty is approaching its renewal date, and all kingdoms are repositioning themselves. So it's basically a show of good faith that probably no one believes in, Naruto summarized. Kakashi's eye crinkled in what might have been approval. Precisely. And our job is to make sure nothing goes wrong, visibly, at least. The political maneuvering is not our concern. When do we leave? Sakura asked. Tomorrow morning. We'll rendezvous with Lady Hinata at the Hyuga estate and proceed north. Kakashi rolled up the scroll. Pack for a 2-week journey. The northern province is considerably colder this time of year. As they dispersed to prepare, Naruto noticed Sasuke lingering, his expression troubled. Something wrong? He asked. Sasuke hesitated, which was unusual in itself. The Hyuga and the Uchiha have a complex history. Our eye magics evolved from the same source, but took different paths. There's been rivalry for generations. So basically, don't expect a warm welcome, Naruto translated. That, and be careful around them. The Byakugan sees everything, including things most people prefer to keep hidden. Sasuke's gaze pointedly dropped to Naruto's stomach, where the seal containing the 9 tails was inscribed. Naruto stiffened. You know about that? My clan has extensive records on the 9 tails incident. Not the sanitized version taught to children, but what actually happened. And you never said anything? Sasuke shrugged. It wasn't relevant until now. Just be aware, the Hyuga will see what you carry. He walked away, leaving Naruto with a knot of unease in his stomach. Most people knew him as the troublemaking orphan with strange anti-magic. Only a handful knew the truth, that he contained the 9-tailed fox, a being of pure anti-magic that had nearly destroyed Konoha 16 years ago before the previous Wizard King sealed it inside a newborn Naruto at the cost of his own life. Great, Naruto muttered. Just when people were starting to see past the cursed kid label. The Byakugan, Kurama's voice rumbled inside him, sounding almost amused. Those pale eyes that think they see truth. You know about them? Naruto thought back. I've been sealed within humans for generations, Kit. The Hyuga's precious eyes evolved specifically to detect beings like me. They'll see me, but they won't understand what they're seeing. This wasn't particularly reassuring. The Hyuga estate occupied an entire district in the eastern part of Konoha, surrounded by a high wall inscribed with protective runes. As Naruto approached with his team the following morning, he felt the familiar pressure of concentrated magic against his anti-magic field, evidence of powerful wards and security spells. Guards in formal white robes flanked the ornate gate. Their eyes, pupilless and pale lavender, fixed on the approaching team with unsettling intensity. Silver Wolf Squad, here to escort Lady Hinata, Kakashi announced. One guard nodded stiffly. You're expected. Follow me. As they entered the compound, Naruto marveled at the traditional architecture and meticulously maintained gardens. Unlike the flashy magical displays of most noble estates, the Hyuga compound embodied elegant restraint. The magic here was subtle but pervasive, woven into every structure. They were led to a courtyard where a man with long dark hair and stern features waited. Beside him stood a young woman approximately Naruto's age, her posture formal but somehow hesitant. Lord Hayashi, Kakashi bowed respectfully. Thank you for entrusting your daughter to our care. Hayashi Hyuga's expression remained impassive, but his pale eyes narrowed slightly as they swept over the team, lingering longest on Naruto. Captain Hataki, he acknowledged. Your reputation precedes you. However, I must question your choice of squad members for this mission. His gaze fixed on Naruto. Particularly this one. Naruto felt the weight of that stare like a physical pressure. Those eyes saw through him, saw what he contained. My team was specifically requested for this mission by the Magic Council, Kakashi replied smoothly. Each member brings valuable skills. Including the demon vessel? Hayashi asked coldly. The courtyard fell silent. Sakura inhaled sharply, clearly surprised by the revelation. Sasuke remained impassive, having already known. Naruto clenched his fists but held his tongue. Especially him, Kakashi said, his tone light but with steel underneath. Naruto's unique abilities have proven invaluable on multiple missions. The council recognizes this. Hayashi seemed unconvinced, but before he could respond, the young woman beside him spoke up. Father, the council's decision should be respected. Her voice was soft but clear. If Captain Hataki has confidence in his team, we should trust his judgment. Hayashi's expression tightened minutely. Very well, Hinata. But remember your station and maintain appropriate distance during the journey. Yes, father. With formalities concluded, the team prepared to depart. Servants brought Hinata's modest luggage, and a formal guard of Hyuga retainers accompanied them to the city gates before withdrawing. Once outside the city, the formality that had characterized their meeting began to dissolve. Kakashi took point, scanning the road ahead, while the four teenagers fell into step behind him. Naruto studied Hinata curiously. Unlike her father, she didn't project cold authority. Instead, she moved with graceful precision, her pale eyes taking in everything without the judgmental quality he'd felt from Hayashi. So, he said, breaking the awkward silence, you can see the nine tails, huh? Hinata startled, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Yes. The Byakugan sees chakra and magical energy in all its forms. What's it look like? Naruto asked, genuinely curious. She seemed surprised by the question. No one's ever asked me that before. Well, I've never met anyone who could see it before, Naruto replied. Except maybe the old man who used to visit me when I was little. Hinata considered for a moment. It's like a red flame, shaped like a fox, surrounding your normal magical signature. But instead of producing magic, it absorbs it. Creates empty spaces where magic should be. That's a pretty good description of anti-magic, Sakura chimed in, her initial shock apparently giving way to scholarly interest. It doesn't just block magic, it actively unravels it. Hinata nodded. The legends say the nine-tailed fox appeared whenever magic became too dominant in the world. A counterbalance. This aligned with what Kurama had hinted at. Naruto was about to ask more when Sasuke interrupted. We should focus on the mission, he said curtly. Lady Hinata, what can you tell us about these negotiations? The official brief was light on details. Hinata's expression became more guarded. Officially, we're discussing trade agreements and border security. The Cloud Kingdom has proposed sharing magical research in exchange for access to some of our training methods. And unofficially? Kakashi called back, proving he'd been listening all along. Hinata hesitated. There are factions within the Cloud Kingdom with interest in the Byakugan. My father believes this is an attempt to assess our capabilities more closely. So we're walking into a potential trap, Naruto summarized. Essentially, Hinata agreed. Though open hostility is unlikely. The Cloud values subtlety. Why send you? Sakura asked. If they're targeting the Byakugan, isn't the heir a risky choice? A shadow crossed Hinata's face. I am expendable, according to some in my clan. My younger sister shows more promise with the Byakugan. This mission is as much a test of my worth as it is diplomacy. The admission hung in the air, surprisingly candid. Naruto felt a surge of indignation on her behalf. That's ridiculous, he said before he could stop himself. People aren't disposable just because they don't match someone's expectations. Hinata looked at him with widened eyes, clearly startled by his vehemence. Naruto speaks from experience, Kakashi remarked mildly. Our society's tendency to value people based solely on magical ability is something he's particularly sensitive about. With good reason, Sakura added. The same system that reveres the Hyuga clan for their magic ostracizes Naruto for his anti-magic. Two sides of the same flawed perspective. Sasuke made a non-committal sound that might have been agreement. Hinata studied Naruto with new interest. I've never thought about it that way, she admitted. In my clan, the strength of our Byakugan determines our worth. I've always been inadequate. But you're the heir, Naruto pointed out. Only by birth order. The clan elders have been pressuring my father to name my sister Hanabi as heir instead. The conversation lapsed into thoughtful silence as they continued northward. By midday, they had left the heavily populated areas around Konoha behind, traveling through rolling farmland toward the forest that marked the beginning of the northern territories. During their lunch break, Naruto noticed Hinata observing him with her Byakugan activated, the veins around her eyes bulging slightly as she channeled magic to them. Something wrong? He asked. She blushed, quickly deactivating her eyes. I apologize. That was rude. I was just curious. About what? Your connection to the Ninetales. It's not like a normal ceiling. There's a communication between your energies. Naruto blinked in surprise. Even he hadn't fully understood the nature of his connection with Kurama until recently. You can see that much detail? Hinata nodded. The Byakugan was originally developed to observe the interaction between magical energies, not just for combat applications. My particular affinity allows me to see connections and patterns that even other Hyuga might miss. That's incredible, Naruto said sincerely. Her blush deepened. Most find it intrusive. Well, I've got nothing to hide. Except, the giant fox demon that everyone's already afraid of. He grinned to show he was partly joking. Hinata didn't smile back. They shouldn't fear what they don't understand. The Ninetales isn't what most believe it to be. Before Naruto could ask what she meant, Kakashi called them back to the road. But as they continued their journey, he found himself watching Hinata with growing interest. She wasn't what he'd expected from a Hyuga heir, neither arrogant nor cold, but observant and thoughtful, seeing beyond the surface in more ways than one. They made camp that evening at the edge of the northern forest, a vast expanse of pine and ancient oak that stretched toward the mountains marking the border with the Cloud Kingdom. As Sakura prepared a simple meal and Sasuke set protective wards around their campsite, Naruto gathered firewood while Hinata accompanied him, her Byakugan scanning for potential threats. There's a stream about 50 meters that way, she said, pointing. The water is clean. Your eyes are seriously useful, Naruto commented as he gathered fallen branches. No wonder everyone wants them. They're both a gift and a burden, Hinata said quietly. When you see everything, it's hard to pretend the world is simple or fair. Naruto paused his gathering. What do you see? I mean, generally, not right now. Hinata considered the question. I see the flow of magic through all living things. I see how it connects people and places. I see where it's abundant and where it's scarce. She glanced at him. And I see how your presence creates ripples in that flow, like stones dropped in a pond. That doesn't sound so bad. It isn't, until you see how people misuse those connections. How noble families hoard magical knowledge that could help everyone. How artificial the barriers are between those with strong magic and those without. Naruto stared at her in surprise. These weren't sentiments he'd expected from the heir of one of the most powerful noble clans. You don't sound like most nobles I've met, he observed. I've had time to watch and think, Hinata replied. When you're considered a disappointment, people speak freely around you, assuming you don't matter. Their mistake, Naruto said firmly. A small smile touched Hinata's lips, the first he'd seen from her. It transformed her face, softening the formal reserve into something warm and genuine. My father would say the same about your assessment of me, she said. Though for very different reasons. They continued gathering wood in companionable silence. When Naruto's arms were full, they headed back toward camp. Can I ask you something? Hinata said suddenly. About the Nine Tails? Naruto tensed slightly but nodded. The stories say it attacked Konoha 16 years ago. That the Wizard King gave his life to defeat it and save the city. She glanced at him. But that's not what really happened, is it? She's perceptive, Kurama rumbled within Naruto. More than her ancestors were. No, Naruto admitted. The Nine Tails was summoned deliberately by someone trying to use its power. The Wizard King couldn't defeat it, you can't really destroy anti-magic, so he sealed it inside me. His son. Hinata stopped walking. You're the fourth Wizard King's son. Naruto nodded grimly. Not that it did me any favors. Most people don't know that part. They just know I contain the fox that killed hundreds of people that night. Including your parents, Hinata said softly. Yeah. I'm sorry. Both for what happened and for bringing it up. It's fine, Naruto shrugged. It's actually nice to talk about it openly for once. Most people just whisper behind my back. Hinata studied him with those all-seeing eyes. You're not what I expected either, Naruto Uzumaki. Is that good or bad? Good, she said decisively. Definitely good. When they returned to camp, Kakashi was reviewing maps with Sasuke while Sakura tended a small cook fire. The evening passed pleasantly, with conversation flowing more easily than Naruto had anticipated. Even Sasuke seemed less standoffish than usual, though he maintained a respectful formality with Hinata that spoke of ingrained noble etiquette. As they settled for the night, Kakashi arranged the watch rotation. Sasuke, first watch. Then Sakura, Naruto, and I'll take the pre-dawn. Lady Hinata, you should rest. I can take a watch, Hinata offered. The Byakugan would be useful. Kakashi considered this. Very well. You can share Naruto's watch. The middle shifts are usually the quietest. Naruto caught a slight smirk beneath Kakashi's mask and felt his face warm inexplicably. Sasuke raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Hours later, after the others had fallen asleep, Naruto sat with Hinata at the edge of camp, staring into the darkness of the forest. The night was clear and cold, stars glittering overhead like scattered diamonds. Anything out there? Naruto asked. Hinata activated her Byakugan briefly. Just normal wildlife. A fox den about 200 meters that way. A herd of deer further north. Must be nice, always knowing what's around you. It's peaceful right now, she agreed. But during the clan wars, the Byakugan was a heavy responsibility. Seeing death approaching and being unable to stop it, it wears on the soul. The clan wars ended generations ago, Naruto pointed out. The official wars, yes. But the noble families still maneuver against each other. My father sees enemies everywhere. She sighed. Sometimes I wonder if the Byakugan shows us too much truth. We become paranoid, seeing threats in every shadow. Is that why you're different? You choose to see the good instead? Hinata looked surprised. I've never thought of it that way. Perhaps. She smiled faintly. Or perhaps I'm just not very good at being a Hyuga. I think you're exactly what a Hyuga should be, Naruto said seriously. Seeing clearly doesn't have to mean seeing darkly. They fell silent, the quiet broken only by the crackling fire and the occasional hooting of an owl. After a while, Hinata spoke again, her voice softer. There's an old story in my clan. A legend about the true nature of the Wizard King. Naruto perked up. What do you mean? The position of Wizard King has existed for centuries, always held by the mage with the most powerful magic. But there's a prophecy that speaks of a different kind of Wizard King, one who balances magic rather than simply wielding it. She glanced at him. One with the power to nullify magic gone astray. Naruto's heart quickened. Anti-magic? Hinata nodded. The legend says that magic itself is neither good nor evil, but like any power, it corrupts when concentrated too heavily. The true Wizard King would not be the strongest magician, but the one who could restore balance when magic threatens to destroy what it should protect. And your clan believes this? Some do, secretly. It's not a popular interpretation, for obvious reasons. The noble families prefer the version where the Wizard King is chosen from among them based on magical strength. She smiled wryly. A prophecy about someone who could nullify their power is inconvenient. Naruto absorbed this in silence. He declared his intention to become Wizard King as a way to force people to acknowledge him, never imagining there might be a deeper significance to the ambition. Now you begin to understand, Kit, Kurama rumbled. Why you were chosen as my vessel. Why your father made the choice he did. You think I could be this, true Wizard King? Naruto asked Hinata skeptically. I think, she replied carefully, that when I look at you with the Byakugan, I see something that matches the ancient descriptions. A perfect balance of human chakra and anti-magic force, coexisting where they should destroy each other. Before Naruto could respond, Hinata suddenly stiffened, her Byakugan activating fully. What is it? He asked, instantly alert. Movement, she whispered. Multiple figures approaching from the north. Their magical signatures are strange. Disguised somehow. Naruto was on his feet in an instant. Wake the others. Quietly. While Hinata roused Kakashi in the team, Naruto extended his senses. He couldn't detect magic like the others, but years of relying on his non-magical perceptions had sharpened his awareness of his surroundings. The forest had gone silent, no insects chirping, no nocturnal animals moving through the underbrush. Something had disturbed the natural order. The team assembled silently, fully awake and alert within seconds, the result of Kakashi's rigorous training. 8 figures, Hinata reported, her Byakugan scanning the darkness. Moving in a standard formation. Their magical signatures suggest Cloud Kingdom training, but something's off. The magic is tainted somehow. Rogue mages, Kakashi surmised. Probably hired to intercept you before you reach the negotiations. They're masking their approach with silencing spells, Sasuke added, his Sharingan activated. Standard cloud technique, but the execution is sloppy. Not official cloud knights. Options? Kakashi asked, testing his team. Ambush, Sasuke suggested immediately. We have the advantage of knowing they're coming. Escape and evade, Sakura countered. The mission is to deliver Lady Hinata safely, not engage unknown hostiles. Naruto considered. What about a partial engagement? Sasuke and I create a distraction while you and Sakura get Hinata to safety. We'll catch up once we've disrupted their formation. Kakashi nodded approvingly. Good plan, with one modification. I'll create the distraction with Sasuke. Naruto, your anti-magic makes you uniquely suited to protect Lady Hinata if they have magical means of tracking her. You and Sakura get her to the rendezvous point we discussed yesterday. No one argued with the captain's decision. Quickly, they gathered essential supplies and extinguished the fire. They'll be here in 3 minutes, Hinata warned. They're spreading out to surround the camp. Kakashi handed Naruto a small compass with a glowing blue needle. This will lead you to the safe house. It's keyed to my magical signature. He turned to Sasuke. Ready to give our visitors a proper silver wolf's welcome? Sasuke's normally stoic expression gave way to a predatory smile. Absolutely. As Naruto prepared to leave with Hinata and Sakura, Kakashi caught his eye. If things go sideways, don't hold back. Lady Hinata's safety takes priority over keeping your abilities secret. Naruto nodded grimly. Understood. With a final glance back at their captain and teammate, Naruto led Hinata and Sakura into the forest, moving perpendicular to the approaching threat. Behind them, the night erupted in flashes of light and concussive force as Kakashi and Sasuke launched their diversion. This way, Naruto whispered, following the compass needle. They moved silently through the underbrush, Hinata's Byakugan guiding them around obstacles in the darkness. Two of them broke off from the main group, Hinata reported after they'd been running for several minutes. They're pursuing us. Sakura, how far to the safe house? Naruto asked. At least 5 miles, she replied. We won't make it before they catch up. Naruto made a quick decision. Change of plan. We find defensible ground and deal with the pursuers. We can't lead them to the safe house. They changed course, heading toward a rocky outcropping Hinata had spotted with her Byakugan. The elevated position would give them a tactical advantage and limit the approaches their pursuers could take. As they reached the rocks, Naruto turned to Hinata. I need to know exactly what we're facing. What kind of magic are they using? Hinata focused her Byakugan in the direction of their pursuers. One uses earth magic, dense and heavy. The other has something more volatile, explosive seals, I think. They're moving fast but cautiously. Explosives will be a problem in this terrain, Sakura noted. One good blast could bring down half this outcropping. Naruto nodded. I'll handle the explosive expert. Sakura, you take the earth mage. Hinata, stay back and guide us with your Byakugan. I can fight, Hinata protested. The gentle fist style is exactly what they're expecting, Naruto interrupted. They came prepared to counter Hyuga techniques. Let's show them something they're not ready for. Hinata hesitated but nodded. They're approaching the base of the outcropping now. Taking cover behind those large boulders. Perfect, Naruto grinned. Let's welcome them properly. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the energy within him. Over the past weeks of training, he'd been learning to actively channel his anti-magic rather than letting it manifest passively. The key, as Kurama had grudgingly taught him, was intention, focusing his will on specific effects rather than general disruption. Ready? He asked his teammates. At their nods, he leapt from the outcropping, landing directly between the two hidden mages. They startled, clearly not expecting a frontal assault. Now! Naruto shouted. Sakura dropped from above, her fist glowing with concentrated impact magic as she struck the earth mage. The ground shattered beneath her blow, throwing both opponents off balance. The explosives expert recovered quickly, slapping a seal onto the rock face beside Naruto. The paper tag glowed with volatile magic, but before it could detonate, Naruto placed his hand directly over it, channeling his anti-magic with pinpoint precision. The seal fizzled and died, its complex magical formula unraveling under Naruto's touch. What the? The mage backed away, shocked. Naruto pressed his advantage, closing the distance. The mage frantically threw more explosive tags, but each dissolved as it entered Naruto's anti-magic field. Nearby, Sakura was engaged in a brutal exchange with the earth mage. Rock projectiles flew at her from all directions, but her enhanced reflexes, augmented by precise applications of her own magic, allowed her to weave between them. She closed in steadily, looking for an opening. From her position above, Hinata called out guidance. The explosive mage has a storage seal on his left wrist, it contains more weapons. Sakura, earth wall coming from your right. Naruto lunged at his opponent, disrupting the storage seal before the mage could activate it. Without his explosives, the man was still dangerous, a trained fighter with enhanced strength and speed, but no longer had his primary advantage. They exchanged blows, Naruto's street fighting style against the mage's formal training. A kick caught Naruto in the side, sending him skidding back, but he recovered quickly. Who sent you? Naruto demanded, circling his opponent. The mage sneered. Wouldn't you like to know, demon vessel? The taunt confirmed Naruto's suspicion. These weren't random bandits but people specifically targeting Hinata with knowledge of Naruto's status. Fine, we'll do this the hard way. Naruto charged, feinting left before spinning into a sweeping kick that caught the mage's legs. As his opponent stumbled, Naruto grabbed the man's arm, channeling a stronger pulse of anti-magic. The effect was immediate, the mage cried out as the magic enhancing his physical abilities dissolved, leaving him suddenly weaker and slower. One solid punch to the jaw was enough to put him down. Sakura, meanwhile, had maneuvered her opponent into a clever trap. Feigning fatigue, she had allowed herself to be backed against the rock face, then dodged at the last moment as the earth mage launched a powerful attack. The rock wall cracked under the impact, and Sakura used the distraction to close in, her hands glowing with paralysis magic that she applied directly to the mage's nervous system. He collapsed, rigid and immobilized. Well done, Hinata called, descending to join them. Are there more coming? Naruto asked, binding his unconscious opponent with rope from his pack. Hinata scanned the area. No, but something's wrong. Kakashi and Sasuke should have caught up by now. Sakura frowned. Unless the main force was stronger than expected. We need to help them, Naruto decided immediately. The mission is to protect Lady Hinata, Sakura reminded him. Kakashi ordered us to get her to the safe house. Naruto looked torn, glancing between the direction of their original camp and the compass pointing toward safety. Hinata made the decision for them. We go back. Captain Kakashi and Sasuke might need our help, and I won't abandon team members for my own safety. That's not the protocol for protecting noble heirs, Sakura pointed out, though she didn't sound like she was arguing. Then consider it an order from the noble heir in question, Hinata replied with unexpected firmness. I've spent my life watching from the sidelines. I won't do so now when people are in danger because of me. Naruto found himself grinning. I knew I liked you for a reason. Hinata blushed but maintained her resolved expression. After securing their captives, the three headed back toward the original campsite, moving swiftly but cautiously through the forest. As they approached, Hinata reported what she could see with her Byakugan. 4 opponents still active. Kakashi is engaging 2 at once. Sasuke appears injured, he's fighting defensively. There's a 5th figure observing from the trees, strange, his magical signature is unusual. Almost, fractured. The leader, Naruto guessed. Watching to assess our capabilities. They paused at the edge of a clearing to formulate a plan. The battle was visible now, flashes of lightning from Kakashi's techniques illuminating the scene in strobing bursts. Sasuke was backed against a large tree, one arm hanging limp at his side as he defended against a mage wielding water jutsu that seemed unnaturally resistant to his fire magic. Sakura, can you reach Sasuke to heal him? Naruto asked. She nodded. If I can get close enough. Hinata, where exactly is the observer? Hinata pointed to a tall pine at the opposite edge of the clearing. 3rd branch from the top. He's wearing a mask. Okay, here's the plan. I'll create a distraction to draw attention from both Kakashi and Sasuke. Sakura, use that opening to reach Sasuke and get him back in fighting shape. Hinata, can you use your gentle fist to block the water mage's chakra points? That would neutralize his advantage over Sasuke's fire. Yes, but I'll need to get close. Perfect. I'll make sure all eyes are on me, then you strike from their blind spot. With the plan set, Naruto gathered his chakra. This would require more than the controlled anti-magic he'd been practicing. He would need Kurama's power. I need a boost, he thought to the Nine Tails. Be careful what you ask for, Kit, came the rumbling reply. My power isn't meant for subtlety. Just enough to make an impression, Naruto insisted. Not a full transformation. He felt Kurama's amusement. Very well. Let's show them what true power looks like. Red energy surged through Naruto's body, manifesting as a visible aura that surrounded him like flames. His features sharpened, canines lengthening slightly, and his eyes shifted from blue to slitted crimson. The anti-magic field around him intensified, causing small plants near his feet to wither as their natural magic was drained away. Ready? He asked his teammates, his voice deeper and rougher. Both girls stared at him in momentary shock before nodding. Now. Naruto burst from cover, the red aura trailing behind him like a comet's tail. He landed in the center of the clearing with enough force to crater the ground beneath his feet. Looking for me, he called to the enemy mages, his voice echoing with Kurama's power. The effect was immediate. All four active combatants turned toward him, their expressions ranging from shock to fear to calculating interest. Even Kakashi looked momentarily startled by the extent of Naruto's transformation. Taking advantage of the distraction, Sakura slipped around the edge of the clearing toward Sasuke while Hinata moved into position behind the water mage. The Nine-Tails vessel, one of the mages facing Kakashi hissed. He's manifesting the fox's power. Change of plans, the other called toward the observing figure in the tree. We take this one instead. The masked observer made no response, but Naruto could feel his focus intensify. You're welcome to try, Naruto growled, flexing his clawed hands. Two of the mages attacked simultaneously, one launching a barrage of lightning bolts while the other created swirling blades of wind. The combined attack would have shredded an ordinary opponent, but as the spells entered Naruto's enhanced anti-magic field, they simply dissolved into harmless energy that was absorbed by the red aura. My turn. Naruto moved with supernatural speed, closing the distance to the lightning mage before he could blink. One swipe of his clawed hand severed the magical connections in the man's casting circle, disrupting his spell matrix and causing a feedback surge that left him crumpled on the ground, unconscious. The wind mage backed away, frantically casting a defensive barrier. Naruto merely grinned, showing elongated canines, and punched the barrier directly. It shattered like glass, the fragments dissipating into mist. Across the clearing, Hinata had reached her position. With precision born of lifelong training, she struck the water mage's back with an open palm, targeting the chakra points controlling his magical flow. The effect was immediate, his water technique collapsed as his connection to his magic was temporarily severed. Sasuke, despite his injury, didn't waste the opportunity. His Sharingan blazing, he caught the disoriented mage in a genjutsu that left him swaying in place, trapped in an illusion. Sakura reached Sasuke's side, her hands already glowing with healing magic as she worked on his injured arm. Kakashi, freed from fighting multiple opponents, focused his attention on his remaining adversary, a tall woman wielding shadow magic that seemed partially resistant to his lightning techniques. Their battle intensified, magical energies crackling between them in a deadly dance. Surrender, Naruto told the wind mage, who was now backed against a tree. You're outmatched. We were told you couldn't control the fox's power, the mage said, fear evident in his voice. That you were unstable, dangerous to your own allies. Someone misinformed you, Naruto replied, though privately he wondered how much control he actually had. The red energy was intoxicating, filling him with power and rage that threatened to overwhelm his reason if he didn't maintain focus. Movement above caught his attention. The masked observer had stood up on his branch, apparently having seen enough. Moonlight glinted off an orange spiral mask with a single eye hole. Naruto Uzumaki, the masked figure called, his voice strangely distorted. Impressive. Your father would be proud. The casual mention of his father froze Naruto in place. Who are you? How do you know about my father? All in good time. We'll meet again when you're ready. The masked figure formed a single hand sign. Until then, consider this a test passed. Space itself seemed to distort around him, spiraling inward until the masked figure vanished completely. Simultaneously, the remaining enemy mages collapsed like puppets with cut strings, including the one Kakashi had been fighting. What just happened? Naruto demanded, looking to Kakashi. His captain approached cautiously, eyeing Naruto's transformed state. They were under some kind of control technique. When he released it, they lost consciousness. Did you recognize him? Sasuke asked, now standing with support from Sakura, his arm partially healed. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. That mask, it resembled one worn by a rogue Uchiha years ago. One who was supposedly killed during the Ninetales attack. He knew about my father, Naruto said. Called this a test. Disturbing, Kakashi murmured. But we need to secure these mages and move to the safe house before reinforcements arrive. Naruto, can you dial it back a bit? Naruto realized he was still surrounded by Kurama's red aura. With conscious effort, he pushed the fox's power back, feeling it recede reluctantly. They fear your potential, Kurama commented as his power withdrew. As they should. As the red aura faded, Naruto felt suddenly exhausted, the toll of channeling such power catching up to him. He swayed slightly on his feet. Careful, Hinata was at his side immediately, supporting him with a surprising strength that belied her delicate appearance. Channeling that much anti-magic strains your chakra network. You can see that? Naruto asked weakly. She nodded, concern evident in her pale eyes. The pathways where your normal chakra and the Ninetales energy mix, they're inflamed. You need rest. We all do, Kakashi decided. But not here. Let's bind these unconscious friends of ours and continue to the safe house. We can sort this out once we're secure. As they prepared to move out, Naruto noticed Sasuke watching him with an unreadable expression. What? He asked defensively. Nothing, Sasuke replied. After a pause, he added, that was impressive control. For a first full manifestation. Coming from Sasuke, this was high praise indeed. Naruto managed a tired grin. Thanks. How's the arm? Functional. Sakura knows her craft. The healer in question rolled her eyes. You're welcome, by the way. As they gathered their gear and secured their prisoners, Hinata remained close to Naruto, occasionally steadying him when he wobbled. Her presence was comforting in a way he couldn't quite articulate. That masked man, she said quietly as they prepared to leave. His chakra was unlike anything I've ever seen. Almost as if he existed partially out of phase with our reality. What does that mean? Naruto asked. I don't know, she admitted. But he was interested in you specifically. In your power. Great. Another person who sees me as the Ninetales container rather than just Naruto. Hinata shook her head firmly. No. He wasn't looking at you as merely a vessel. He was evaluating. Like he was checking your progress against some expected outcome. This was even more unsettling. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, who was issuing instructions to Sakura and Sasuke. Should we tell Kakashi? He probably already suspects, Hinata replied. But yes, we should share everything once we're safe. No secrets between teammates. No secrets, Naruto agreed, though he wondered how many were still being kept from him. The safe house was a small, well-fortified cabin nestled against a rocky hillside about 7 miles from their original campsite. Protected by concealment charms and defensive wards, it was nearly invisible until you were right upon it. Inside, it was sparse but functional, a main room with a fireplace, 2 small bedrooms, and basic provisions. After securing their still unconscious prisoners in a magically reinforced cellar, the team gathered around a fire to assess their situation. Those weren't random bandits or even standard hired mercenaries, Kakashi began, his usual casual demeanor replaced by focused intensity. Their techniques were too coordinated, their information too specific. They knew about Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails vessel, Sasuke pointed out. And they seemed surprised by his level of control. That masked figure mentioned Naruto's father, Sakura added. And called this a test. Kakashi nodded gravely. All pointing to someone with deep knowledge of Konoha's secrets and a particular interest in Naruto. The mask, Hinata said quietly. You recognized it. Kakashi hesitated, then sighed. It resembled one worn by a man who was rumored to have been involved in the Nine-Tails attack 16 years ago. An Uchiha named Obito. Sasuke stiffened. That's impossible. Obito Uchiha died before the attack. It's in the clan records. His body was never recovered, Kakashi replied. And there were inconsistencies in the accounts of his death. But you're right, if he survived, he'd be much older than the figure we saw tonight. Could it be someone else using the mask as a symbol? Sakura suggested. Possibly. Or something more complicated. Kakashi turned to Hinata. Lady Hinata, what did you see with your Byakugan? Anything distinctive about the masked figure's chakra or magical signature? Hinata frowned in concentration. It was fragmented, as if parts of him were elsewhere. And his chakra had two distinct signatures overlaid, one that seemed Uchiha-like, and another that was foreign to me. Two signatures in one body? Sasuke looked disturbed. That's not possible without significant modifications or... He trailed off, looking at Naruto. Or a ceiling, like mine, Naruto finished. You think he has something sealed inside him too? It's one possibility, Kakashi allowed. But speculation won't get us far without more information. For now, we need to focus on completing our mission. He unrolled a map of the northern territories. We're here, he indicated their location. The meeting point with the Cloud delegation is 2 days' journey from here, near this pass. Given tonight's events, we must assume the original plan has been compromised. They'll be watching the main routes, Sasuke noted. Precisely. Which means we'll take this alternate path through the high valleys. It's longer but less traveled. What about the prisoners? Sakura asked. I've sent a message to Konoha. A retrieval team will collect them by morning. Kakashi rolled up the map. We should rest while we can. Tomorrow will be challenging terrain. As they prepared for sleep, arranging watches and settling into the cabin's limited space, Naruto found himself alone with Hinata near the fireplace. The others had given them space, perhaps sensing they needed to talk after the night's revelations. Are you okay? Naruto asked her. This can't be what you expected from an escort mission. Hinata smiled faintly. Actually, it's exactly what my father expected. He never believed this was a simple diplomatic journey. Is that why he was reluctant to send you? She shook her head. No. He sent me because he believed I needed to see the reality of our political situation firsthand. The Hyuga can't remain isolated forever, no matter how much the elders wish to maintain the old ways. And what do you believe? Hinata considered the question seriously. I believe something is shifting in the balance of power. The noble families have controlled magic for generations, but things are changing. She looked at him directly. You're changing things, whether you realize it or not. Me? I'm just trying to survive and maybe get people to stop looking at me like I'm a walking disaster. You're more than that, Hinata said with surprising conviction. When I look at you with the Byakugan, I see what the legends described, the perfect balance of opposing forces. Human chakra and the Nine-Tails anti-magic, coexisting in harmony when they should destroy each other. We're hardly in harmony, Naruto snorted. Kurama, the Nine-Tails, mostly just makes sarcastic comments and calls me Kit like I'm some kind of baby fox. Hinata laughed softly, the sound warming something in Naruto's chest. Perhaps not conscious harmony, then. But the energies themselves have reached an equilibrium that should be impossible according to everything we know about magical theory. Her expression became more serious. The masked man knows this too. That's why he's testing you. For what purpose? I don't know, she admitted. But the ancient texts speak of a time when magic and anti-magic existed in balance, before the noble families learned to manipulate and control magical energy. Some believe that the concentration of magical power in the hands of a few has distorted something fundamental. Naruto frowned. And they think I could restore this balance somehow. Because I contain both? Perhaps. Hinata hesitated. There's a vault in the Hyuga compound containing texts that predate the formation of the magical kingdoms. One scroll speaks of the true wizard king who would come when magic had become corrupted by human ambition. It describes a vessel of balancing forces, marked by the sun. She glanced meaningfully at Naruto's stomach, where the spiral seal was inscribed. The spiral, she continued, was an ancient symbol for the cycle of balance, the eternal dance between opposing forces. And you think that's me? Naruto asked skeptically. The prophesied king or whatever. I think, Hinata said carefully, that whether or not you fulfill any prophecy is less important than what you choose to do with your unique abilities. Destiny is shaped by choices, not merely bestowed by birth. Her wisdom surprised him. For someone raised in the rigid hierarchy of a noble clan, Hinata had a remarkably independent perspective. When did you get so philosophical? He teased gently. A blush colored her cheeks. When you're considered a disappointment, you have plenty of time to read and think while others are training. Their loss, Naruto said sincerely. I think you see more clearly than any of them, Byakugan or not. Her blush deepened, but she held his gaze. Thank you for seeing me, Naruto. Not as the Hyuga heir, but as myself. Thank you for seeing me too. Not as the Nine-Tails vessel, but as me. Something shifted between them in that moment, a connection forming that transcended their vastly different backgrounds. In the dancing firelight, noble birth and village outcast seemed insignificant labels compared to the understanding they'd found in each other's eyes. The moment was interrupted by Kakashi clearing his throat from across the room. You two should get some rest. I'll take first watch tonight. As they moved to their respective sleeping areas, Naruto caught Kakashi giving him a knowing look, his visible eye crinkling in what might have been a smile. Embarrassed but not displeased, Naruto settled onto his bedroll, thoughts swirling with the day's revelations. She sees more than most humans, Kurama commented unexpectedly. Her eyes pierce veils that have been carefully maintained for generations. Is what she said true? Naruto asked silently. About the balance and the true wizard king? Fragments of truth, wrapped in human interpretation, Kurama replied. The balance was broken long before human nobles claimed magic as their birthright. But she's right about one thing, you are unique. Neither fully human nor demon, but something new. Something that shouldn't be possible. Is that why the masked man is interested in me? Partly. But there's more to his interest than your nature. There's history there. Personal history. With my father? Sleep, Kit. The answers will come in time, whether you're ready for them or not. With that cryptic comment, Kurama fell silent, leaving Naruto to drift into uneasy dreams filled with spiraling masks and eyes that saw too much. The next 2 days passed in tense travel through the high valleys of the Northern Territory. The terrain was challenging, narrow paths winding between steep slopes, often slick with ice or loose shale. Progress was slow but steady, with Hinata's Byakugan proving invaluable for detecting potential ambush points or natural hazards ahead. Their encounters with the enemy mages seemed to have one positive effect: the team was working together more cohesively than ever before. Even Sasuke had dropped much of his aloof attitude, contributing tactical suggestions and occasionally engaging in actual conversation during rest breaks. On the morning they were due to reach the meeting point with the Cloud delegation, they paused on a ridge overlooking a vast valley. In the distance, the distinctive architecture of Cloud Kingdom buildings was visible, graceful structures that seemed to float among the mist-shrouded peaks. The meeting will take place there. Kakashi indicated a pavilion constructed at the valley's center, neutral ground between the two kingdoms. Cloud representatives should already be present. Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the valley. I count 12 Cloud Knights surrounding the pavilion. Standard diplomatic protection. No signs of the mages who attacked us. They wouldn't use the same approach twice, Sasuke noted. If there's another attack coming, it will be different. Stay alert, Kakashi instructed. Standard protective formation around Lady Hinata as we approach. Naruto, you're her shadow, never more than arm's length away. Your anti-magic is our best defense against unexpected spells. As they descended toward the valley floor, Naruto found himself hyper-aware of Hinata's presence beside him. Over the past days, their connection had deepened through shared watches and quiet conversations. He'd learned about her childhood struggles to meet her clan's expectations, her complicated relationship with her younger sister, her private studies of ancient texts that the clan elders considered irrelevant. In turn, he'd shared stories of growing up alone, of pranks that were really desperate bids for attention, of the old man who'd visited him occasionally, the third Wizard King, who'd shown him kindness when others offered only fear or contempt. Nervous, he asked her now, noticing the tension in her shoulders. A little, she admitted. Not about the negotiations themselves, but about what might be happening beneath the surface. My father sent me because he trusts my eyes to see what others might miss. You'll see it, Naruto said confidently. And we've got your back, whatever happens. She gave him a grateful smile that made his heart skip a beat. As they approached the pavilion, the Cloud Knights took notice, forming a disciplined line. Their captain, a tall woman with pale blonde hair, stepped forward. Konoha delegation, she acknowledged with a formal bow. I am Captain Samui of the Cloud Kingdom's Royal Guard. We've been expecting you. Kakashi returned the bow. Captain Kakashi Hataki of the Silver Wolves. We appreciate your patience. Our journey encountered unexpected delays. Something flickered in Samui's eyes, knowledge, perhaps, but she simply nodded. The Cloud representatives await inside. Only Lady Hinata and one guard may enter, as agreed in the protocols. Kakashi turned to Naruto. You'll accompany Lady Hinata. Remember your training and maintain appropriate diplomatic behavior. Naruto nodded seriously, though inwardly he wondered what Kakashi was thinking. Of all of them, Naruto was the least versed in diplomatic protocol. Then again, his anti-magic made him the best protection against any magical treachery. After a brief farewell to Sakura and Sasuke, who would remain outside with Kakashi, Naruto followed Hinata toward the pavilion entrance. As they passed between the Cloud Knights, he felt the pressure of concentrated magic against his anti-magic field. These were powerful mages, their abilities finely honed. Inside, the pavilion was a single large space with a circular table at its center. 3 figures in Cloud Kingdom regalia stood as they entered, 2 men and a woman, all bearing the insignia of high-ranking officials. Lady Hinata Hyuga, the eldest man, greeted her. I am Counselor Darui. These are my colleagues, Counselor C and Counselor Mabui. We welcome you to this dialogue between our kingdoms. Hinata bowed with perfect grace. Thank you for receiving me. This is my guard, Naruto Uzumaki of the Silver Wolves. The counselor's eyes shifted to Naruto, and he saw the moment of recognition in their expressions. They knew what he was. Interesting choice, Counselor C murmured, just loud enough to be heard. Hinata's expression remained serene, but Naruto detected a slight stiffening in her posture. Shall we proceed with the discussions? I understand there are several matters of mutual interest to address. The meeting progressed with formal exchanges about trade routes, border security, and academic exchanges. Naruto stood slightly behind Hinata, forcing himself to remain still and attentive despite the tedium of diplomatic language. He focused instead on watching the cloud representatives, noting the subtle glances they exchanged when certain topics arose. Halfway through the meeting, during a discussion of magical research cooperation, Counselor Darui made what seemed like a casual proposal. The Cloud Kingdom has recently developed promising techniques for enhancing visual type abilities, he said smoothly. We would be interested in collaborative research with Hyuga specialists, perhaps beginning with a demonstration of compatibility. Hinata's voice remained even, but Naruto caught the slight tension in her hands where they rested on the table. While I appreciate the offer, Counselor, the Hyuga clan maintains strict protocols regarding our techniques. Any research collaboration would require extensive preliminary agreements. Of course, Darui conceded easily, too easily. Perhaps a more modest exchange to begin. A simple chakra resonance test would demonstrate good faith without revealing proprietary techniques. Naruto recognized the trap immediately. A chakra resonance test would require Hinata to channel her Byakugan energy in a specific pattern that could be analyzed and potentially replicated. It was a sophisticated attempt to extract information about the Byakugan's functioning. Before Hinata could respond, Naruto shifted his position slightly, his movement drawing attention. Forgive my interruption, he said with a politeness that would have shocked his teammates, but I believe such tests fall outside the scope of today's preliminary discussions. As Lady Hinata's security, I must advise against any unplanned demonstrations of ability. Counselor C frowned. The guard speaks for the diplomat now. Unusual protocol in Konoha. In matters of security, yes, Naruto replied, maintaining his composed facade with effort. Just as your knights would intervene if they perceived a risk to your counselors. A tense silence followed, broken by Hinata's diplomatic voice. Perhaps we could find a compromise. I am authorized to discuss the framework for future research collaboration, including the establishment of mutual safeguards. Would that address your interest, Counselor Darui? The cloud representatives exchanged glances before Darui nodded. A reasonable approach. Let us proceed with that discussion. As the meeting continued, Naruto remained vigilant, but no further obvious attempts were made to extract Hyuga secrets. When the session finally concluded with agreements to continue dialogue through official channels, he felt a mix of relief and suspicion. It had all seemed too straightforward after the ambush they'd faced on the journey. Outside the pavilion, they rejoined the rest of their team. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in silent question. Standard diplomatic double talk, Naruto reported quietly. They probed for information about the Byakugan but backed off when challenged. I sensed no immediate hostile intent, Hinata added, though their interest in Hyuga techniques was clear. Too easy, Sasuke muttered, echoing Naruto's thoughts. After sending those mages to intercept us, they just engage in normal negotiations. Perhaps the attackers weren't official cloud operatives, Sakura suggested. Or perhaps the real purpose of this meeting wasn't what either side officially claims, Kakashi said thoughtfully. Keep alert as we withdraw. The mission isn't complete until Lady Hinata is safely back in Konoha. They departed with formal farewells to the cloud delegation, maintaining diplomatic propriety despite the underlying tension. As they began their journey back toward Konoha, taking a different route than their approach, Naruto found himself walking beside Hinata again. You were right to intervene, she told him quietly. The chakra resonance test they proposed is an old trick, it reveals the fundamental patterns of bloodline abilities. I figured it was something like that, Naruto replied. They weren't very subtle about it. That's what concerns me, Hinata admitted. The Cloud Kingdom is known for sophisticated intelligence gathering. That attempt was almost perfunctory. As if they expected it to be rejected. A distraction from their real objective? Naruto suggested. Possibly. Hinata activated her Byakugan briefly, scanning their surroundings. No pursuit so far. But I can't shake the feeling we're missing something. The journey back toward Konoha proceeded without incident through that day and into the next. They maintained vigilant watches and varied their route frequently, but no further attacks materialized. By the third day, they had reached more familiar territory, within a day's journey of Konoha's borders. That evening, as they made camp in a sheltered grove, Kakashi finally addressed what they had all been thinking. The lack of further interference is suspicious, he said as they gathered around a small fire. Either they got what they wanted from the meeting itself, or the ambush was the real mission all along, Sasuke finished. A test of our capabilities, especially Naruto's. But who would, Sakura began, then stopped as realization dawned. The masked man. You think he was behind both the ambush and the diplomatic meeting? It's possible, Kakashi conceded. If he has influence in both kingdoms, he could have orchestrated the entire scenario. But why? Naruto asked. What does he gain by seeing me use the Ninetales' power? Information, Hinata said softly. About your level of control, your bond with the Ninetales, your potential. Sasuke nodded. If he was involved in the original Ninetales attack, he might be assessing how the ceiling has progressed over 16 years. Whether you're becoming what was intended, or something else entirely. The implications were unsettling. Naruto had always believed the Ninetales had been sealed inside him as a desperate measure to save the village, the last act of a dying wizard king to protect his people. But if someone had manipulated those events for a specific purpose, with expectations about what Naruto would become. We need more information, Kakashi decided. When we return to Konoha, I'll make inquiries through my contacts. In the meantime, we maintain normal operations and increase training, particularly focusing on your ability to control the Ninetales' power, Naruto. The discussion shifted to practical matters, watch rotations, travel plans for the final leg of their journey, but Naruto remained preoccupied with the questions raised. Later, as he took his turn on watch, Hinata joined him despite not being scheduled. Couldn't sleep, he asked as she settled beside him on a fallen log at the edge of their camp. Too many thoughts, she admitted. About what this all means. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars through breaks in the canopy overhead. What will happen when we return to Konoha? Naruto finally asked. Will you go back to the Hyuga compound, to all those expectations and restrictions? Hinata sighed. For now, yes. My father will want a detailed report on the Cloud representatives, their body language, subtle reactions, what I saw with the Byakugan. The clan needs this information. And after that? She turned to look at him directly, her pale eyes reflecting the starlight. I don't know. This mission has changed things. Changed me. I can't simply return to being the disappointing heir who sits silently during clan meetings. You never should have been that in the first place, Naruto said fiercely. You're insightful and brave and kind, exactly what a leader should be. Her expression softened. Thank you. But the clan values different qualities, assertiveness, combat prowess, unwavering conviction in Hyuga superiority. Then they're idiots, Naruto stated bluntly. No offense to your family or whatever. A surprised laugh escaped her. None taken. After a moment, she added more seriously, what about you? What happens when we return? Training, missions, the usual, Naruto shrugged. Plus figuring out what this masked guy wants with me and why everyone's so interested in my supposed destiny all of a sudden. It's a lot to process, Hinata acknowledged. Finding out you might be part of something larger than you imagined. Yeah, well, I just wanted acknowledgement. Respect. To be seen as a person, not a container or a curse. Now there's all this talk about prophecies and the true Wizard King and balance between opposing forces. He ran a hand through his spiky hair in frustration. It's complicated. Life generally is, Hinata said with surprising wisdom. But you don't have to face it alone anymore. She hesitated, then placed her hand over his where it rested on the log between them. The gesture was simple but profound, a bridge between their worlds, an offer of connection that transcended the barriers of nobility and outcast, of Hyuga and Ninetales' vessel. Naruto stared at their hands, then up at her face. In the darkness, with starlight silvering her features, she looked ethereal, but the warmth in her eyes was entirely human and present. "Hinata," he began, not entirely sure what he wanted to say, but feeling the importance of the moment. Before he could continue, a twig snapped in the forest beyond their camp. Both were instantly alert, Hinata activating her Byakugan while Naruto extended his other senses. "Anything?" he whispered. She scanned the darkness, veins bulging slightly around her eyes. "I don't, wait. There's something, at the edge of my range. A distortion, similar to what I saw with the masked man, but less defined." Naruto stood, careful to make minimal noise. "Should we wake the others?" "Not yet. It's not moving closer. It almost seems like it's just, watching." "I don't like being spied on," Naruto growled. "Can you guide me to it?" Hinata hesitated. "It's risky to separate from the group." "We'll stay within your Byakugan range of the camp," Naruto assured her. "Just close enough to see what we're dealing with." After a moment's consideration, she nodded. "Follow me, and stay silent." They moved through the forest with practiced stealth, Hinata leading the way with her Byakugan guiding them around obstacles in the darkness. The distortion she detected remained at the edge of her vision, neither approaching nor retreating. "It's just ahead," she whispered after they traveled about half a kilometer from camp. "Behind that large oak." Naruto slipped forward, keeping to the shadows. As he circled to get a better angle, he caught a glimpse of something white against the darkness, a fragment of a mask, or perhaps a pale face partially concealed. "I know you're there," he called softly. "Show yourself." For a moment, nothing happened. Then a figure stepped from behind the tree, not the spiral-masked man from the ambush, but a different individual entirely. This one wore what appeared to be half a mask covering the right side of his face, the visible left side young and oddly expressionless. "Naruto Uzumaki," the figure said in a flat voice. "Heir of Minato Namikaze and vessel of the Ninetales." Naruto tensed. "Who are you?" "A messenger. One who serves those who watch the balance." "What does that mean?" "What balance?" The half-masked figure tilted his head slightly. "Between creation and destruction. Between magic and its absence. Between what humans have built and what they have forgotten." Hinata had moved to Naruto's side, her Byakugan still active. "His chakra is artificial," she whispered. "Constructed, not naturally formed." The figure's visible eye shifted to her. "The Hyuga eyes see much, but understand little. You believe you observe truth, but you see only fragments of a larger pattern. What do you want?" Naruto demanded, stepping slightly in front of Hinata protectively. "To deliver a warning. The masked one who tested you serves neither balance nor chaos, but his own design. He seeks to use what lies within you for a purpose contrary to its nature." "Kurama," Naruto said. "The Ninetales." A flicker of surprise crossed the visible portion of the figure's face. "You know its name. Interesting. The bond progresses faster than anticipated." "Who sent you?" Hinata asked. "Who are these people who watch the balance?" "Those who remember what came before the kingdoms. Before magic was bent to human will." The figure began to step backward, seeming to fade into the darkness. "When you return to Konoha, seek the hidden archives beneath the Wizard King's tower. Ask about the Valley of the End and what truly happened there." "Wait." Naruto called. "You haven't really answered anything." But the figure was gone, dissolved into the night as if he'd never been there at all. "Could you track him?" Naruto asked Hinata. She shook her head. He's gone, the same way the masked man disappeared. One moment present, the next, elsewhere. They returned to camp in thoughtful silence, both processing the strange encounter. After reporting to Kakashi, who doubled the watch for the remainder of the night, they found themselves again sitting together, now joined by Sasuke and Sakura as they discussed the implications. The Valley of the End, Sasuke repeated. That's where the first Wizard King fought and defeated Madara Uchiha, the great traitor of my clan. Official history says Madara attempted to overthrow the newly established magical order, Sakura added. He was supposedly corrupted by power and sought to rule alone rather than share authority with the other founding clans. But this messenger suggests there's more to the story, Naruto said. Kakashi, who had been listening silently, finally spoke. The Valley of the End marks the site of more than one historical conflict. It's where boundaries were established, not just territorial borders, but the very rules of how magic would function in our society. You know something, Sasuke accused. Something they don't teach in the academies. Kakashi sighed. Rumors, theories. Nothing concrete. But there have always been whispers that the official history of magic's organization under the noble families was edited. That compromises were made, bargains struck, certain powers suppressed for the greater good. Like anti-magic, Naruto guessed. Possibly. Kakashi regarded him thoughtfully. The Nine Tails isn't the only anti-magical entity in our folklore. There are stories of others, creatures or forces that opposed the concentration of magical power. Forces that were defeated or sealed away when the magical kingdoms were established, Hinata realized. Creating an imbalance that has persisted for generations. An imbalance that someone now wants to address, Sasuke concluded. Using Naruto. The weight of this possibility settled over the group. If true, it meant that Naruto's role, whatever it might be, was part of a conflict much older and deeper than any of them had imagined. We should return to Konoha as quickly as possible, Kakashi decided. These questions can't be answered in the field, and Lady Hinata's safety remains our priority. With that, they settled in for what remained of the night, though sleep came difficultly to most of them. Naruto found himself staring at the stars visible through the canopy, his mind racing with possibilities and implications. Now you begin to understand, Kit, Kurama's voice rumbled within him. Why I exist. Why I was sealed within you. This is larger than your village's fears or your dream of acknowledgement. Will you tell me what you know? Naruto asked silently. Some truths must be discovered, not given, the fox replied cryptically. But I will tell you this, that half-masked messenger spoke truth about the masked man. He seeks to use us for a purpose that would destroy the very balance he claims to serve. And what purpose do you serve, Kurama? The fox was silent for so long that Naruto thought he wouldn't answer. Finally, as Naruto was drifting toward sleep, Kurama spoke again. I am what remains when magic forgets its purpose. I am the reminder of costs unpaid and bargains broken. I am what humans fear because I cannot be controlled or bent to their will. There was a profound weariness in the ancient voice. But what I serve, Kit, is the same thing all living beings ultimately serve, the continuation of life itself, in all its messy, chaotic balance. With those words echoing in his mind, Naruto finally succumbed to sleep, dreaming of ancient battles, masked figures, and pale eyes that saw through all deception to the truth beneath. The masked figure known as Tobi stood on a high cliff overlooking a vast forest, the moon casting his elongated shadow across the rocky ground behind him. He had discarded the orange spiral mask for now, revealing a face half reconstructed with what appeared to be artificial tissue. The boy shows more control than expected, he said to the shadowy figure that materialized beside him. And his connection with the Nine Tails appears to be evolving toward partnership rather than domination. Unexpected but not necessarily problematic, replied the second figure, their features obscured by a hooded cloak. The vessel needn't be willing for our purpose. Only viable. There are complications. The Hyuga girl has told him of the ancient prophecies. And it appears another faction has made contact. One of their constructed messengers approached him tonight. The hooded figure stiffened. Which faction? The roots of the world tree, judging by the messenger's design. They've grown bolder. Danzo will be displeased. He believed he had neutralized their influence within Konoha. Toby made a dismissive gesture. Danzo sees only what serves his narrow vision of order. The old factions were never truly destroyed, merely driven underground. And now they sense the approach of what they've waited generations for. The convergence, the hooded figure murmured. Indeed. When the vessel of opposite stands at the nexus of power, and choices must be made that will shape magic for the coming age. Toby turned to face his companion. But we have prepared for this. The pieces are in motion. The Hyuga girl is an unexpected variable. Her perception exceeds what was anticipated. She sees, but does not yet comprehend. By the time she understands what approaches, events will be beyond her influence. Toby looked back toward the direction of Konoha, barely visible as a glow on the distant horizon. Let them return and seek their answers. Let them believe they uncover hidden truths. And when they learn of the Valley of the End? A cold smile twisted the visible portion of Toby's face. They will find exactly what I wish them to find. A truth carefully crafted to lead them precisely where they need to be. The hooded figure nodded slowly. And the Nine Tails? Its cooperation was not part of the original design. The beast may believe it serves balance, but in the end, it will fulfill its true purpose, just as its vessel will. Toby's single visible eye gleamed red in the moonlight, revealing the complex pattern of a fully evolved Sharingan. After all, what is destiny but the illusion of choice leading inevitably to the only possible outcome? With those ominous words, both figures vanished, leaving only the moonlight playing across the empty cliff face, as if they had never been there at all. Chapter 3, The Council's shadow. The gates of Konoha rose before them as dawn broke, bathing the capital's magical towers in golden light. Naruto stretched, working out the stiffness from 4 days of hard travel. Their return journey had been mercifully uneventful, though tension had remained high after the strange encounter with the half-masked messenger. Home at last, Sakura sighed, adjusting her pack. For some of us, Hinata murmured beside Naruto, her expression betraying her reluctance to return to the Hyuga compound. Kakashi, who had been unnaturally quiet since their mysterious visitor, addressed the team. Lady Hinata must report directly to her clan. Sasuke, Sakura, file our mission report at headquarters. Naruto, with me. His tone left no room for discussion. As they passed through the gates, the usual bustle of the city enveloped them. Street vendors hawked magical trinkets, academy students hurried to morning classes, and the ever-present hum of ambient magic pulsed against Naruto's anti-magic field. At a crossroads, they prepared to separate. Hinata turned to Naruto, hesitating before speaking. Thank you, she said finally. For seeing me. The real me. Always will, Naruto replied with a warmth that made Sakura and Sasuke exchange meaningful glances. Hinata's pale eyes held his for a moment longer before she inclined her head in a formal bow to the group and departed with her Hyuga escort, who had been waiting at the gate. Young love, Kakashi murmured just loud enough for Naruto to hear, his visible eye crinkling with amusement. Shut up, Naruto muttered, feeling his face warm. Where are we going, anyway? To see someone who might have answers about our masked friend and this talk of ancient balance. They parted ways with Sasuke and Sakura, heading deeper into the administrative district. The buildings here were older, more solemn in their architecture, the original structures from Konoha's founding, maintained through generations by preservation spells. Kakashi led him to a nondescript building tucked between the Wizard King's tower and the main library. No signage indicated its purpose, but the magical seals on its doors spoke of secrecy and restricted access. The Archives of Succession, Kakashi explained as he performed a complex unlocking spell. Records of every Wizard King, including private journals and research too sensitive for the public library. The door swung open to reveal a dimly lit interior. An elderly woman peered at them over half-moon spectacles, her eyes narrowing at the sight of Naruto. "Kakashi Hatake," she said coolly. "This area requires special clearance." Kakashi produced a silver medallion bearing the symbol of the silver wolves overlaid with the mark of the Wizard King. Granted by the third himself before his retirement. Never revoked. The woman examined the medallion, then nodded reluctantly. "Very well. But she glanced at Naruto, must not touch anything without supervision." "Understood, Archivist Koharu." They descended a spiral staircase, the walls lined with preservation-sealed scrolls and ancient tomes. At the bottom level, Kakashi led Naruto to a secluded reading area. "Wait here," he instructed before disappearing among the towering shelves. Naruto fidgeted in his chair, the heavy silence of the archives pressing in around him. The few other scholars present cast suspicious glances his way, clearly recognizing him. "They fear what you represent," Kurama commented. "The living embodiment of power they can't control. Or they just don't want me accidentally disrupting their research with anti-magic," Naruto thought back dryly. A convenient excuse for deeper fears. Kakashi returned carrying several scrolls and a leather-bound journal. "These might help," he said, spreading them across the table. The first scroll contained detailed accounts of the Valley of the End, where the first Wizard King had battled Madara Uchiha. The official history was familiar to Naruto, how Madara had sought to seize absolute power and was defeated in epic combat that reshaped the landscape. "This differs from what we're taught," Naruto noted, pointing to passages describing Madara's motivations. "Indeed," Kakashi agreed. According to this account, Madara opposed not the formation of the magical kingdom itself, but the strict hierarchy being established. He believed power should be distributed according to merit, not bloodlines. "That doesn't sound like a villain." "History is written by the victors," Kakashi said, unrolling another scroll. "But there's more. This describes what they were fighting over." The scroll detailed an ancient power source, a divine tree that had produced a fruit of immense magical potency. The fruit had originally given humans magic, but generations of selective breeding and magical politics had concentrated that power in noble bloodlines. Madara believed this concentration was creating an imbalance, Kakashi explained. That magic itself was being corrupted by human ambition and greed. Naruto's pulse quickened. Like what the messenger said about balance. Exactly. Kakashi opened the leather journal. "This belonged to your father, the fourth Wizard King. His private research on the Nine Tails." Naruto stared at the journal, his father's handwriting flowing across the pages in elegant script. Diagrams of sealing formulas occupied the margins, alongside notes about chakra flow and balance theories. "He knew," Naruto whispered, tracing his father's words. "About the imbalance, about what the Nine Tails really was." Minato Namikaze was a prodigy in magical theory, Kakashi confirmed. He understood that the Nine Tails wasn't simply a destructive entity, but a corrective force, anti-magic designed to balance magic when it grew too concentrated or corrupted. Then why was the Nine Tails attacking Konoha? Why did my father seal it inside me? Kakashi turned to a specific page. Because someone was controlling it, twisting its purpose. Your father believed a descendant of Madara Uchiha had found a way to manipulate the Nine Tails through a specialized Sharingan technique. The masked man, Naruto realized. It was him 16 years ago. That's my suspicion. Which means his interest in you isn't coincidental. He lost control of the Nine Tails when your father sealed it inside you, and now he's assessing whether he can use you both for whatever he failed to accomplish then. Naruto absorbed this in silence, the weight of implications settling over him. Not just an orphan with accursed power, but the linchpin in a conflict spanning generations. There's more, Kakashi said gravely. According to your father's final notes, he believed the true purpose of the Wizard King was not to be the strongest mage, but to maintain balance between magical forces. When he sealed the nine tails inside you, he wasn't just saving the village, he was ensuring that balance would have a champion in the next generation. Me, Naruto said, the word barely audible. He intended for me to become Wizard King. So it seems. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Kakashi sighed. The third Wizard King felt you needed to develop normally, without the burden of prophecy or destiny. He sealed these records and ordered those who knew to remain silent until you were ready. And now I'm ready? Naruto asked skeptically. Events are accelerating whether we're ready or not, Kakashi replied. The masked man's appearance, these factions emerging from the shadows, time is running short. A commotion from the archive's entrance interrupted them. Voices raised and argument echoed down the stairwell, followed by the sound of multiple people descending. Kakashi, a cold voice called. I thought I might find you here. Danzo Shimura emerged from between the shelves, flanked by two masked agents of Root, his personal enforcement division within the Magic Council. His single visible eye fixed on Naruto with calculating intensity. Counselor, Kakashi acknowledged, casually sliding the journal into his vest. What brings you to these dusty old shelves? Curiosity, Danzo replied, though his tone suggested anything but innocent interest. About why a Magic Knight captain would bring the Ninetales vessel to our most restricted archives immediately upon returning from a mission. Research for my next novel, Kakashi said blandly. Historical accuracy is important to readers. Danzo's expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Your attempts at humor remain as tiresome as ever, Hataki. The council has questions about recent events in the Northern Territories. Our mission report is woefully incomplete, Danzo interrupted. Particularly regarding the boy's use of the Ninetales power against unidentified attackers. Naruto tensed. How had Danzo learned of that so quickly? We have eyes everywhere, Uzumaki, Danzo said, as if reading his thoughts. Especially where potential threats to stability are concerned. I'm not a threat to anyone who isn't attacking me or my teammates, Naruto replied, meeting the old man's gaze steadily. Bold words from one who harbors the power that nearly destroyed this city. Danzo turned back to Kakashi. The full council will convene tomorrow to discuss this matter. Both of you will attend. Until then, these archives are restricted. With that, he departed, his Root agents following silently in his wake. Once they were alone again, Kakashi quickly gathered the scrolls. We need to move. Danzo wouldn't have come personally unless he's deeply concerned about what we might find. Or what I might learn about myself, Naruto added. Outside, the morning had fully bloomed, the streets now crowded with citizens going about their day, blissfully unaware of ancient conspiracies and looming conflicts. What now? Naruto asked as they emerged onto the street. Training, Kakashi replied. If you're to face the council tomorrow, you need better control of the Ninetales power. They'll be watching for any sign of instability. And after the council? Kakashi's eye narrowed. We prepare for what comes next. Danzo is moving pieces into position, we need to understand the board before we make our next move. The training ground behind Silver Wolf's headquarters was empty when they arrived, the other squads out on missions or resting between assignments. Sasuke and Sakura were waiting, having completed the mission report. What happened? Sakura asked, noting their grave expressions. Kakashi briefed them while Naruto paced, his mind racing with everything he'd learned. His father had intended this role for him, had believed in a vision of balance that contradicted everything the noble families taught about magic's proper order. The council's summoning is troubling, Sasuke observed when Kakashi finished. They rarely intervene directly in Magic Knight matters unless they perceive a significant threat. Or opportunity, Sakura added thoughtfully. Naruto's display of controlled Ninetales power might have caught more than Danzo's negative attention. Regardless, we need to prepare, Kakashi said. Naruto needs to demonstrate control without appearing threatening. How exactly do I do that? Naruto asked. By understanding what you're controlling, came a new voice. They turned to see Hinata approaching, now dressed in training clothes rather than formal Hyuga attire. Her hair was pulled back, and her expression was more determined than Naruto had seen it before. Hinata, Naruto smiled, genuinely pleased to see her. I thought you'd be locked in clan meetings all day. I delivered my report and left, she said simply. My father was displeased, but I convinced him my insights would be needed here. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. And how did you manage that? A small, satisfied smile touched her lips. I simply pointed out that the Byakugan's ability to observe chakra flow makes me uniquely qualified to monitor the Ninetales' energy patterns. For the safety of the village, of course. Of course, Kakashi echoed, his eye crinkling with amusement. So what's this about understanding what I'm controlling? Naruto asked. Hinata activated her Byakugan. The Ninetales' energy isn't simply destructive anti-magic. It's a complete system, a counter-chakra network that mirrors normal magical pathways but flows in opposite patterns. Like reverse polarity, Sakura suggested, her scholarly interest piqued. Precisely, Hinata nodded. When Naruto draws on its power, he's not just accessing raw energy, he's connecting two opposing systems. Which is why it feels so volatile, Naruto realized. Like trying to force magnets together the wrong way. Yes, but there should be harmony possible between them, Hinata continued. The ancient texts speak of balance, not domination. Not forcing one system to overpower the other, but allowing them to complement each other. Sasuke frowned. That contradicts everything we've been taught about containing dangerous powers. The standard approach is suppression and control. Which might be exactly why previous vessels struggled, Kakashi mused. They were fighting against the Ninetales' nature rather than working with it. Hinata turned to Naruto. May I observe while you channel a small amount of the Ninetales' energy? I want to see how your chakra networks interact. Naruto nodded, closing his eyes to focus. He'd been practicing this, drawing on Kurama's power in controlled amounts rather than in desperate surges during combat. Interesting approach, Kurama commented. The Hyuga girl sees clearer than most humans. Help me show her what she's looking for, Naruto thought back. Very well, Kit. Follow my lead. Naruto felt the familiar warmth of Kurama's energy rising within him, but instead of the usual resistance, there was a surprising harmony, as if the fox was deliberately modulating its power to flow more naturally alongside Naruto's own chakra. A faint red aura surrounded him, visible but contained, not the wild flaring from previous manifestations. Remarkable, Hinata breathed, her Byakugan focused intently. The energies are dancing with each other. Not fighting, not merging completely, but moving in complementary patterns. How does it feel? Kakashi asked. Different, Naruto replied, surprised. Not like I'm containing something explosive. More like, directing a current. The Ninetales is cooperating, Hinata observed. Deliberately matching its energy flow to yours. She's perceptive, Kurama rumbled with what sounded almost like approval. Tell her this is merely a glimpse of what true balance looks like. Naruto relayed the message, watching Hinata's eyes widen. It spoke to you directly, she asked. And you can communicate back. We've been talking more lately, Naruto admitted. His name is Kurama, by the way. This revelation shocked everyone except Hinata, who simply nodded as if confirming a theory. The ancient texts mention the true names of the tailed beasts being lost to history, she said. That it suggests a deeper connection than any previous vessel. Or it suggests the Ninetales is manipulating him, Sasuke countered, ever cautious. I don't think so, Sakura said thoughtfully. Look at that aura, it's steady, controlled. If the Ninetales, Kurama, wanted to overwhelm Naruto, this would be the perfect opportunity. Naruto maintained the balanced state for several minutes, feeling more comfortable with Kurama's power than ever before. When he finally released it, the red aura faded smoothly rather than snapping back. That's what you need to show the council, Kakashi declared. Control without suppression. Balance rather than domination. Will it be enough? Naruto asked. For some council members, perhaps, Kakashi acknowledged. But Danzo views power through a singular lens, as a tool for control. He won't be impressed by philosophical notions of balance. Then we give him what he understands, Sasuke suggested. A demonstration of utility. How Naruto's abilities serve the kingdom's interests rather than threaten them. Exactly, Kakashi nodded approvingly. The council meets at noon tomorrow. We have until then to prepare your presentation. They spent the remainder of the day refining Naruto's control, with Hinata providing guidance based on what she could see with her Byakugan. By evening, Naruto could call upon and dismiss the red aura at will, maintaining a perfect equilibrium between his chakra and Kurama's. As the sun set, casting long shadows across the training ground, Kakashi dismissed the group. Rest tonight. Tomorrow we'll test all of us. While the others departed, Naruto lingered, and Hinata stayed with him. Thank you, he said when they were alone. For helping me understand this better. She smiled. I should be thanking you. For the first time, I feel like my perspective matters, like the hours I spent studying ancient texts weren't wasted. They definitely weren't. He hesitated, then asked, will you get in trouble? For being here instead of at the compound? Probably, she admitted with surprising lightness. But I'm discovering that I mind their disapproval less than I used to. Naruto grinned. I'm a bad influence. The best kind. Her pale eyes held his for a moment before she glanced away. I should go. The council meeting tomorrow is important, you need rest. Hinata, he called as she turned to leave. After the council, would you show me those ancient texts you mentioned? About balance and the true wizard king? She nodded. If you're ready to see them. I think I am now. The council chamber occupied the highest level of the central tower, its circular design allowing the 12 council members to sit as equals around a raised platform where petitioners stood. Enchanted windows displayed views of the entire kingdom, not mere images, but true magical scrying that allowed the council to observe any area under their governance. Naruto stood on the platform, Kakashi beside him, as the council members filed in. Most were elders representing noble houses, their formal robes heavy with magical enhancements and status symbols. Danzo took his place at what was traditionally considered the head position, though officially the council had no single leader. This special session is called to order, intoned the council secretary. To address concerns regarding Naruto Uzumaki, vessel of the nine-tailed fox, and recent manifestations of its power beyond our borders. Danzo leaned forward, his single eye fixed on Naruto. Captain Hatake has submitted a report claiming that you have achieved new levels of control over the Nine-Tails' power. The council requires demonstration and explanation. Naruto stepped forward, forcing himself to stand tall despite the 12 pairs of eyes evaluating him like a potentially dangerous specimen. Honorable Council, he began, using the formal address Kakashi had coached him on, the power sealed within me has been misunderstood. It's not simply destructive, it's a counterbalance to magic itself. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Danzo's expression remained impassive. Recently, I've learned to work with this power rather than against it, Naruto continued. To demonstrate. He closed his eyes, centering himself as Hinata had taught him. The red aura manifested smoothly, enveloping him in a controlled glow rather than wild flames. As you can see, Kakashi explained while Naruto maintained the state, the anti-magic is fully under control. Naruto can direct it with precision, nullifying specific magical threats while leaving allies unaffected. Impressive control, certainly, conceded a female council member with elegant silver hair. But what purpose does this serve the kingdom? Anti-magic remains inherently destructive to our way of life. On the contrary, Kakashi countered. Consider the tactical advantages. In our recent mission, Naruto neutralized explosive seals that would have killed our team and compromised a diplomatic envoy. Against enemy mages using forbidden techniques, his abilities provide a unique countermeasure. And against our own mages? Danzo asked pointedly. Should he turn this power against Konoha? Naruto released the aura, meeting Danzo's gaze directly. I was born in Konoha. I've lived here my entire life, even when most citizens feared or hated me. This is my home, and I would never turn against it. Noble sentiments, Danzo replied coldly. But the Nine Tails has turned against Konoha before. Because it was being controlled, Naruto shot back. By someone using a specialized Sharingan technique. A hushed silence fell over the chamber. Naruto realized too late that he'd revealed knowledge that wasn't supposed to be public. Danzo's eye narrowed dangerously. And where did you acquire this information? Before Naruto could respond, Kakashi stepped forward. From me, counselor. As the fourth Wizard King's former student, I was privy to his research. With Naruto showing increased control, I felt he deserved to know the truth about his parents' sacrifice. Another council member, a heavy-set man with a flowing beard, leaned forward. You've told the boy about his heritage? Yes, Kakashi said simply. As was always intended once he reached maturity. Danzo's knuckles whitened where they gripped his chair. This exceeds your authority, Hatake. With respect, counselor, it does not. The third Wizard King left specific instructions regarding Naruto's education. I've simply followed them. The tension in the chamber was palpable. Several council members exchanged uncertain glances, clearly caught between factions. The silver-haired councilwoman broke the impasse. Perhaps we should focus on the matter at hand, the boy's control over the Nine Tails' power and how it might serve Konoha. Indeed, agreed another counselor. Recent reports from our borders suggest increased magical disturbances. An anti-magic specialist could prove valuable. Danzo clearly recognized that he was losing the momentum. The council will deliberate in private. Uzumaki, Hatake, you are dismissed. Remain available for further questioning. Outside the chamber, Naruto released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That could have gone better. Actually, it went better than expected, Kakashi replied. You maintained control throughout, and several council members showed interest in the practical applications of your abilities. But Danzo will never trust you, Kakashi finished. His vision of order leaves no room for powers he can't control absolutely. The best we can hope for is that the other counselors recognize your value. They descended the tower in silence, emerging into the bright midday sun. To Naruto's surprise, his teammates were waiting at the base, not just Sasuke and Sakura, but Hinata as well. How did it go? Sakura asked anxiously. No immediate disaster, Kakashi reported. They're deliberating. Danzo looked ready to have me arrested when I mentioned the Sharingan connection to the Nine Tails attack, Naruto added. Sasuke frowned. That information is supposed to be restricted to the highest levels. Even within my clan, few know the details. Because it implicates an Uchiha in the attack, Kakashi said quietly. Which raises uncomfortable questions about clan loyalty and oversight. My clan elders have always maintained that no true Uchiha would have participated in such an attack, Sasuke replied, his expression troubled. That any evidence suggesting otherwise was fabricated to diminish our standing. And you believe that? Naruto asked. Sasuke hesitated. I have questions. Inconsistencies in the official account that never satisfied me. Like what? Like my brother's role that night, Sasuke said, his voice dropping. Itachi was 13, already a prodigy in the Magic Knights. Official records say he was defending the Eastern Quarter, but family accounts place him elsewhere. And shortly after, he disappeared. This was the most Sasuke had ever revealed about his personal history. The others exchanged surprised glances. Disappeared? Sakura prompted gently. Left the village. Classified as a rogue mage. Sasuke's face hardened. There's more to the story. There has to be. Before they could discuss further, a council messenger approached. Captain Hataki, the council requests your immediate return. Alone. Kakashi nodded to his team. Wait at headquarters. I'll report when I can. As he departed with the messenger, Naruto turned to his friends. So we just sit around waiting? Not necessarily, Hinata said. While the council deliberates, we could continue our research. The Hyuga archives might hold information that complements what you found yesterday. Won't you get in trouble for bringing us there? Sakura asked. A small, mischievous smile crossed Hinata's face, an expression Naruto was growing increasingly fond of. Only if we're caught. And I happen to know exactly when the archivists take their tea break. The Hyuga archives were housed in a separate building within the clan compound, its white stone walls inscribed with protection runes that glowed faintly in the shadowed interior. Hinata led them through a side entrance, her Byakugan activated to ensure their path remained clear. The texts I mentioned are kept in the ancestral record section, she whispered as they navigated the silent corridors. Technically, I'm allowed access for research purposes, but bringing outsiders would require formal approval. Which we definitely don't have, Naruto grinned, enjoying the small rebellion. Definitely not, she confirmed, returning his smile. The ancestral records section was a circular room lined with scroll shelves, a large table at its center covered with star charts and magical diagrams. Hinata moved directly to a specific shelf, retrieving several ancient scrolls and a leather-bound book. These date from the founding era, she explained as she carefully unrolled the first scroll. Before the noble houses fully consolidated their control of magical knowledge. The scroll contained an account of the divine tree and its fruit, similar to what Naruto had seen in the restricted archives, but with significant differences. This version described the fruit as a gift and warning that had bestowed magic with the understanding that it must remain in balance with natural energies. According to this, Hinata explained, the first humans to use magic understood it as a responsibility rather than a right. They developed techniques to ensure that magical energy flowed freely rather than becoming concentrated. That's the opposite of current practice, Sakura noted, examining the ancient text with scholarly interest. Noble families carefully guard their techniques to maintain advantages. Exactly. Hinata opened the leather book. This chronicles the gradual shift from stewardship to ownership of magical knowledge. It describes rising tensions between those who wanted to preserve the original approach and those who sought to establish hierarchies based on magical strength. Leading to the conflict at the Valley of the End, Sasuke surmised. Yes, but that wasn't the first battle. Hinata turned to a detailed illustration depicting 9 massive creatures, each with a different number of tails. According to this account, as magic became more concentrated in certain bloodlines, these beings appeared, the tailed beasts. They weren't originally destructive, but rather manifested to absorb excess magical energy and prevent corruption. Kurama, Naruto murmured, recognizing the 9-tailed fox in the illustration. And there were 8 others like him. Each corresponding to a different type of imbalance, Hinata confirmed. Together, they maintained equilibrium. But as humans grew more powerful, they came to see the tailed beasts as threats rather than guardians. They developed techniques to capture and seal them. Sasuke leaned forward, studying the text. This contradicts everything we're taught about the tailed beasts being ancient evils that plagued humanity. History written by the victors, Naruto echoed Kakashi's words from the previous day. Hinata turned to another section. This describes the true purpose of the Wizard King as originally conceived, not the most powerful mage, but the one who could maintain balance between magical forces. The one who understood that power unchecked corrupts both the user and magic itself. And the prophecy? Naruto asked. Hinata carefully unrolled the final scroll. The text was in an ancient script, but beneath it was a translation in more modern language. When magic turns against its purpose, when the flow becomes a flood that drowns rather than nourishes, the true wizard king shall arise, she read. Marked by the spiral of balance, carrying both light and shadow within, he shall restore what was broken and remind what was forgotten. A chill ran down Naruto's spine as he instinctively touched the spiral seal on his stomach. There's more, Hinata continued. He shall stand between opposing forces, nullifying that which corrupts while preserving that which sustains. Neither magic nor its absence shall rule, but harmony between them. Silence fell as they absorbed the implications. It's describing you, Sakura finally said, looking at Naruto with wide eyes. Not just vaguely, but specifically, the spiral mark, containing both normal chakra and the Nine-Tails anti-magic. It could be coincidence, Sasuke said, though he sounded unconvinced. Ancient prophecies are notoriously vague. This doesn't feel vague, Naruto replied. It feels like my father knew exactly what he was doing when he sealed Kurama inside me. The fourth wizard king was known to have researched ancient texts extensively, Hinata confirmed. If he found these prophecies, he created me to fulfill them, Naruto finished, emotions warring within him, anger at having his life predetermined, gratitude that his father had seen a greater purpose for him, confusion about what it all meant for his future. Not created, Kurama corrected within him. Prepared. There's a difference, Kit. Your father gave you the tools to face what's coming, but the choices remain yours. Before Naruto could process this, Hinata suddenly stiffened, her Byakugan flaring. Someone's coming, she whispered. Multiple people, clan elders, from their chakra signatures. We need to leave, Sasuke said immediately. Hinata quickly replaced the scrolls, keeping only the leather book which she slipped into her jacket. This way, she directed, leading them toward a small side door half hidden behind a bookshelf. They slipped out just as voices entered the main chamber, following Hinata through a series of back corridors and eventually out a servant's entrance to the compound. That was close, Sakura breathed once they were safely away. Too close, Hinata agreed, looking troubled. They shouldn't have come to the archives at this hour. Something's happening. The council meeting, Naruto realized. Their decision must have caused some reaction. We should get back to headquarters, Sasuke suggested. Kakashi will be looking for us. They made their way through the city streets, all of them sensing the strange tension in the air. Citizens moved with unusual purpose, and magic night patrols were more visible than normal. At Silver Wolf's headquarters, they found Kakashi waiting, his expression grave. Where have you been? He demanded. I've been trying to locate you for the past hour. Research, Naruto replied. What happened with the council? Kakashi sighed. A compromise, of sorts. You're officially recognized as a magic knight with special abilities rather than a potential threat, which protects you from certain restrictions. That sounds positive, Sakura ventured. It would be, except for the second part of their decision. The council has authorized a new initiative to identify and monitor all individuals with unconventional magical potential, throughout the kingdom. Meaning what, exactly? Sasuke asked, though his expression suggested he already knew. A registry, Kakashi confirmed. Of anyone with abilities that don't fit neatly into established magical categories. Officially for support and training. Unofficially. Control and surveillance, Naruto finished. And I bet Danzo's in charge. Correct. His root division will oversee the initiative. Hinata's expression darkened. This will affect more than just Naruto. There are people throughout the kingdom with rare abilities or mixed magical heritage who have stayed deliberately under the radar to avoid noble family politics. Precisely the problem, Kakashi agreed. But there's more. The council is concerned about reports of dissident elements among certain noble houses, mages questioning the current magical hierarchy. The reforms some nobles have been pushing for, Sakura realized. Yes. Danzo has characterized these reform advocates as dangerous radicals plotting to destabilize the kingdom. He's scheduled a gathering of loyal noble houses 3 days from now to address the threat. And our role in this? Sasuke asked. Officially, none. The Silver Wolves haven't been invited to participate in Danzo's initiative. Kakashi's eye gleamed with something between mischief and determination. Unofficially, we have a new mission. We're going to infiltrate that gathering and find out exactly what Danzo is planning. Naruto grinned, previous concerns momentarily forgotten in the thrill of actionable purpose. Now you're talking. How do we get in? It's not like any of us can pass for noble house representatives. I can, Hinata said quietly. All eyes turned to her. The Hyuga will certainly be invited, she continued. As a major noble house known for traditional values. My father will attend, but I could plausibly accompany him as heir. Too risky, Naruto objected immediately. If you're caught helping us. I won't be caught, she replied with unexpected firmness. The Byakugan gives me advantages in covert operations that none of you have. I can observe the entire gathering while appearing to be simply a dutiful daughter. She has a point, Sasuke acknowledged. And I may have another way in. Certain members of my clan will definitely be invited, I could accompany my cousin as his attendant. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. 2 access points would be valuable. What about you two? He asked Naruto and Sakura. Service staff, Sakura suggested. These large gatherings always need extra hands for food, drinks, cleanup. With some basic disguise work, we could blend in. And my anti-magic can disrupt any detection spells they might have, Naruto added. As long as I keep it controlled and localized. Good, Kakashi approved. I'll establish surveillance from outside. The gathering is being held at Shimura Manor, Danzo's ancestral home. Heavy security, magical barriers, the works. What exactly are we looking for? Naruto asked. Evidence of Danzo's true intentions with this registry. Information about the dissidents he's targeting. And anything connecting to our masked friend or these factions watching the balance. Kakashi's expression turned serious. This isn't just about politics. Something fundamental is shifting in the magical world, and we need to understand what before choosing sides. As they dispersed to prepare, Naruto found himself walking with Hinata toward the training area. Your clan will punish you if they discover you're helping us, he said, unable to keep the concern from his voice. Probably, she agreed calmly. But some risks are worth taking. Why? Why risk your position, your family's approval? She stopped, turning to face him fully. Because what I saw in those ancient texts resonates with truth in a way that my clan's rigid traditions never have. Because you've shown me that questioning established systems isn't rebellion, it's growth. Her pale eyes held his steadily. And because I believe in you, Naruto. Not just as the prophesied wizard king, but as the person you are now, someone who sees people for themselves rather than their status or abilities. Warmth spread through Naruto's chest at her words. In that moment, all the prophecies and destinies seemed secondary to the simple, profound connection between them, 2 people who saw each other clearly despite the world's distorted lens. We're going to change things, he promised. Not because some ancient text says so, but because it's right. Her smile was like sunrise after a long night. Yes. We are. The next 2 days passed in careful preparation. Sakura developed their disguises, creating service uniforms and identification passes based on information Hinata gathered about the catering company hired for the event. Sasuke coordinated with his cousin, who remained ignorant of the true purpose behind Sasuke's sudden interest in political gatherings. Naruto practiced maintaining minimal, precisely controlled anti-magic that would disrupt surveillance spells without creating noticeable disruption. On the evening of the gathering, they assembled at a safe house Kakashi had arranged near Shimura Manor, an abandoned shop with a clear view of the manor's main entrance. Final check, Kakashi said, inspecting their preparations. Communication crystals. Each team member held up a small, clear crystal that would vibrate in specific patterns to convey basic messages. Emergency signals. 3 pulses for immediate extraction, 2 for discovered information, 1 for routine check-in, Sakura recited. Contingency plans. If separated, regroup at the west servants' entrance, Naruto replied. If that's compromised, fall back to the safe house individually. Kakashi nodded, satisfied. Remember, this is intelligence gathering only. No confrontations, no heroics. If Danzo is indeed targeting reformists within the noble houses, he'll have significant forces in place. What about the registry? Naruto asked. Any new information on how they're implementing it? According to my sources, they've already begun identifying candidates in the outer provinces, Kakashi replied grimly. Root agents with magical detection abilities are conducting census operations in rural areas, particularly where bloodlines are more mixed. That will cause panic, Sakura predicted. People with unusual abilities have often hidden them to avoid noble family politics. Exactly what I'm concerned about, Kakashi agreed. This could trigger exactly the kind of unrest Danzo claims to be preventing. As darkness fell, they moved into position. Hinata departed first, returning to the Hyuga compound to accompany her father to the gathering. Sasuke left shortly after to meet his cousin. Naruto and Sakura, disguised in catering uniforms, approached the service entrance where hired staff were assembling. Remember, we're just here to serve drinks and observe, Sakura murmured as they joined the line of staff checking in. No engaging with guests, no wandering into restricted areas unless specifically tasked. I know, Naruto replied under his breath. Blend in, keep my head down, don't accidentally dissolve any magical decorations with anti-magic. The security check was thorough but focused on detecting weapons rather than disguised identities. Naruto carefully modulated his anti-magic field to appear as normal background magical fluctuation rather than the absence it truly was. When a guard passed a detection wand near him, he concentrated on allowing just enough magic to register without revealing his unusual nature. Inside, Shimura Manor revealed itself as a testament to old wealth and power. Unlike the flashy magical displays of newer noble houses, the Shimura aesthetic was one of restrained elegance that barely concealed the fortress-like nature of the building. Ancient protection spells were woven into the very stone, and root agents disguised as servants positioned themselves at strategic points throughout. Naruto and Sakura were assigned to different sections, she to the main reception hall, he to the smaller meeting rooms where private conversations would take place. As he arranged crystal glasses on silver trays, Naruto scanned the arriving guests for familiar faces. Noble families from throughout Konoha arrived in formal attire, their magical enhancement subtle but present, garments that repelled stains, jewelry that enhanced authority in the wearer's voice, accessories that monitored surrounding magical signatures for threats. The social hierarchy was immediately apparent in how they grouped themselves, with ancient houses commanding deference from newer nobility. Naruto spotted Hayashi Hyuga entering with Hinata at his side. She was dressed in formal Hyuga robes, her hair arranged elegantly, the perfect image of a noble heir. Only someone who knew her well would notice the alertness in her seemingly demure posture, the way her eyes briefly activated Byakugan when she believed no one was watching. Sasuke arrived with an older Uchiha that Naruto didn't recognize, a stern-faced man with the characteristic dark hair and sharp features of the clan. Unlike Hinata, Sasuke made no acknowledgement of his teammates, maintaining his cover perfectly. As the gathering formally began, Danzo emerged to address his guests. He had exchanged his usual attire for ceremonial robes that emphasized his position on the council, though the bandages covering his right eye and arm remained. Esteemed representatives of Konoha's noble houses, he began, his voice carrying easily through the hall. I thank you for answering this urgent call. We face challenging times that require unity of purpose among those entrusted with magical stewardship. Naruto moved among the guests with his tray, carefully positioning himself to overhear key conversations while appearing focused on his service duties. Recent events have revealed concerning developments, Danzo continued. Elements within our society seek to undermine the established magical order, the very system that has maintained peace and prosperity for generations. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Naruto noticed varying reactions, firm agreement from some, uncomfortable shifting from others, careful neutrality from many. To address these challenges, the Council has authorized a comprehensive registry of magical abilities throughout the kingdom. This initiative will identify those with unconventional powers who may require guidance to properly integrate their abilities with our traditions. The diplomatic phrasing didn't disguise the intent for those paying attention. Naruto caught Hinata's eye briefly across the room, noting her slight frown. As Danzo's speech concluded and guests broke into smaller discussion groups, Naruto circulated with drinks, collecting fragments of conversation. Registry is long overdue. These unregulated abilities threaten stability, concerning overreach. The outer provinces won't accept such intrusion. Heard some families are already making arrangements to relocate rather than register. He managed to position himself near a conversation between Hayashi Hyuga and another elder clan leader. The Hyuga position remains neutral, Hayashi was saying carefully. While we support proper magical education, we have reservations about centralizing such sensitive information. Neutrality may not remain an option, Hayashi, the other elder replied. Danzo is categorizing houses as either supporters or sympathizers with the reform movement. There is no middle ground in his assessment. Then perhaps his assessment is flawed, Hayashi countered. Presenting complex issues as simple dichotomies rarely leads to wise governance. Naruto nearly dropped his tray in surprise. Hinata's father, while formal and severe, was apparently not the hardline traditionalist he had assumed. The complexity of noble house politics was revealing itself to be more nuanced than the simple conservative/progressive divide he had imagined. His communication crystal vibrated once, Sakura's routine check-in. He replied with a single pulse, then made his way toward the smaller meeting rooms where selected guests were being invited for more private discussions. In the hallway, he nearly collided with Sasuke, who smoothly took a glass from his tray while murmuring, "Southwest study. Important meeting starting. Find a way in." Naruto nodded imperceptibly and continued his circuit, mentally mapping the manor's layout. The Southwest study would be away from the main gathering, ideal for confidential conversations. As he passed a service alcove, his crystal vibrated with 2 pulses. Hinata had discovered something. He would need to find her soon to learn what. Making his way toward the Southwest study required navigating less populated corridors. Naruto used his service role as cover, pretending to search for a specific room when questioned by the occasional guard. As he approached his target, he noticed 2 root agents positioned outside an ornate door, the study, presumably. He needed a distraction. Concentrating, he directed a pulse of anti-magic toward a decorative vase further down the hallway. The magical preservation spell maintaining its fresh flowers suddenly failed, causing the arrangement to dramatically wilt and water to leak onto an expensive carpet. The guards noticed immediately. One moved to investigate while the other remained at his post. Not perfect, but better odds. Naruto approached confidently with his tray. "Refreshments for the private meeting," he announced to the remaining guard. The man frowned. "I wasn't notified." Last-minute request from Counselor Danzo himself, Naruto replied smoothly. Something about keeping energy levels up during strategic discussions. The guard hesitated, then nodded. "Leave the tray here. I'll take it in." "Sir, I was specifically instructed to arrange the glasses properly." Counselor Danzo was quite particular about the presentation. Naruto allowed a note of nervous concern to enter his voice. "It's my first week. I really can't afford to make mistakes." The appeal to the guard's sympathy, and fear of Danzo's notorious attention to detail, worked. The man sighed and opened the door just enough for Naruto to slip through with his tray. The study was smaller than expected, dominated by a round table where Danzo sat with 5 others, senior representatives from noble houses, judging by their formal attire. A large map of the kingdom was spread across the table, with certain areas marked in red. Phase 1 already in progress in these regions, Danzo was saying as Naruto entered. The response has been as anticipated. Those with nothing to hide comply readily. Those who resist identify themselves for further investigation. And the reformist sympathizers within the noble houses? Asked an elderly woman with elaborate golden hair ornaments. Being monitored closely, Danzo replied. We've identified key figures in House Nara, Yamanaka, and Sarutobi who have expressed concerning views. Most troubling are indications that elements within the Uchiha clan may be involved. Naruto carefully arranged glasses on a side table, straining to hear more while appearing focused on his task. The registry provides legal framework for closer surveillance, Danzo continued. But we must be prepared for more direct action against these elements before they can organize effectively. What of the rumors about the Nine-Tails vessel? Asked another noble. There are whispers that he's developing unusual control over the beast's power. Danzo's expression darkened. Naruto Uzumaki remains a complex variable. Kakashi Hatake has been too successful in training the boy's abilities, making direct intervention politically challenging. However, his connections to reformist sympathizers provide an alternative approach. You mean to target his associates rather than the boy himself, the golden-haired woman concluded. Precisely. By isolating him from those who encourage his independent thinking, we create opportunity to bring him under proper supervision. The power he contains is too valuable to waste, but too dangerous to leave uncontrolled. Naruto's hands trembled slightly as he arranged the final glasses. They were talking about him, about his friends, with the cold calculation of chess players positioning pieces. And what of the masked figure reported near our northern border? Asked a noble Naruto didn't recognize. The description matches historical accounts of speculation best reserved for a more secure setting, Danzo interrupted sharply. What I can confirm is that certain ancient forces appear to be stirring. All the more reason to ensure unified command of our magical resources. Naruto finished his task and bowed respectfully. Will there be anything else, my lords and lady? No, Danzo replied dismissively. Close the door completely on your way out. In the hallway, Naruto exhaled slowly, processing what he'd heard. The registry wasn't merely surveillance, it was the first step in a broader consolidation of control. And Danzo planned to target Naruto's friends to isolate him. His crystal vibrated twice, another discovery. He needed to find Sakura and Hinata to compare information. Making his way back toward the main reception area, he spotted Sakura collecting empty glasses, her expression carefully neutral though her eyes conveyed urgency. Before he could reach her, a commotion erupted at the main entrance. Guards rushed forward as new arrivals entered, not invited guests, but a group of mages in travel-worn clothes. At their head was a tall man with long dark hair tied back, his features striking in their resemblance to Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha, someone gasped nearby. The name sent ripples of shock through the gathering. Sasuke's older brother, classified as a rogue mage years ago, had returned, and not alone. Danzo emerged from the study, his single eye widening momentarily before his composure returned. Itachi Uchiha. Your presence here is unexpected, and unwelcome. Itachi's expression remained calm. Forgive the intrusion, counselor. We come with information vital to the kingdom's security, information that concerns everyone in this room. Whatever you claim to offer can be presented through proper channels, Danzo replied coldly. This is a private gathering. The proper channels are compromised, Itachi countered. And the matter cannot wait. It concerns the registry you've initiated and its true purpose. Tension crackled through the hall. Naruto spotted Sasuke frozen in place, his face a mask of conflicting emotions as he stared at the brother he hadn't seen in years. This is not the venue for your accusations, Danzo said, signaling to root agents who began moving into position around the newcomers. Itachi remained unperturbed. I believe the noble houses represented here deserve to know that the registry data is being used to identify not just those with unusual abilities, but anyone with connections to the reform movement, including members of established noble families. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Several nobles exchanged concerned glances. Furthermore, Itachi continued, we have evidence that root agents have already detained citizens in the outer provinces without council authorization, using the registry as justification. These are serious allegations. Hayashi Hyuga stepped forward. What proof do you offer, Itachi Uchiha? From within his cloak, Itachi produced a scroll bearing official root seals. This directive, signed by Councillor Danzo, authorizes the preventative detention of individuals whose magical signatures match certain criteria that correspond with bloodlines known to favor reform. The hall erupted in overlapping conversations. Naruto used the distraction to make his way closer to Sakura, who had positioned herself near a side exit. This isn't just about the registry, she whispered when he reached her. The meeting I observed, they're planning some kind of purge of reform sympathizers. Danzo mentioned targeting people close to me, Naruto replied quietly. To isolate me. We need to find Hinata and get out of here before. A loud crack interrupted her as Danzo slammed his walking stick against the floor, the sound magically amplified. Enough, he commanded. Itachi Uchiha and his companions are hereby detained for questioning regarding their unauthorized possession of council documents. Guards, secure them. Root agents moved forward, but Itachi's group took defensive stances. The civilians in the hall began backing away, sensing imminent conflict. I suggest reconsideration, Counselor, Itachi said calmly. We came peacefully to present information. Attempting to silence us will only confirm the accusations. You abandoned your position and responsibilities years ago, Danzo replied. You have no standing here. I left because I discovered corruption at the highest levels, Itachi countered. Corruption that threatened the very foundations of our magical society. The same corruption that now drives this registry initiative. The standoff intensified as more root agents filtered into the hall. Naruto scanned the crowd frantically for Hinata, finally spotting her near her father. Their eyes met across the room, and she gave him a subtle nod toward the kitchens, their escape route. Before they could move, however, Sasuke broke from his position and strode directly toward Itachi. Brother, he said, voice tight with suppressed emotion. Is it true? Why you left? Itachi's expression softened momentarily. Sasuke. You've grown strong. Yes, it's true. I left to protect what matters, including you. Uchiha Sasuke, Danzo's voice cut through their reunion. Your presence with your brother indicates disturbing coordination. Perhaps you two require questioning. I think not, came another voice as Kakashi suddenly appeared beside his student. The Silver Wolves captain had evidently decided to abandon his surveillance position when the situation escalated. My team is here on official Magic Knight business, monitoring a potential security situation. You had no authorization, Danzo began. As a Magic Knight captain, I have broad discretion to investigate threats to the kingdom's stability, Kakashi interrupted smoothly. Including potentially unlawful detention of citizens. The tension in the room had reached breaking point. Nobles were backing toward exits while root agents closed in on Itachi's group. Naruto knew they had seconds before the situation exploded into open conflict. Now would be an excellent time for a demonstration, Kit, Kurama suggested. Show them what true balance looks like. What do you mean? Naruto thought back. Neither suppression nor explosion. Control with purpose. Understanding dawned. Naruto stepped forward into the open space between Danzo's forces and Itachi's group. That's enough, he called, his voice carrying unexpected authority. This isn't how Konoha resolves disputes. All eyes turned to him, the serving boy suddenly commanding attention. Uzumaki, Danzo's voice dripped with disdain. Of course you would involve yourself in this spectacle. I'm involving myself because innocent people are being threatened, Naruto replied, dropping all pretense of his disguise. Because a registry meant to help people is being weaponized for political control. He looked around the hall, meeting the eyes of noble representatives. Most of you don't know me beyond rumors. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I contain the nine-tailed fox. I have anti-magic that can nullify any spell. And I've spent my life being feared for powers I didn't choose. Murmurs spread through the crowd, but no one interrupted. That's what this registry will do to thousands of people throughout the kingdom, mark them as threats for abilities they were born with or developed through no fault of their own. Naruto's voice strengthened. But power itself isn't good or evil, it's how we use it that matters. To demonstrate, he allowed a controlled manifestation of Kurama's power, not the wild crimson aura of combat, but a steady golden glow that surrounded him without flaring aggressively. This power was once feared as pure destruction. But I'm learning it's really about balance, checking magic that's become corrupted or harmful while preserving what helps and heals. He turned to face Danzo directly. The real threat isn't unusual abilities or reform ideas. It's the fear that drives us to control others rather than understand them. The golden aura expanded slightly, forming a barrier between the opposing groups without threatening either. Where it touched root agents' active spells, they dissolved harmlessly rather than violently. Impressive control, Itachi observed quietly. The prophecy may have merit after all. Danzo's expression hardened. Pretty speeches and light shows change nothing, boy. You've merely confirmed what the council has long suspected, that you're actively developing the Nine-Tails' power beyond authorized parameters. The council authorized my training, Naruto countered. What they didn't authorize was using the registry to target political opponents. These accusations are baseless, are they? Hayashi Hyuga stepped forward, Hinata at his side. My daughter has observed your private meetings with her Byakugan. The Hyuga can attest to the accuracy of Itachi Uchiha's claims. This revelation sent another shock through the assembly. For a respected noble house to openly support the accusations changed the political calculus instantly. Danzo's composed facade cracked slightly. The Hyuga overstepped their authority. Internal council security measures are beyond their purview. Not when they threaten the balance of power established in our founding charter, Hayashi replied firmly. The noble houses agreed to council oversight with specific limitations. Your actions exceed those limitations. Other noble representatives began voicing similar concerns, the momentum shifting rapidly. Naruto maintained his position in the golden barrier, watching as Danzo's support eroded. Seeing his advantage slipping, Danzo made a sharp gesture. Several root agents broke from formation, performing complex hand signs for a coordinated attack spell. Defend! Kakashi shouted, moving to protect the nearest civilians. But before the spell could fully manifest, Naruto's barrier expanded, the golden energy flowing outward in a precise wave that selectively nullified the hostile magic while leaving protective spells intact. The root agents stared in shock as their attack simply dissolved. Enough, Naruto said again, his voice quiet but carrying weight beyond his years. This ends without violence. The council will investigate the registry implementation, with representatives from all noble houses observing for transparency. It wasn't a request. Something in his tone, in the steady golden light surrounding him, made it a statement of fact, reality conforming to his will rather than him imposing it by force. Danzo stared at him with undisguised hatred. You've overplayed your hand, Uzumaki. This demonstration will only confirm the need for stricter oversight of unusual abilities. Perhaps, Naruto acknowledged. Or perhaps it will remind people that power can protect as well as threaten. He looked around the room. Everyone here has witnessed that anti-magic can be controlled with precision, used to prevent harm rather than cause it. The same is true for most abilities the registry targets. The noble representatives were watching with varying expressions, concern, calculation, and in some cases, growing respect. Whatever happened next, the political landscape had shifted. Kakashi stepped forward. I suggest we adjourn this gathering and reconvene with the full council present. These allegations deserve proper investigation. Several noble representatives nodded agreement. Danzo, recognizing he was temporarily outmaneuvered, inclined his head stiffly. Very well. The council will address these concerns in formal session. Until then, the registry operations will continue as authorized. His gaze fixed on Naruto. And you, Uzumaki, have demonstrated precisely why such oversight is necessary. Power like yours requires proper constraints. I agree that power needs guidance, Naruto replied calmly. But guidance isn't the same as control. That's the difference you don't seem to understand. As the gathering began to disperse, tension still thick in the air, Naruto's teammates converged around him. Sasuke's attention remained divided, his eyes frequently returning to his brother, who stood with his companions near the entrance. That was either very brave or very foolish, Sakura murmured. Probably both, Naruto admitted as he carefully released the golden aura, allowing it to fade gradually rather than snapping back. It was necessary, Hinata said firmly, joining them. The confrontation was inevitable. Better to have it here, witnessed by representatives from all major houses, than in secret where Danzo controls the narrative. Kakashi nodded. Strategically sound, though we've now exposed our investigation. Our freedom to maneuver will be limited going forward. Hayashi Hyuga approached their group, his expression unreadable. Captain Hataki, I would speak with you and your team at the Hyuga compound tomorrow. There are matters to discuss regarding recent developments. Of course, Lord Hayashi, Kakashi bowed slightly. Hayashi's gaze shifted to Naruto, studying him with those penetrating Hyuga eyes. Interesting manifestation, Uzumaki. Not what the histories describe for the Ninetales power. I'm learning there's a lot the histories got wrong, Naruto replied. A ghost of a smile touched Hayashi's lips. Indeed. Perhaps that's a conversation worth having. He turned to his daughter. Hinata, you will return with me now. Your observations have created significant political ripples that require careful management. Hinata bowed. Yes, father. As she turned to follow him, she caught Naruto's eye, the briefest smile conveying both approval and caution. Across the hall, Sasuke had finally approached his brother. Their conversation was too distant to overhear, but the intensity was visible in their posture, years of separation, of questions and accusations, compressed into this unexpected reunion. We should leave, Kakashi decided. Danzo is temporarily checked, but Root still controls this location. We've accomplished our objective, perhaps more thoroughly than intended. As they made their way toward the exit, Naruto noticed people watching him, not with the familiar fear or disdain, but with something new. Curiosity. Speculation. Reassessment. Outside, the night air was cool and clarifying after the tension of the manor. Kakashi led them to a secluded side street before speaking. You made a public stand back there, Naruto. There's no going back from that. You've positioned yourself clearly against Danzo's approach, and that has consequences. I know, Naruto replied, surprising himself with his certainty. But it was the right thing to do. Yes, it was, Kakashi agreed. But right doesn't always mean easy. You've gained potential allies tonight, but also confirmed Danzo's worst fears about you, that you can't be controlled, that you represent an alternative vision of how magic should function in our society. The true Wizard King, Sakura murmured. Balancing forces rather than dominating them. That's just a prophecy, Naruto objected. What matters is what's happening now, people being targeted for abilities they can't help having, reformers being labeled as traitors for wanting a more equal system. The prophecy and current events may be more connected than we realize, Kakashi said thoughtfully. Itachi's return, the masked man's appearance, these factions emerging from the shadows, all circling around you and the Ninetales power. So what now? Naruto asked. We prepare, Kakashi replied simply. Danzo will regroup and pursue his agenda through other means. The noble houses will calculate their positions based on tonight's revelations. And he glanced at his team, will continue training. Because whatever comes next will require all our abilities working in concert. Naruto nodded, looking back at Shimura Manor where lights still blazed as the political fallout continued. Something had changed tonight, in the kingdom's power dynamics, certainly, but also within himself. The golden aura had felt different from previous manifestations of Kurama's power, not just controlled, but purposeful. Not negating for destruction's sake, but for protection. Balance, Kurama commented, sounding almost satisfied. You begin to understand. As they departed into the night, Naruto felt paths diverging before him, paths of prophecy and choice, of destiny and free will. Whatever the ancient texts predicted, whatever his father had intended when sealing Kurama within him, the decisions going forward would be his own. And for the first time, that knowledge felt like freedom rather than burden. Chapter 4. The crimson moon dawn painted the Hyuga compound in hues of gold and amber as Naruto approached its gates, the events of the previous night still churning in his mind. The confrontation at Shimura Manor had changed things, drawn lines in the sand, forced people to choose sides. He could feel it in the way the guards regarded him as he passed, their usual suspicion tempered with something new. Not quite respect, but reassessment. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura waited at the entrance, equally thoughtful. None had slept much, the political earthquake they triggered demanded vigilance. Sasuke looked particularly drained, his reunion with Itachi having clearly left him with more questions than answers. Did he explain why he left? Naruto asked quietly as they were led through the pristine gardens toward the main house. Sasuke's jaw tightened. Some of it. The rest, he said, would be explained today. His voice held the careful neutrality that Naruto recognized as concealing turmoil. He claims everything he did was to protect our clan from forces they didn't understand. Before Naruto could press further, the garden path opened into a courtyard where Hayashi Hyuga waited alongside Hinata and, surprisingly, Itachi himself. More shocking was the presence of several other noble representatives, the elderly Sarutobi clan head, the lazy-looking but brilliant Shikaku Nara, and the stern Inoichi Yamanaka. The leaders of the reform movement, Sakura whispered. All in one place. The Silver Wolves arrive, Hayashi announced formally. Now we may begin. They were led to a private meeting room deep within the compound. Privacy seals activated as the doors closed, and Hayashi's demeanor shifted subtly. What is discussed here must remain confidential, he began without preamble. Recent events have accelerated a conflict that has been brewing for generations. The registry is merely a symptom, Itachi added, his calm voice belying the intensity of his gaze. Danzo's true objective is consolidation of magical authority under council control, specifically, his faction's control. Naruto glanced at Hinata, who sat formally beside her father. She gave him the briefest smile, reassuring him of her support. Why have you brought us here? Kakashi asked. And why now? Hayashi exchanged glances with the other clan leaders before responding. Because time grows short. Because ancient forces are stirring. And because, his gaze settled on Naruto, prophecy appears to be manifesting whether we are prepared or not. Shikaku Nara leaned forward, his scarred face serious despite his normally languid demeanor. There is an astronomical event approaching, one that occurs only once every century. The Crimson Moon. A lunar eclipse, Sakura clarified. Not just any eclipse, Inoichi Yamanaka interjected. This one aligns with specific stellar configurations that amplify magical energies. Historically, major magical events have coincided with crimson moons. Including the founding of the magical kingdoms, Hayashi continued. And the battle at the Valley of the End. Naruto felt a chill. And you think something's going to happen during this one too? We know something is planned, Itachi said. My network has been tracking unusual movements of magical artifacts and ancient scrolls toward a specific location, the Temple of Convergent Fates in the northern mountains. That's why you came back, Sasuke realized. Not just to expose Danzo's registry. Yes. The registry was concerning, but secondary to the greater threat. Itachi produced a scroll and spread it on the table, revealing intricate diagrams of celestial alignments. Someone is preparing a ritual to harness the Crimson Moon's power on an unprecedented scale. The masked man, Naruto guessed, recalling their encounter in the forest. Itachi's eyes sharpened. You've seen him. During our mission escorting Lady Hinata. He wore an orange spiral mask with one eye hole. He knew about my father, called our encounter a test. A heavy silence fell. Hayashi and the other clan heads exchanged grave looks. Obito Uchiha, Itachi finally said. Or someone using his identity. Sasuke stiffened. That's impossible. Obito died years before the Ninetales attack. His body was never recovered, Itachi countered. And there were inconsistencies in reports of his death. What does he want? Naruto asked. What's this ritual supposed to do? The elder Sarutobi, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a voice weathered by age yet still commanding. According to ancient texts, the Crimson Moon allows temporary thinning of barriers between dimensions. The ritual appears designed to create what was once called the Infinite Tsukimi, a world-encompassing illusion that would subjugate all minds to the caster's will. That's insane, Sakura protested. No single spell could affect an entire world. Under normal circumstances, no, Hayashi agreed. But the Crimson Moon creates unique conditions. And if the caster possessed both Uchiha visual magic and a source of extraordinary power. All eyes turned to Naruto. The Ninetales, he realized. That's why he's been testing me. He wants Kurama's power for this ritual. Precisely, Itachi confirmed. Our intelligence suggests the ritual requires a massive source of anti-magic to create the initial rupture between dimensions. The Ninetales would be ideal. Naruto felt Kurama stir within him, the fox's consciousness rising closer to the surface than usual. I remember this ritual, Kurama growled, his voice unusually serious. It was attempted once before, long ago, with catastrophic results. Kurama says it's been tried before, Naruto relayed. With catastrophic results. The clan leaders looked startled at this direct communication, though Hinata merely nodded as if confirming something she already knew. The Ninetales speaks to you directly? Shikaku asked, his tactical mind visibly reassessing possibilities. More and more lately, Naruto admitted. We've reached an understanding. Fascinating, the elder Sarutobi murmured. The ancient texts speak of vessels who partnered with their tailed beasts rather than suppressing them, but such accounts were dismissed as myths. Perhaps many myths deserve reconsideration, Hayashi suggested, his pale eyes studying Naruto with new interest. Kakashi brought the conversation back to practical matters. When is this Crimson Moon? 4 days from now, Itachi replied. The preparations at the temple are nearly complete, according to my sources. Then we need to stop it, Naruto said firmly. Before this Obito person can activate the ritual. It's not that simple, Shikaku cautioned. The temple lies in disputed territory between kingdoms. Any large-scale military action could trigger international conflict. Furthermore, Hayashi added, Danzo controls official mission assignments. After last night's confrontation, he would never authorize your team to investigate this matter. Since when has that stopped us? Naruto challenged, looking to his teammates. Sakura smiled. Never yet. We'd be acting without official sanction, Kakashi warned, though his tone suggested he was already considering options rather than truly objecting. Sometimes duty transcends authority, the elder Sarutobi said quietly. My grandson would agree, I think. This reference to the third Wizard King seemed to settle something for Kakashi. Very well. If we're to undertake this mission unofficially, we'll need resources, intelligence, and a way to reach the temple undetected. The Reform Alliance can provide what you need, Itachi said. We've been preparing for this possibility. I'll accompany you, Hinata suddenly declared. All eyes turned to her, including her father's stern gaze. She met it unflinchingly. My Byakugan will be essential for monitoring the ritual's magical structures. No one else can observe chakra flow with the same precision. Hayashi studied his daughter for a long moment. Naruto held his breath, expecting stern refusal. Instead, Hayashi gave a single, measured nod. Your abilities are indeed uniquely suited to this task, he acknowledged. And you have demonstrated unexpected competence in recent operations. The faint praise clearly meant more to Hinata than outsiders might realize. Her posture straightened, confidence visible in the set of her shoulders. I will go as well, Itachi stated. My knowledge of the ritual's components will be necessary. Sasuke's expression flickered between conflict and resolution. Then I'm definitely going. A small team is best, Shikaku advised. Speed and stealth over numbers. Agreed, Kakashi said. The 6 of us should be sufficient, assuming proper preparation. Plans formed quickly after that. Maps were consulted, supply needs catalogued, intelligence shared. The Reform Alliance had been monitoring the situation longer than Naruto realized, gathering information through networks that operated outside official channels. As the meeting concluded, Hayashi pulled Naruto aside while the others examined detailed maps of the temple. Uzumaki, he said quietly, my daughter believes in you with surprising conviction. Naruto wasn't sure how to respond to this oblique statement. Hinata sees clearly, he finally said. In more ways than one. Indeed. Hayashi's pale eyes, so like his daughter's yet lacking her warmth, studied him intently. The Hyuga have preserved certain prophecies for generations. Prophecies that speak of a vessel containing opposing forces who would restore balance to a world corrupted by power. So I've heard, Naruto replied cautiously. What you may not have heard is that these same texts speak of great sacrifice. The path of balance is rarely without cost. Hayashi's voice lowered further. Should circumstances require it, would you place the greater good above personal attachments? The question sent a chill through Naruto. Are you asking if I'd sacrifice Hinata if I had to? I am asking if you understand the weight of the path you appear to be walking, Hayashi corrected, though he didn't deny the implication. Destiny seldom concerns itself with individual happiness. Anger flared in Naruto's chest. With all due respect, Lord Hyuga, I don't believe in destiny that demands sacrificing people we care about. If that's what prophecy requires, then I'll find another way. Rather than the rebuke Naruto expected, a ghost of a smile touched Hayashi's lips. A commendable sentiment. Let us hope the coming days do not test its limits. He inclined his head slightly. Protect my daughter, Uzumaki. And perhaps, in doing so, you will protect us all. With that cryptic statement, he rejoined the main group, leaving Naruto unsettled and thoughtful. The meeting disbanded shortly after, with arrangements made to reconvene that evening at a secure location to begin their journey north. As they departed the Hyuga compound, Hinata managed to fall into step beside Naruto. What did my father say to you? She asked quietly. He's concerned about your safety, Naruto replied, not wanting to share the more ominous implications. Can't blame him, considering where we're headed. Hinata studied him with those all-seeing eyes. He said more than that. Something about prophecy. Naruto sighed. He suggested there might be sacrifices required. On this path of balance or whatever. Understanding dawned in her expression. Ah. The trials of the balancer. It's a controversial interpretation of the ancient texts, one that claims the true wizard king must surrender what he values most to achieve perfect equilibrium. That's messed up, Naruto muttered. What kind of balance requires losing people you care about? I agree, Hinata said, surprising him. Which is why many scholars, myself included, believe it's a misinterpretation. True balance doesn't demand sacrifice, it creates harmony between opposing forces. She smiled softly. Like you and Kurama achieving partnership rather than dominance. Naruto felt a weight lift from his shoulders. You're pretty wise, you know that. I had plenty of time to read while failing to meet my clan's combat expectations, she replied with a self-deprecating smile. Their loss, Naruto said firmly. You see things others miss. A faint blush colored her cheeks. We should catch up with the others. There's much to prepare. As they rejoined their teammates, Naruto noticed Sasuke and Itachi engaged in intense private conversation some distance away. The older Uchiha's expression was grave as he spoke, while Sasuke's face cycled through shock, anger, and finally grim understanding. What do you think they're talking about? Naruto asked Kakashi, who was observing the brothers with careful attention. The truth, I imagine, the captain replied. About why Itachi left, about the Uchiha clan's complicated history with Konoha. Things Sasuke has needed to know for a long time. Will it change anything? For our mission, I mean. It will change everything, Kakashi said simply. But whether for better or worse remains to be seen. That night, as they prepared for departure at a secluded safe house provided by the Nara clan, Naruto found sleep elusive. When exhaustion finally claimed him, his dreams were unusually vivid, and unusually directed. He stood in a vast, flooded chamber, ankle-deep in water that rippled with each step. Before him rose enormous gates held shut by a paper seal inscribed with complex magical formulas. Behind those gates, two massive red eyes watched him. Kurama, Naruto recognized, understanding he was seeing the physical manifestation of the seal within his mind. You brought me here. It was time, the fox replied, its massive form becoming more visible as Naruto's eyes adjusted to the gloom. 9 tails swayed slowly behind its body, each movement sending ripples across the water. The crimson moon approaches. You need to understand what that means, for both of us. The ritual. Obito wants to use your power for it. Not just my power. Ours. Kurama's massive muzzle pressed closer to the gates. What flows between us now is neither purely mine nor yours, but something new. A harmony of opposing forces that the masked one seeks to exploit. For this infinite Tsukimi thing. To control everyone's minds. That is what he claims as his goal, Kurama rumbled. But the truth is both simpler and more dangerous. The ritual will tear open the dimensional barriers, allowing what was sealed away to return. What was sealed away? Naruto asked, a sense of dread building. What are you talking about? Instead of answering directly, Kurama's eyes began to glow brighter. Let me show you. The chamber dissolved around them, replaced by a vision of ancient history. Naruto saw a massive tree unlike anything in the natural world, its branches reaching toward the heavens, glowing with ethereal energy. At its peak hung a single, luminous fruit. The god tree, Kurama narrated. Source of all magic in your world. For millennia it remained untouched, maintaining balance between dimensions. The vision shifted, showing a pale woman with long white hair and otherworldly features approaching the tree. Until Kaguya Otsutsuki came from another realm, consumed the fruit, and became the first wielder of magic. Naruto watched as the woman transformed, power flowing through her, her eyes changing to reveal a pattern he'd never seen before, neither Sharingan nor Byakugan, but something more primal. She began as a defender, using her power to end conflicts among humans. But power corrupts, and absolute power. The vision darkened, showing Kaguya standing amidst kneeling masses, her expression hardening from benevolence to cold authority. She declared herself a goddess, demanding worship. Those who opposed her were bound in an eternal dream, the original infinite Tsukimi. The images accelerated, showing Kaguya bearing twin sons who eventually rose against her. A terrible battle ensued, ending not with her death but with her sealing, her body becoming a husk that transformed into a smaller version of the god tree, her consciousness trapped between dimensions. Her sons became the founders of the Uchiha and Hyuga bloodlines, Kurama continued as the vision showed the brothers establishing the earliest magical traditions. But fragments of her power remained in the world, splitting into 9 entities of pure chakra. Naruto saw 9 distinct creatures forming from swirling energy, the tailed beasts, with Kurama as the most powerful among them. We were not created as weapons, Kit. We were born as checks against magic becoming too concentrated, living embodiments of the balance Kagaya had disrupted. When human greed began corrupting magic, we would absorb the excess, preventing another tyrant from rising. The vision shifted forward in time, showing the founding of the magical kingdoms, the establishment of the noble houses, and the systematic capture and sealing of the tailed beasts. But humans feared what they couldn't control. They sealed us into human vessels, believing this would harness our power while suppressing our purpose. For generations, we were treated as weapons rather than guardians. The chamber gradually reformed around them, the visions fading. And now Obito wants to use the Crimson Moon to bring Kagaya back. Naruto asked, trying to process everything he'd seen. Whether he knows it or not, yes. The ritual he plans will weaken the dimensional barriers enough for her consciousness to return. And once established, she will seek to reclaim all magic from humans, killing everyone with magical abilities in the process. Naruto felt cold despite the dreamlike nature of their surroundings. How do we stop it? Kurama's massive eyes studied him. We must prevent the ritual from completing. But to do so, we need a deeper connection than we've yet established. One enormous paw extended toward the gate. The seal your father placed restricts our integration. It was designed to protect you from my power until you were ready to handle it. And now I'm ready. Naruto asked skeptically. You've begun the process already, Kurama replied. The golden aura you manifested at Shimura Manor was the first stage, harmony rather than dominance. But to face what's coming, we need more. What are you suggesting? A conscious partnership. Not my power serving you, or you controlling me, but true balance between us. Kurama's voice grew solemn. I would share my full consciousness with yours, and you with mine. No barriers, no deception. The implications were staggering. Would I still be, me? You would be more fully yourself than ever before, Kurama assured him. This isn't possession or merging. Think of it as perfect understanding between 2 distinct beings. Naruto considered the offer, sensing both its necessity and its dangers. I need time to think about this. Of course. But not too much time, Kit. The moon waits for no one. With that, the dreamscape dissolved, and Naruto drifted into normal sleep. When he woke the next morning, the conversation remained vivid in his mind, its implications coloring his perception as they began their journey north. The journey to the Temple of Convergent Fates required 3 days of travel through increasingly difficult terrain. They avoided main roads and settlements, aware that Danzo would have alerted his agents to watch for unauthorized magic night movements. Instead, they followed hunting trails and abandoned trade routes, relying on Hinata's Byakugan to detect patrols or ambushes. The team dynamic was complex. Kakashi maintained official leadership, his experience invaluable in navigating both the physical terrain and the political complexities. Itachi contributed detailed intelligence about the temple and the ritual preparations, his years in exile having been spent gathering information about ancient magical threats. Sasuke oscillated between professional cooperation with his brother and simmering questions, their relationship clearly a work in progress. Naruto found himself gravitating toward Hinata during rest breaks and camp preparations. Her calm presence helped center him as he processed Kurama's revelations and considered the Fox's proposal of deeper partnership. She seemed to sense his preoccupation without pressing for details, offering quiet support through proximity and occasional knowing glances. On the second evening, as they made camp in a sheltered valley, Hinata found Naruto sitting alone on a rocky outcropping, staring at the waxing moon. Already it showed hints of the red tinge that would become pronounced during the eclipse. May I join you? She asked softly. Always, he replied, shifting to make room beside him. She settled next to him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. For a few minutes, they sat in companionable silence, watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky. "Kurama showed me things," Naruto finally said. "About the true history of magic, about Kaguya and the tailed beasts." Hinata nodded. "The Nine Tails is becoming more communicative. He's proposed a deeper connection, a true partnership. Says we'll need it to stop the ritual." "And you're hesitant," she observed, not questioning but understanding. "What if I lose myself?" Naruto admitted, voicing the fear that had been haunting him. "What if I connect with him fully and something changes, who I am, what I want, how I feel about?" He trailed off, suddenly self-conscious. "About?" she prompted gently. "About people I care about. About you." The words emerged before he could reconsider them, hanging in the cool evening air between them. A soft blush colored Hinata's cheeks, visible even in the moonlight. "I don't think that would happen," she said after a moment. "From what I've observed with my Byakugan, the harmony between your chakras is exactly that, harmony, not replacement or domination." She turned slightly to face him better. "May I look at your chakra pathways right now?" Naruto nodded, both nervous and curious. Hinata activated her Byakugan, the veins around her eyes becoming more prominent as her vision shifted to perceive energy rather than merely physical form. "It's beautiful," she murmured. "Your normal chakra flows like bright sunlight, while the Nine Tails energy is deeper, like ancient fire. They're already intertwining at the edges, creating something new where they meet, a golden harmony that's neither one nor the other." Her hand lifted hesitantly, hovering near his chest where the core of his chakra network centered. "May I?" At his nod, she placed her palm gently over his heart. Naruto felt a subtle pulse as she channeled a minute amount of her own energy, not manipulating but simply sensing more deeply. "The connection you fear already exists," she said softly. "It's been growing naturally since you began working with the Nine Tails rather than against him. What Kurama proposes isn't a fundamental change but an acknowledgement of what's already happening." "You can see all that?" Naruto asked, awed by her perception. She nodded, deactivating her Byakugan but leaving her hand where it rested. The Hyuga eyes were originally meant to observe harmony in chakra flows, not just to identify weaknesses for combat as they're used now. Some of the ancient techniques focused on enhancing balanced energy states. "Could you help me?" Naruto asked. "If I decide to try this deeper connection with Kurama?" "I believe so," she replied thoughtfully. "There are meditation practices in the oldest Hyuga scrolls designed to harmonize opposing chakras. They've been largely forgotten because they don't serve combat purposes, but I studied them out of curiosity." Her hand remained on his chest, her touch warm and reassuring. Naruto found himself hyper-aware of her proximity, of the subtle floral scent of her hair, of how her eyes reflected the starlight. "Hinata," he said quietly, his heartbeat quickening beneath her palm. "When this is over, after we stop this ritual, I want." "Yes," she prompted when he hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. "I want to see where this goes. Us, I mean." The words came out awkwardly, but sincere. "If you want that too." Her smile blossomed slowly, transforming her face with quiet joy. "I've wanted that longer than you know, Naruto." Something shifted between them in that moment, an acknowledgement of feelings that had been building gradually through shared dangers and quiet conversations. Naruto leaned forward slightly, drawn by an instinct deeper than thought. Hinata met him halfway, their lips connecting in a gentle, tentative kiss that nevertheless sent currents of warmth cascading through him. It lasted only moments, sweet and undemanding, before they separated slightly, both slightly breathless despite the kiss's gentleness. "That was..." Naruto began. "Perfect," she finished, her blush deepened but her eyes meeting his without shyness. A discreet cough from the direction of the camp broke the moment. They turned to see Sakura standing at a respectful distance. "Sorry to interrupt," she said, though her smile suggested she wasn't entirely regretful, but Kakashi wants everyone for a final strategy session before tomorrow's approach to the temple. We'll be right there, Naruto replied, unable to keep a foolish grin from his face. As Sakura retreated, Hinata's fingers intertwined with his. Whatever you decide about Kurama's offer, I believe in you, Naruto. In who you are at your core, someone who brings people together, who sees beyond the barriers others accept as immutable. Her confidence in him strengthened his resolve. As they walked back to camp hand in hand, Naruto felt a deepening certainty. Whatever challenges the Crimson Moon might bring, he would face them as himself, with Kurama as partner rather than burden, with friends who believed in him, and with Hinata's unwavering faith as an anchor. The Temple of Convergent Fates loomed against the darkening sky of the fourth day, its ancient stone spires silhouetted against gathering storm clouds. Built into the side of a mountain, its architecture defied conventional design, angles that seemed to bend in impossible ways, doorways aligned with specific stellar positions, and walls inscribed with magical formulas so old that few modern scholars could decipher them. The team observed from a concealed position on a neighboring ridge, Hinata's Byakugan active as she scanned the complex. 24 figures inside the main chamber, she reported. Most appear to be acolytes or guards. Their chakra signatures are altered somehow. As if they're partially under a control technique. Obito's puppets, Itachi suggested. Similar to those who attacked you during Lady Hinata's escort mission. Is he there? Naruto asked. Hinata focused more intently. Yes, in the central altar room. He's preparing something, a complex sealing array spanning the entire floor. And he has artifacts of some kind. They're emanating unusual energy. The ritual components, Itachi confirmed grimly. Ancient items said to have belonged to Kaguya herself, collected over years from hidden temples and forgotten shrines. What's the plan? Sasuke asked, his Sharingan activated as he studied the temple's outer defenses. Kakashi unrolled a rough map of the temple interior based on Itachi's intelligence. We need to disrupt the ritual before it fully activates. According to what we know, the process has 3 phases: alignment, invocation, and convergence. The alignment phase establishes the connection between our dimension and the pocket dimension where Kaguya's consciousness is sealed, Itachi explained. That happens automatically as the Crimson Moon reaches its zenith. The invocation requires blood sacrifice and channeling of specific chakra types to create resonance with Kaguya's energy signature, Kakashi continued. That's when Obito is most vulnerable, as he must maintain precise control of the ritual energies. And convergence? Sakura asked. That's when a massive surge of anti-magic is required to rupture the dimensional barrier, Itachi replied, glancing at Naruto. For which he needs the 9 tails. So we strike during the invocation phase, Sasuke concluded. Before he can proceed to convergence. Precisely, Kakashi nodded. We'll divide into 3 teams. Sakura and I will neutralize the outer guards. Sasuke and Itachi will handle the acolytes in the secondary chambers. Naruto and Hinata will confront Obito directly in the central altar room. Is that wise? Sakura questioned. Sending Naruto directly to Obito when he's the one Obito wants to capture. It's necessary, Naruto said before Kakashi could respond. I'm the only one who can counter the ritual's magical components with anti-magic. And Hinata's Byakugan can guide me to the critical points in the sealing array. Kakashi nodded. The timing must be precise. The Crimson Moon reaches its zenith in approximately 3 hours. We move in 2, which should give us enough time to position ourselves before the invocation phase begins. As the others reviewed specific tactical details, Naruto drew slightly apart, closing his eyes to center himself. He had made his decision during the final day of travel, he would accept Kurama's offer of deeper partnership. Now he needed to implement it. You're ready, Kit? Kurama's voice rumbled within him. As I'll ever be, Naruto replied silently. How do we do this? Find a quiet space. The girl can help with what comes next. Naruto opened his eyes, catching Hinata's concerned gaze. "I need your help," he said quietly. "With the meditation technique you mentioned. To connect with Kurama fully before we go in." Understanding dawned in her expression. She nodded, rising to follow him to a secluded spot away from the others. They settled facing each other on a flat rock, knees almost touching. "The technique is called harmony of opposing currents," she explained, taking his hands in hers. "It was designed to balance chakras that naturally repel each other. I'll guide your energy patterns with my Byakugan, but you'll need to visualize the connection yourself." She activated her Byakugan, her focus intense yet gentle. "Close your eyes. Visualize your normal chakra as golden light, and Kurama's as crimson flame. See them flowing through you in parallel streams, occasionally touching but mostly separate." Naruto followed her guidance, the visualization coming easily as he'd grown more sensitive to the distinct energies within him. He could feel Hinata's chakra too, a cool blue presence flowing from her hands into his, not intrusive but supportive. "Now imagine those streams beginning to intertwine," she continued, her voice taking on a rhythmic quality. "Not forcing, but allowing natural affinity to draw them together. Where they touch, see a new color forming, neither gold nor crimson, but something uniquely harmonious." Within his mind, Naruto stood again before the massive gates that contained Kurama. But this time, the paper seal glowed with his father's chakra signature. "He designed it to respond to your willing choice," Kurama explained. "Not to be broken forcefully, but to transform when you were ready for true partnership." Naruto reached out, touching the seal. It rippled under his fingers, warm with latent energy. "I'm ready," he said aloud, both in his mindscape and in physical reality. The seal didn't tear or break but dissolved gradually, its energy flowing into Naruto rather than dissipating. The gates swung open, but Kurama didn't rush forward as might have been expected. Instead, the massive fox bowed its head, bringing its eye level with Naruto's. "As equals," Kurama rumbled. "Not master and weapon, but partners in balance." "As equals," Naruto agreed, reaching out to touch the fox's muzzle. In the physical world, Hinata gasped as she witnessed the transformation through her Byakugan. Naruto's chakra network illuminated with unprecedented harmony, gold and crimson perfectly intertwined, creating a new energy signature that radiated balance rather than conflict. A golden aura surrounded Naruto, similar to what he'd manifested at Shimura Manor but deeper, more complete. His appearance subtly shifted, whisker marks more pronounced, canines slightly elongated, eyes shifting from blue to a rich purple that contained both his natural color and Kurama's crimson. "Naruto?" Hinata whispered, concern and wonder mingling in her voice. He opened his eyes, meeting her gaze with a smile that was entirely his own despite the physical changes. "It worked," he said, his voice overlaid with a subtle resonance. "We're in harmony." She studied him with her Byakugan, amazed at the perfect balance she observed. "Your chakra signatures, they're still distinct, but they're working in complete concert. I've never seen anything like it. How do you feel?" Kakashi asked, having approached quietly with the others as they noticed the transformation. "Whole," Naruto replied simply. "Like pieces that were always meant to fit together finally aligned." He stood, the golden aura settling into his skin rather than flaring outward. "I can access Kurama's knowledge now, his memories. He understands this ritual better than any of us." "What can you tell us?" Itachi asked, his Sharingan active as he observed the unusual chakra manifestation. "The temple was built by Kagaya's sons as part of her original sealing," Naruto explained, information flowing from Kurama's ancient memories to his consciousness. "It's designed to maintain the dimensional barriers, not breach them. Obito is perverting its purpose. Can it be stopped?" Sasuke pressed. "Yes, but not easily. The sealing array has 5 anchor points that must be disrupted simultaneously. If even one remains active when the crimson moon reaches its zenith, the dimensional thinning will begin. Then we'll need perfect coordination," Kakashi concluded. Hinata, can you identify these anchor points with your Byakugan? I believe so, now that I know what to look for, she confirmed. Then our strategy remains, with one modification, Kakashi decided. We all converge on the central chamber after clearing our assigned areas. Naruto and Hinata locate the anchor points, the rest of us take positions to disrupt them on Naruto's signal. As darkness deepened and the moon began its rise, already showing the reddish tinge that would intensify during the eclipse, they made final preparations. Weapons were checked, communication signals confirmed, contingency plans established. Before they moved out, Naruto took a moment with each teammate. With Sakura, a fierce hug and mutual encouragement. With Kakashi, a respectful nod that conveyed shared determination. With Itachi and Sasuke, a solemn acknowledgement of their combined purpose despite complicated histories. With Hinata, words seemed insufficient. He simply took her hands in his, their foreheads touching briefly in a gesture that communicated more than speech could capture. Her pale eyes, resolved and trusting, anchored him in his humanity even as he embraced the fuller partnership with Kurama. Let's move, Kakashi ordered quietly. And remember, whatever happens in there, our priority is stopping the ritual. Everything else is secondary. They descended toward the temple, the crimson moon rising behind them like an omen written in the sky itself. Infiltrating the temple's outer perimeter proved easier than anticipated. The guards moved with the jerky precision of puppets, their consciousness clearly suppressed by whatever control technique Obito had implemented. Kakashi and Sakura neutralized them efficiently, using sleep-inducing seals rather than lethal force, aware that these were likely unwilling participants. The interior corridors twisted in disorienting patterns, ancient architecture designed to confuse those not familiar with the temple's secrets. Hinata's Byakugan proved invaluable, guiding them through false passages and around magical traps that would have delayed or injured unwary intruders. They separated at a junction, each team moving toward their assigned areas. Naruto and Hinata proceeded deeper, following the increasing density of magical energy that radiated from the central chamber. His chakra is incredible, Hinata whispered as they approached. Layered and fragmented, as if multiple sources have been somehow combined. Kurama says that's not natural, Naruto replied quietly. No human should have that chakra structure unless they've been modified. The corridor opened into a vast circular chamber, its ceiling rising into darkness beyond the reach of the flickering torchlight. The floor was inscribed with intricate sealing formulas that spiraled outward from a central altar. Above, a massive skylight framed the rising crimson moon, its light casting everything in an unsettling crimson glow. Standing at the altar was the masked figure they knew as Obito, his orange spiral mask catching the red moonlight. Around him, acolytes arranged artifacts in precise positions according to the ritual's requirements, a stone tablet inscribed with ancient text, a ceremonial dagger that gleamed with unnatural sharpness, a crystal sphere that pulsed with captured magical energy, and other objects whose purpose Naruto could only guess at. Right on time, Obito's voice carried across the chamber, though he didn't turn from his preparations. I was beginning to worry you wouldn't accept my invitation. Invitation? Naruto stepped forward, Hinata slightly behind him, her Byakugan scanning the ceiling array for the anchor points. Of course. Why else leave such an obvious trail of ritual components for Itachi's network to track? Obito turned finally, his single visible eye fixing on Naruto with unnerving intensity. I needed you here, Naruto Uzumaki. You and the Nine Tails both. To use us for your ritual, Naruto stated. To breach the dimensional barrier and bring back Kaguya. A chuckle emerged from behind the mask. Is that what the fox told you? Interesting, but incomplete. He tilted his head slightly. And I see you've achieved harmony with the beast. Remarkable. Your father would be proud. Don't talk about my father, Naruto growled, the golden aura intensifying around him. You betrayed everything he stood for. Did I? Obito spread his arms, encompassing the chamber. Minato Namikaze sought balance in a world corrupted by concentrated power. That's exactly what I'm creating, a world where illusion brings perfect equality. No suffering, no hierarchies, no noble families hoarding magical knowledge. Through mind control, Naruto countered. That's not balance, it's another form of tyranny. A philosophical disagreement we can debate later. Obito made a subtle gesture, and his acolytes suddenly moved into defensive positions around the chamber. For now, the alignment phase is complete. The invocation begins. Hinata touched Naruto's arm. 5 anchor points, she whispered urgently. North, south, east, west, and center. The center is the altar itself. Naruto nodded minutely, then activated the communication crystal that would alert the others to converge on their position. We need to stall him until everyone's in place. Bold of you to assume you have any choice in the matter, Obito said, his voice hardening. The crimson moon waits for no one. He raised his hands, and the ceiling array on the floor began to glow with sickly purple light. The acolytes moved in perfect synchronization, taking positions at what Naruto now recognized as the 4 directional anchor points. Your friends won't reach us in time, Obito continued. I've ensured adequate distractions in the outer chambers. As if on cue, sounds of battle echoed from the corridors, the clash of weapons, explosions of magical energy, shouts of combat. Now, Obito focused his attention fully on Naruto. Let's discuss your role in today's proceedings. Will you offer the Nine Tails power willingly, or must I extract it more, forcefully? Neither, Naruto replied, dropping into a fighting stance. We're here to stop this ritual, not help it. A pity. Obito's visible eye shifted, revealing a Sharingan with an unusual pattern, more complex than Sasuke's, evolving beyond the standard form. Then let me show you why resistance is ultimately futile. Space itself seemed to distort around him, swirling inward like water down a drain. When it stabilized, Obito stood transformed, his mask gone, revealing a face half reconstructed with what appeared to be artificial tissue. Where his right eye should have been was a Rinnegan, a legendary eye ability thought to exist only in ancient texts. Behold what true sacrifice for purpose looks like, he said, his voice no longer distorted by the mask. This body is merely a vessel, reconstructed and enhanced for a singular purpose, to restore what was broken. Hinata, Naruto said quietly, when the others arrive, guide them to the anchor points. I'll keep him occupied. She nodded, though concern shone in her eyes. Be careful. His chakra is unlike anything I've ever seen. Naruto stepped forward, allowing Kurama's power to flow more freely through their shared pathways. The golden aura intensified, forming a cloak-like manifestation around his body. I don't want to fight you, he told Obito. Whatever you believe you're doing, whatever pain drove you to this, there's another way. Always the optimist, Obito chuckled darkly. Just like your father. He too believed in humanity's potential to transcend its baser instincts. He died still believing that illusion. It's not an illusion, Naruto countered. I've seen it. People working together, different abilities complementing each other, reform rising from within the system. Temporary aberrations in an unchanging cycle. Obito raised his hand, and reality seemed to warp around it. Enough talk. The invocation phase requires the Nine Tails power, one way or another. He attacked with blinding speed, space distorting around him in ways that defied normal movement. Naruto barely had time to raise a defensive barrier of anti-magic before Obito was upon him, a black rod materializing in his hand and stabbing toward Naruto's midsection. The rod met the golden barrier and passed partially through before stalling, its purpose clearly to disrupt Naruto's chakra flow. Naruto countered with a pulse of concentrated anti-magic that shattered the rod and forced Obito back. Interesting, Obito observed, circling warily. The harmony between you and the Nine Tails has created a new form of power, neither purely chakra nor purely anti-magic, but a balance between them. That's what true balance looks like, Naruto replied, maintaining his defensive stance. Not forcing one side to dominate the other, but finding harmony between opposing forces. A charming philosophy that ignores human nature. Obito's hands flashed through complex signs, and the very air seemed to thicken with magical pressure. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Multiple fireballs shot toward Naruto, each containing a hidden shuriken at its core. Rather than simply neutralizing them with anti-magic, Naruto moved with enhanced speed, weaving between the projectiles and closing distance with Obito. Their close-quarters combat became a dance of impossible movements, Obito phasing through attacks that should have connected, Naruto countering with unpredictable combinations of physical strikes and anti-magic pulses. Around them, the ritual continued as the acolytes chanted in an ancient language, the sealing array glowing brighter with each passing minute. Through his connection with Kurama, Naruto could sense the dimensional energies gathering, the barriers between worlds thinning as the crimson moon approached its zenith. They were running out of time. A commotion at the chamber entrance heralded the arrival of reinforcements. Sasuke and Itachi burst in first, their coordinated fire techniques clearing a path through acolytes who moved to intercept them. Kakashi and Sakura followed moments later, the captain sporting a bloody gash across his shoulder but otherwise combat-ready. The anchor points. Naruto shouted, momentarily distracted by their arrival. Obito seized the opportunity, his hand shooting out to grip Naruto's throat. Too late, he hissed. The invocation is nearly complete. All I need now is a catalyst of Ninetales chakra. His grip tightened, and Naruto felt a strange pulling sensation, as if Obito was attempting to extract Kurama's energy directly. Within him, Kurama roared defiance. He cannot separate us now, the fox snarled. Our harmony is too complete. But be wary, he doesn't need all my power, just enough to trigger the convergence. Naruto channeled anti-magic to his throat, disrupting Obito's extraction attempt. The masked man hissed in pain and leapt back, reassessing. Hinata, now. Naruto called. She immediately began directing the others to the anchor points, her Byakugan allowing her to see the critical junctions in the sealing array. Kakashi took the northern point, Sakura the southern, Itachi the eastern, and Sasuke the western. On my signal, disrupt the flow with everything you've got. Naruto instructed, positioning himself to tackle the central altar, the fifth and most critical anchor point. Obito laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally through the chamber. You think I didn't anticipate this? The anchor points are merely one component. He raised his arms, and the crimson moon visible through the skylight seemed to pulse in response. The convergence has already begun. The sealing array blazed with blinding intensity, lines of energy shooting up from each anchor point toward the skylight. Where they met the moonlight, reality itself seemed to crack, hairline fractures appearing in the very air, glimpses of another dimension visible through the widening fissures. Now! Naruto shouted. Each team member attacked their assigned anchor point simultaneously. Kakashi's lightning technique shattered the northern junction. Sakura's earth-shattering punch demolished the southern point. Itachi and Sasuke's combined fire techniques overwhelmed the eastern and western anchors. Naruto leapt toward the central altar, golden aura condensed into a sphere of pure balanced energy in his palm. As he struck the altar, channeling both his chakra and Kurama's anti-magic in perfect harmony, the stone cracked from its center outward. For one hopeful moment, it seemed they had succeeded, the energy beams faltered, the sealing array's glow diminished. But then Obito appeared at the altar, moving through space in that impossible manner, his hands slamming down on the cracked stone. You cannot stop what has been in motion for centuries, he declared, the Rinnegan in his right eye socket pulsing with power. The cycle of hatred, of inequality, of suffering, it ends today. From his hands poured corrupted chakra directly into the altar, bypassing the damaged sealing array. The dimensional fissures widened rather than closing, and through them came a presence, not physical yet, but a consciousness of such immense power that it pressed against reality like an approaching storm. Kagaya, Hinata whispered in horror, her Byakugan perceiving what others could only sense. Her consciousness is breaking through. Naruto felt it too, through Kurama's ancient memories, the unmistakable presence of the being who had first corrupted the natural flow of magic, who had declared herself goddess and attempted to subjugate humanity to her will. We need to close those fissures. Itachi called, already weaving complex sealing techniques. Before she fully manifests. How? Sasuke demanded, joining his brother's efforts but clearly recognizing their insufficiency against such power. Naruto looked to Hinata, their eyes meeting across the chaos of the chamber. Her Byakugan was active, studying the dimensional tiers with the unique perception that had guided them this far. The fissures have a pattern, she called to him. They're weakest at their origin points, where they first broke through our dimension. Understanding flowed between Naruto and Kurama in their shared consciousness. Anti-magic had created the ruptures, perhaps the same force, properly applied, could seal them. I need to get closer to the convergence point, Naruto realized. Directly under the skylight. We'll cover you, Kakashi declared, moving to engage Obito alongside Sasuke and Itachi. The three launched a coordinated assault that forced Obito away from the altar, giving Naruto the opening he needed. Sakura joined Hinata in protecting Naruto's flanks as he positioned himself at the center of the chamber, directly beneath where the dimensional fissures were widest. What are you planning? Hinata asked urgently. Something balanced, Naruto replied, already gathering energy for what he knew would be the most challenging technique he'd ever attempted. Equal parts creation and destruction. I need you to guide me, your eyes can see where the fissures are most vulnerable. She nodded, taking position behind him, her hands on his shoulders as she activated her Byakugan to its fullest extent. The primary rupture is 30 degrees upward, where the moonlight is most concentrated. Secondary fissures branch at approximately 60-degree intervals. Naruto closed his eyes, focusing on the perfect harmony he'd achieved with Kurama. Golden energy swirled around him, condensing into 9 distinct orbs that orbited his body like miniature suns. Truth-seeking orbs, Kurama supplied the name. Manifestations of perfectly balanced chakra, creation and destruction in equilibrium. They can repair the dimensional fabric if precisely applied. Following Hinata's guidance, Naruto directed the orbs upward toward the fissures. Each sphere carried the exact balance of energies needed, not purely destructive anti-magic that would widen the tiers, nor purely creative chakra that would be devoured by the void, but harmony that could mend what had been broken. Across the chamber, Obito noticed what was happening. No, he roared, breaking away from his 3 opponents and charging toward Naruto. You don't understand what you're preventing. Sasuke intercepted him with blinding speed, his Sharingan evolved to a new level in the heat of battle. Your fight is with us, he declared, forcing Obito back with a technique that mimicked the masked man's own spatial distortion. The truth-seeking orbs reached the first fissure, making contact with the torn dimensional fabric. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, like a wound being stitched by an invisible hand, the tier began to close, reality reknitting itself as balanced energy restored what had been damaged. It's working. Sakura called, defending against acolytes who still fought despite the ritual's disruption. One by one, the orbs sealed the fissures, guided by Hinata's precise observations. The oppressive presence of Kagaya's consciousness receded as her pathway into their world narrowed. Obito fought with increasing desperation, his techniques growing more reckless as his plan unraveled. You're condemning this world to endless cycles of the same corruption, he shouted at Naruto. The illusion would have freed everyone. Freedom through control is a contradiction, Naruto replied, maintaining his focus on the sealing process. Real balance comes from understanding and choice, not forced harmony. As the final fissure began closing, Obito broke away from his opponents with a technique that seemed to bend space itself. He appeared directly before Naruto, his Rinnegan blazing with power, hand outstretched to disrupt the sealing. Even if you stop me today, the cycle continues, he declared. Magic will concentrate, power will corrupt, and suffering will persist. Is that the world you choose to preserve? For a brief moment, their eyes met, Naruto's now purple with the perfect blend of his and Kurama's essence, Obito's mismatched with Sharingan and Rinnegan. In that moment, Naruto saw beyond the hatred and manipulation to the pain beneath, a man who had lost everything, whose idealism had twisted into something dark but still rooted in a desire to end suffering. "I choose a world where we have the chance to do better," Naruto replied. "Where balance isn't imposed but achieved through understanding our connections to each other." The final truth-seeking orb sealed the last dimensional tear, and the oppressive presence of Kaguya vanished completely. The crimson moon continued its passage through the night sky, but now it was just a celestial event, beautiful and rare, but no longer a doorway between dimensions. Obito staggered back, his techniques faltering as the ritual's energy dissipated. Without the power of the convergence to draw upon, his enhanced abilities began to fade. The artificial portions of his body seemed to deteriorate, no longer sustained by the corrupted chakra he had been channeling. "It's over," Kakashi said, approaching his former friend with mixed sorrow and resolution. "The ritual has failed, Obito." "Over?" Obito laughed, the sound hollow and pained. "This was merely one approach, Kakashi. The fundamental problem remains." His gaze fixed on Naruto. "You've won a reprieve, not victory. As long as magic exists in its current form, the imbalance will grow again. Then we'll find another way to address it," Naruto replied. "One that doesn't sacrifice free will." "Noble sentiments from the prophesied king," Obito said, his form beginning to distort as his techniques destabilized. "Let's see if you maintain them when the noble houses reassert control, when reformers are silenced, when nothing truly changes despite your best intentions." Space warped around him one final time, collapsing inward. In the moment before he vanished, Obito locked eyes with Naruto. "This isn't the end. It's merely an intermission. Remember that, Naruto Uzumaki, when you face what comes next." With those ominous words, he disappeared, not killed or defeated in the conventional sense, but retreated to whatever dimensional space his techniques allowed him to access. The chamber fell silent save for the groans of acolytes awakening from the control technique that had bound them. The crimson moon continued its arc across the sky, its light now just light, beautiful but no longer harboring interdimensional threats. Naruto released his transformation, the golden aura receding as he and Kurama maintained their harmony but relaxed the active manifestation of their combined power. Exhaustion hit him like a physical blow, and he would have fallen if Hinata hadn't steadied him. "Is it really over?" Sakura asked, joining them with healing chakra already prepared to address wounds. "For now," Itachi replied, his normally stoic expression showing rare concern. But Obito was right about one thing, the underlying conditions that make rituals like this appealing remain. The imbalance in how magic is distributed and controlled. "Then we address those conditions," Naruto said firmly, despite his fatigue. "That's the real work ahead of us." Kakashi surveyed the chamber thoughtfully. "The Magic Council won't change easily. Danzo and his faction will use this incident to argue for stricter controls, not reforms." "Let them try," Sasuke said, surprising everyone with the resolution in his voice. "After what I've seen, both here and in Danzo's private gathering, I think many noble houses are ready for change. As is the Hyuga clan," Hinata added quietly but firmly. "My father may be traditional, but he recognizes that clinging to old hierarchies threatens stability more than reform does." The team gathered at the center of the chamber, weary but united by shared purpose that transcended their original mission. They had prevented a catastrophe, but in doing so had committed themselves to addressing the conditions that made such catastrophes possible. "What happens with the temple?" Sakura asked, looking around at the ancient structure with its damaged ceiling array. "It should be preserved and studied," Itachi suggested. "There's knowledge here about the true nature of magic that's been suppressed for generations." "The Reform Alliance could secure it," Kakashi agreed. "Away from both Danzo's faction and potential extremists who might attempt similar rituals." As they made plans for securing the temple and returning to Konoha, Naruto found himself drawn to the shattered central altar. Kneeling beside it, he placed his hand on the cracked stone, sensing echoes of ancient power, neither good nor evil inherently, but shaped by the intentions of those who channeled it. This is just the beginning, Kurama commented within their shared consciousness. Obito was defeated but not wrong about the fundamental imbalance. True change will require more than preventing disasters, it will mean creating something new. I know, Naruto replied silently. But for the first time, I think it's possible. Not easy, not guaranteed, but possible. Hinata joined him at the altar, her hand covering his where it rested on the stone. What are you thinking? She asked softly. That prophecies don't matter as much as choices, he replied, meeting her gaze. Whether I'm the true Wizard King or just Naruto Uzumaki, what matters is what we build going forward. She smiled, that expression of quiet faith that had anchored him throughout their journey. Then let's build something worthy of the balance you represent. Above them, the crimson moon completed its passage, returning to its natural silver glow as the eclipse ended. Whatever destiny had been written in ancient prophecies, the pages turning now would be written by their own hands, not through dominance of one force over another, but through the harmony of balanced powers working in concert towards something new. As they gathered their strength for the journey home, Naruto knew that the real challenges still lay ahead. Political battles, entrenched resistance, competing visions of how magic should function in society. But looking at his teammates, at Hinata whose quiet strength had become his compass, at Sasuke whose rivalry had evolved into steadfast alliance, at Sakura whose intelligence would help navigate complex reforms, at Kakashi whose experience would guide their efforts, and at Itachi whose sacrifice and return represented the possibility of redemption, he felt a certainty that transcended optimism. Balance was possible. Not as an end state, but as a continuing process of adjustment and harmony between opposing forces. That was what made it powerful, not rigid perfection, but dynamic equilibrium, constantly renewed through understanding and choice. Together, they departed the ancient temple, leaving behind the shattered ritual but carrying forward its most important lesson: true power lay not in dominating opposing forces, but in finding the harmony between them. Chapter 5, The True Wizard King. The journey back to Konoha unfolded under skies gradually lightening from crimson to gold as dawn chased away the last vestiges of the crimson moon. Naruto walked beside Hinata, their hands occasionally brushing, small points of contact that anchored him amid the turbulence of recent events. Though exhausted from the ritual's disruption, a sense of accomplishment buoyed the team's spirits. We should expect significant political fallout, Itachi warned as they descended from the mountain passes toward more traveled roads. Danzo will have prepared contingencies for both success and failure of our mission. Let him scheme, Sasuke replied, newfound resolve evident in his voice. Things won't return to how they were before. Naruto nodded in agreement, feeling the harmonious presence of Kurama flowing through his chakra network. Their partnership had fundamentally altered something within him, not changing who he was, but amplifying his natural strengths while tempering his impulsiveness with Kurama's ancient perspective. The balance we've achieved is merely a beginning, Kurama commented within their shared consciousness. True change will require more than individual transformation. I know, Naruto thought back. But it's a template for what's possible, opposing forces working in harmony rather than fighting for dominance. Hinata's hand found his properly this time, her fingers intertwining with his. What are you two discussing? She asked softly, her Byakugan allowing her to see the active communication between human and fox. The road ahead, Naruto replied. Obito was just one symptom of deeper problems. The real work starts when we get back to Konoha. You won't face it alone, she assured him, pale eyes reflecting the sunrise. Something had shifted in her as well during their mission, confidence replacing hesitation, quiet strength emerging from behind lifelong insecurity. Kakashi, who had been scouting ahead, rejoined the group with a troubled expression. We have company approaching. A formal Magic Council delegation, 6 root agents accompanied by regular magic knights. Danzo didn't waste time, Sakura observed, automatically checking her remaining supplies of medical and combat materials. Options? Sasuke asked, looking to Kakashi. Their captain considered briefly. We can't outrun them, and avoiding them would only delay the inevitable confrontation. Better to face this directly. Agreed, Itachi said. But cautiously. Danzo rarely shows his full hand at once. They continued forward, maintaining a defensive formation with Naruto and Hinata at center, not from weakness, but strategic positioning. If conflict erupted, Naruto's anti-magic abilities would be their most significant advantage. The council delegation appeared around a bend in the road, their formal robes and insignias bright against the forest backdrop. At their head rode a figure Naruto recognized as Fu Yamanaka, one of Danzo's most loyal route commanders. Silver Wolves, Fu called as the groups converged, his tone formal but cold. By authority of the Magic Council, you are summoned to return to Konoha immediately for questioning regarding unauthorized border crossing and interference in restricted magical affairs. We were preventing a catastrophic ritual that threatened the entire kingdom, Kakashi replied evenly. Our mission falls well within emergency protocols established for Magic Night operations. That will be for the council to determine, Fu countered. His gaze shifted to Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, you remain classified as a rogue mage. You will be taken into custody pending review of your status. Sasuke stepped slightly forward, tension evident in his posture. My brother acted to protect Konoha. The council should be thanking him, not arresting him. The council's gratitude or lack thereof is not your concern, young Uchiha. Fu's attention moved to Naruto, his expression cooling further. The council has particular interest in your activities, Uzumaki. Reports indicate unauthorized use of the Nine-Tails power in ways that violate containment protocols. Containment protocols, Naruto repeated, unable to keep a hint of derision from his voice. Kurama isn't a weapon to be contained, he's my partner. And together, we just prevented someone from tearing open dimensional barriers. Fu's eyes narrowed. Your use of the beast's name confirms our concerns about inappropriate sympathies developing. Counselor Danzo will want to evaluate your seal personally. He wants to modify the seal, Kurama growled. To reassert control. That's not happening, Naruto stated firmly. I'll report to the council, but no one's evaluating anything about my connection with Kurama. Tension crackled between the groups. The root agents subtly shifted into combat stances, while the regular Magic Knights looked uncomfortable with the escalating confrontation. This doesn't need to become confrontational, Kakashi intervened. We'll return to Konoha as requested. The council deserves a full report on the threat we neutralized. After a measuring pause, Fu nodded stiffly. Very well. But understand that you return as subjects of investigation, not as heroes. The unauthorized nature of your mission has serious implications. They proceeded toward Konoha under what amounted to armed escort, though presented with the veneer of formal protocol. As they traveled, Hinata maintained a running commentary on their escort's chakra patterns, identifying subtle communication techniques used by the root agents. They're reporting our condition and conversations to someone, she whispered during a brief rest. A long-range telepathy jutsu centered on Fu. Danzo monitoring us directly, Kakashi surmised. Gathering information before we reach the city. The journey continued in tense silence, broken only by necessary communication. By mid-afternoon, Konoha's walls appeared on the horizon, the magical towers glinting in the sunlight. Something seemed off about the city's usual magical ambience, though Naruto couldn't immediately identify what. The defensive wards have been reinforced, Hinata observed, her Byakugan active. And there's unusual movement within the military police headquarters. The Uchiha compound appears to be under surveillance. Sasuke and Itachi exchanged concerned glances at this information. Danzo's consolidating power, Itachi concluded. Using our mission as justification to implement security measures he's likely planned for some time. The noble houses won't accept such overreach easily, Sakura pointed out. Unless they've been convinced there's a legitimate threat, Kakashi replied grimly. Which is exactly how Danzo would frame our actions, rogue magic knights collaborating with known criminals, tampering with ancient powers beyond the border. As they passed through Konoha's gates, the difference in atmosphere became unmistakable. Additional guards patrolled the walls, magical surveillance constructs hovered at major intersections, and citizens moved with the cautious demeanor of people uncertain of their political environment. "They're separating us," Hinata whispered as Fu issued new directives to his subordinates. "Different interrogation locations." "Expected," Kakashi muttered. "Maintain the truth, but be selective with details about the temple's contents and Obito's plans. The less Danzo knows about dimensional manipulation, the better." Before they could exchange further instructions, root agents moved between them, creating physical separation. "Captain Hataki will report directly to the full council," Fu announced. "The others will be debriefed by specialized teams." "This exceeds standard protocol," Kakashi objected. "My team should remain together during initial debriefing." "These are not standard circumstances," Fu replied coldly. "The protocols have been adjusted accordingly." Naruto caught Hinata's eye as agents moved to lead her away. Her gaze conveyed both reassurance and warning, "Be careful, but don't lose hope." Similar exchanges passed between all team members, silent communication built through shared trials. "Uzumaki comes with me," Fu stated, personally taking charge of Naruto. "Counselor Danzo has specific questions regarding the Ninetales manifestations." As they were led in separate directions, Naruto maintained outward calm while engaging in rapid internal consultation with Kurama. "This separation is strategic," the fox observed. "Divide to more easily control." "Any suggestions?" Naruto thought back. "Maintain our harmony but minimize its external manifestation. Let them underestimate what we've become." Fu led Naruto not toward the standard Magic Knight headquarters or even the council chambers, but to a secluded building near the edge of the administrative district. Its nondescript exterior belied the complex magical wards Naruto sensed as they approached, layers of containment and suppression spells designed specifically for powerful entities. Root's special containment facility, Naruto recognized. "This isn't a debriefing, it's an attempted detention. Your cooperation will determine the temporary nature of your stay," Fu replied without denying the assessment. "Counselor Danzo believes your seal requires evaluation after your recent activities." Inside, the facility's true purpose became unmistakable. Cells lined the corridors, each designed with specific magical countermeasures for different types of abilities. Most stood empty, but Naruto caught glimpses of a few occupants, individuals with unusual chakra signatures who had likely been swept up in Danzo's registry initiative. They reached a heavily reinforced chamber at the facility's center. Ancient symbols covered its walls, sealing formulas specifically designed to contain tailed beast energy. "You can't be serious," Naruto said, stopping at the threshold. "I'm a magic knight who just helped prevent a catastrophe, not a criminal." "Your status is currently under review," Fu stated mechanically. "This containment is precautionary until Counselor Danzo can personally assess the modifications to your seal." "And if I refuse?" "Then you confirm suspicions that the Ninetales' influence has compromised your judgment, necessitating more forceful intervention." Naruto weighed his options. Direct resistance would play into Danzo's narrative about him being dangerous and unstable. Temporary compliance might provide opportunity to gather information and reconnect with allies. "Let them think they've contained us," Kurama suggested. "Their seals are designed for our old configuration, not our new harmony." With reluctant nods, Naruto entered the chamber. Immediately, the suppression seals activated, creating visible constraint patterns around him. He allowed a convincing wince, as though the seals were functioning as intended, while internally maintaining perfect harmony with Kurama. "Counselor Danzo will arrive shortly," Fu informed him before sealing the chamber from outside. Alone in the containment room, Naruto closed his eyes and extended his senses beyond the physical. The harmonized state he shared with Kurama allowed a new form of perception, an awareness of chakra flows throughout the building and beyond. "Interesting," Kurama commented. "These seals would have been quite effective against our previous arrangement. Against balanced energy, however." They're like trying to hold water with a net designed for solid objects, Naruto finished the thought. Useful information for later. He explored the facility through this extended perception, locating other detainees and mapping guard positions. None of his teammates had been brought to this location, they were being held elsewhere, presumably in less specialized containment. Approximately an hour later, the chamber's door reopened to admit Danzo Shimura. The elder counselor entered alone, his visible eye studying Naruto with calculating intensity. Naruto Uzumaki, he began without preamble. Your recent activities have raised serious concerns about the stability of your seal and your control over the Nine-Tails power. My seal is fine, Naruto replied evenly. Better than fine, actually. Kurama and I have reached an understanding that makes the original containment parameters obsolete. Danzo's expression hardened at Naruto's casual use of the beast's name. Your personification of the entity confirms our concerns. The Nine-Tails is not a companion or partner, it is a force of pure destruction that must be properly contained for the kingdom's safety. That perspective is both outdated and inaccurate, Naruto countered. The tailed beasts weren't created as weapons. They're balancing forces meant to prevent magic from becoming too concentrated or corrupted. Interesting theories. Where did you acquire such revisionist history? From Kurama himself. From ancient texts in the Hyuga archives. From what we discovered at the Temple of Convergent Fates. Naruto met Danzo's gaze steadily. The official history of magic has been carefully edited to justify the current power structure. The truth is more complicated. The truth, Danzo repeated with subtle mockery. How convenient that this truth aligns with your desire for unrestricted access to the beast's power. What happened at the temple? Naruto asked, changing direction. You seem awfully calm about a ritual that nearly tore open dimensional barriers. A flicker of something, surprise, perhaps, crossed Danzo's face before his mask of control returned. The council is investigating the incident. Your unauthorized intervention may have complicated matters unnecessarily. Complicated your plans, you mean? Naruto studied the older man more carefully. You knew about Obito's ritual beforehand, didn't you? You weren't trying to stop it, you were monitoring it. Maybe even hoping to control the outcome. Danzo's silence was more telling than any denial. After a measured pause, he shifted approach. The council's intelligence operations are not your concern. What matters now is determining the extent to which your seal has been compromised. He moved closer, his bandaged right arm emerging from his robe. This will require direct examination. Naruto tensed as Danzo reached toward him, the bandages on the counselor's hand unraveling slightly to reveal hints of an unnatural modification beneath. Before contact could be made, however, a commotion erupted outside the chamber, shouts, the distinctive sound of combat, magical alarms triggering. Danzo withdrew immediately, his attention shifting to the door. It seems your accomplices have made a predictably foolish decision, he remarked coldly. Attacking a council facility is treason, regardless of intent. The door burst open to reveal not Naruto's teammates as expected, but Hayashi Hyuga accompanied by representatives from several noble houses, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and even Uchiha elders. Counselor Danzo, Hayashi stated formally, by authority of the Noble House Coalition, we are suspending your special authorities pending investigation into abuse of council powers. Danzo's composure showed its first significant crack. You have no jurisdiction here. This facility operates under direct council mandate. A mandate that explicitly requires full council approval for detention of magic knights, countered Shikaku Nara, stepping forward with an official scroll. No such approval was recorded for Naruto Uzumaki or any member of the Silver Wolves. This detention is therefore illegal. Furthermore, added an Uchiha elder, we have credible evidence that you have been operating route as a personal military force outside proper oversight channels, a direct violation of the founding charter. Naruto watched this confrontation with cautious optimism, noting that the suppression seals had deactivated when the door was breached. He rose to his feet, maintaining outward calm while preparing for whatever might come next. Danzo's visible eye narrowed dangerously. "You overstep, Hayashi." The council granted emergency powers following the registry initiative's implementation. Powers you acknowledged. Powers for identifying unusual magical signatures, yes, Hayashi replied. Not for creating private prisons or detaining citizens without due process. The noble houses have convened an emergency session to address these violations. And your other magic knights have provided concerning testimony about events at the Northern Temple, Shikaku added. Testimony that contradicts your narrative about unauthorized border crossing. Surrounded and outmaneuvered, Danzo's demeanor shifted subtly. The elder's posture straightened, his chakra signature intensifying in a way that raised immediate alarms in Naruto's enhanced perception. He's preparing something, Kurama warned. His chakra contains unnatural elements, multiple signatures compressed together. Everyone back. Naruto shouted, moving between Danzo and the noble representatives. He's not what he seems. Danzo's bandaged arms suddenly erupted from his robes, the wrappings tearing away to reveal a grotesque modification, multiple Sharingan eyes embedded in the limb's pale flesh. Simultaneously, the bandages over his right eye fell away, exposing another Sharingan more evolved than the others. You force my hand prematurely, Danzo growled, his voice deepening with menace. The fools at the temple may have failed, but there are multiple paths to necessary change. Horror spread across the Uchiha elder's face. Those eyes, they belong to our missing clansmen. Abominations. Necessary sacrifices, Danzo corrected as dark energy began swirling around him. For the power required to implement true order. The containment chamber's walls cracked as Danzo's chakra surged beyond normal human parameters. Black markings spread across his exposed skin, forming patterns Naruto recognized from the temple's ancient warnings, corrupted sage techniques meant to channel environmental energy without proper balance. He's been experimenting with forbidden techniques, Hayashi realized, his Byakugan active and analyzing. Combining stolen bloodline abilities with corrupted natural energy. Everyone out now. Naruto ordered, golden chakra flaring around him as he dropped all pretense of suppression. I'll handle Danzo. The noble representatives retreated tactically rather than in panic, Hayashi lingering longest with obvious concern for Naruto's safety. My daughter is coming with reinforcements, he said quickly. Don't face this alone longer than necessary. As the door sealed behind them, Naruto faced Danzo across the damaged chamber. The elder's transformation continued, his body morphing into something less human with each passing moment. You've deceived everyone, Naruto said, taking measure of his opponent. The registry, the security concerns, they were just cover for your real experiments. Not deception, necessity, Danzo replied, his voice now layered with unnatural resonance. The Crimson Moon presented one opportunity for advancement. When that failed, alternate methods became essential. Advancement toward what? What are you really trying to accomplish? A cold smile twisted Danzo's transforming features. What the first Wizard King lacked the courage to complete, true unification of all magical bloodlines into a single, perfect vessel capable of absolute control. The original purpose of these containment facilities was never mere detention, but research toward that goal. The implication sent a chill through Naruto. You've been experimenting on people with unusual abilities. The registry was just to identify test subjects. Crude but accurate, Danzo acknowledged as the chamber began to disintegrate around them, his power exceeding its containment parameters. And you, Naruto Uzumaki, with your unique bond to the Nine Tails, represent the final component, a perfect anti-magic counterbalance to the combined bloodlines I've already integrated. With frightening speed, Danzo launched himself forward, his modified arm extending unnaturally to grab Naruto. Golden chakra flared in response, creating a protective barrier that the elder's fingers scraped against but couldn't penetrate. Your harmonized energy is impressive, Danzo observed, circling with predatory calculation. But incomplete. You've balanced human chakra with the Nine Tails power, but haven't fully integrated natural energy, the third component necessary for perfect equilibrium. He's not entirely wrong, Kurama admitted. But his approach is fundamentally corrupted. He seeks to dominate and control these energies, not harmonize with them. The building around them began to collapse as Danzo's power continued expanding beyond normal constraints. They burst through the roof into open air, their confrontation now visible to the city below. Citizens scattered from the streets, while magic knights converged on the area with expressions of confusion and alarm. Naruto kept pace with Danzo's escalating abilities, drawing more deeply on his partnership with Kurama to match the elder's unnatural power. Golden chakra arms extended from his back, countering Danzo's multiple attacks while protecting civilians below from falling debris. Your concern for bystanders limits you, Danzo observed, launching wood-style projectiles that forced Naruto into defensive maneuvers. Another weakness I've transcended. Sacrifices are necessary for meaningful progress. That's where you're fundamentally wrong, Naruto countered, deflecting the attacks. True strength comes from connection and protection, not sacrifice and control. Their battle intensified, moving across Konoha's skyline in a display of power that drew all eyes in the city. Danzo unleashed techniques from multiple bloodlines, Uchiha fire, Senju wood manipulation, Yamanaka mind techniques, all corrupted by the unnatural integration process. Naruto matched him with the perfectly balanced harmony of human chakra and Kurama's anti-magic, nullifying the most dangerous techniques while countering others with precisely controlled force. He fought not to destroy Danzo, but to contain and neutralize him, demonstrating through action the philosophy of balance he championed. Citizens who had initially fled now watched from safer distances, witnessing something unprecedented, the feared Ninetails vessel using his power not for destruction but for protection, golden energy shields forming over populated areas to catch debris while chakra extensions simultaneously engaged Danzo. Your restraint is admirable but misguided, Danzo called, gathering energy for a more devastating attack. The changes necessary for true stability require forceful implementation. The noble houses will never relinquish power willingly. Maybe not to someone who seeks to control them, Naruto replied. But they might listen to someone who offers balance instead of domination. Their exchange was interrupted by new arrivals, Hinata, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi converging on their position from different directions, accompanied by additional allies. Hayashi had clearly mobilized significant support. Seeing reinforcements approach, Danzo accelerated his timeline. The stolen Sharingan eyes on his arm opened simultaneously, each activating a different technique that combined into something catastrophic, a space-time manipulation that began tearing at reality itself. If I cannot complete my transformation conventionally, then more direct methods become necessary, he declared. The dimensional weakening from the Crimson Moon ritual may have failed, but enough residual instability remains for my purposes. Horror dawned as Naruto recognized what was happening. The dimensional barriers, already weakened by Obito's ritual despite their intervention, were being forcibly torn by Danzo's corrupted techniques. The elder wasn't simply attacking Naruto, he was attempting to access the same dimensional pocket that contained Kagaya's sealed consciousness. Stop! Naruto shouted, golden chakra surging as he launched himself toward Danzo. You don't understand what you're releasing. Too late. The fabric of reality split with a sound like shattered glass, a rift opening behind Danzo that pulsed with alien energy. Unlike the controlled fissures of Obito's ritual, this tear was ragged and unstable, a desperate, crude implementation of delicate dimensional theory. From the rift emerged not a physical being but a presence, a consciousness so vast and ancient that its mere proximity distorted the natural flow of chakra throughout Konoha. Kagaya's sealed awareness, drawn to the concentration of familiar chakra signatures in Danzo's modified body. Yes, Danzo breathed, extending his arms toward the dimensional tear. The power of the origin, the divine tree's essence itself. Fool, Kurama snarled within Naruto. He believes he can control what consumed entire civilizations. The presence from the rift extended tendrils of pure chakra, enveloping Danzo not in the empowering embrace he clearly expected but in a consuming absorption. His stolen bloodlines, particularly the Uchiha and Senju components, resonated with Kagaya's essence. Descendants of her original bloodline, now returned to their source. Danzo's triumphant expression transformed to horror as he realized his miscalculation. Rather than claiming Kagaya's power, he was being claimed by it, his identity dissolving as the ancient consciousness used his body as an anchor to re-enter their dimension. What's happening to him? Sakura asked as the team regrouped around Naruto. Kagaya's consciousness is using him as a vessel, Hinata explained, her Byakugan providing deeper insight than ordinary vision. The bloodlines he stole are acting as conduits for her return. They watched as Danzo's form twisted and expanded, features melting away as white hair sprouted and skin paled to alabaster. Within minutes, where Danzo had stood now hovered a woman of otherworldly beauty and terrible presence, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the original source of all magical bloodlines, partially manifested through Danzo's corrupted body. Her pale eyes, resembling the Byakugan but more ancient and powerful, surveyed Konoha with cold disdain. "My garden has grown wild in my absence," she observed, her voice echoing with unnatural harmonics. "So many lesser beings wielding fragments of my power without understanding or proper reverence." "Kagaya," Naruto addressed her directly, golden chakra blazing around him as he positioned himself between the goddess and the city below. "Your time has passed. This world belongs to humanity now." Her attention focused on him, recognition flickering in her alien gaze. "Interesting. You contain a fragment of my counterbalance, the Yan to my Yin, shaped into a beast of destruction by my ungrateful children." A cold smile touched her lips. "Yet you've achieved harmony with it. Most unexpected. What do we do?" Sasuke muttered, moving to Naruto's side with Sharingan blazing. "How do we fight something like this?" "Not with conventional techniques," Itachi replied, joining them. "Her connection to this dimension is still unstable. The rift Danzo created wasn't properly formed, it's a weakness we can exploit." Kagaya extended her hand, and the very air rippled with distortion. "Your chakra has grown diverse in my absence, so many variations from my original gift. I shall reclaim it all, purify this corrupted garden." Tendrils of pale energy extended from her form, reaching toward the city below. Where they touched buildings or ground, chakra was literally extracted, pulled from the materials, from the ambient magic of the city, from people who couldn't retreat quickly enough. Those affected collapsed instantly, not dead but completely drained of magical essence. "She's absorbing all forms of chakra," Hinata reported, her Byakugan tracking the process. "Returning it to its original form within herself. That's her purpose," Naruto realized, information flowing from Kurama's ancient memories. Not destruction for its own sake, but reclamation, taking back what she sees as hers by right. "Which would kill everyone with magical abilities," Kakashi concluded grimly. "Essentially the entire population of the magical kingdoms." Naruto surged forward, golden chakra extending as a barrier between Kagaya's tendrils and the city. Where her energy touched his, a curious reaction occurred, neither overwhelming the other but creating a neutral zone where both energies dissipated harmlessly. "Perfect balance," Hinata observed. "The anti-magic component neutralizes her absorption techniques while your human chakra prevents total negation. It's exactly what the ancient texts described, harmony of opposing forces." Kagaya's expression shifted from disdain to genuine interest. "You've rediscovered what my sons never fully grasped, true equilibrium rather than mere sealing or suppression." She descended slightly, examining Naruto more carefully. "Perhaps not all of this garden requires purging." "None of it requires purging," Naruto countered, maintaining the protective barrier. "Humanity has built something valuable here, despite its flaws." "Valuable?" Kagaya's laugh held no warmth. "They've fractured my gift into hierarchies, hoarded power in bloodlines, created systems of artificial scarcity where abundance was intended. They've forgotten the purpose of magic entirely. Then remind us, Naruto challenged, surprising her. Not by destroying, but by teaching. If the current application of magic has strayed from its purpose, help restore proper understanding. Kaguya paused, genuine confusion crossing her ethereal features. You suggest, cooperation. When you hold the power to oppose me? That's exactly what balance means, Naruto replied, the golden aura steady around him. Not dominance of one force over another, but harmony between opposing viewpoints. For a moment, something almost human flickered in Kaguya's expression, a memory of her earliest days on Earth, perhaps, before power and isolation had corrupted her perspective. But it passed quickly, replaced by cold determination. Naive, she declared. Power naturally consolidates. Balance is temporary, always resolving eventually to dominance. She raised both arms, the dimensional rift behind her widening. I will demonstrate this immutable truth. The confrontation escalated as Kaguya unleashed techniques beyond conventional magic, dimensional manipulation, gravity distortion, elements combined in ways that defied natural laws. Naruto countered with the perfectly balanced harmony of his and Kurama's chakra, while his teammates coordinated supporting attacks that exploited momentary openings. Citizens who could have fled instead began gathering at safe distances, watching this unprecedented battle with a mix of fear and growing hope. They witnessed not just power, but the philosophy behind it, Kaguya's overwhelming force met by Naruto's protective balance, destruction countered not with greater destruction but with precise, minimal opposition. The rift is destabilizing, Hinata called after a particularly powerful exchange. Her connection to this dimension isn't fully established, she's expending too much energy maintaining it while fighting. That's our opening, Itachi realized. We don't need to defeat her directly, just disrupt her manifestation enough that she can't maintain dimensional presence. Naruto nodded, understanding forming between him and Kurama about what needed to be done. I need to get closer, direct contact with her chakra core. Sasuke, Sakura, create an opening. Hinata, guide me to the precise point where the dimensional energies converge. They moved with perfect coordination, each applying their unique abilities to create the necessary conditions. Sasuke's evolved Sharingan predicted and countered Kaguya's spatial manipulations, while Sakura's precisely controlled earth techniques disrupted the goddess's positioning. Kakashi and Itachi provided perimeter control, preventing collateral damage to the city below. Hinata remained close to Naruto, her Byakugan tracking the fluctuating energies of Kaguya's manifestation. There, she indicated, highlighting a point where the goddess's chakra formed a nexus between dimensions. That's where her consciousness anchors to Danzo's modified body. Disrupt that connection and she'll lose her hold on our dimension. I see it, Naruto confirmed, the harmonized perception he shared with Kurama allowing him to understand the complex energy patterns Hinata identified. With a surge of golden chakra, he launched himself directly toward Kaguya, weaving through her defensive techniques with preternatural agility. The goddess, recognizing his intent, intensified her assault, gravity wells forming to crush him, dimensional rifts opening to swallow him, pure chakra beams attempting to overwhelm his defenses. Each attack met the perfect balance of Naruto's harmonized energy, neither completely nullified by anti-magic nor overwhelmed by pure chakra, but transformed into harmless dispersion through the principle of equilibrium. Impossible, Kaguya hissed as Naruto penetrated her final defenses. No single entity should embody such perfect balance. Not single, Naruto corrected as he reached her, golden chakra condensing around his extended hand. Partnership. Connection. The very things you abandoned when you chose dominance over harmony. His palm connected with the nexus point Hinata had identified, the precise location where Kaguya's consciousness interfaced with Danzo's corrupted form. Instead of attacking with destructive force, Naruto channeled the purest expression of balanced energy, creating not opposition but completion. Truth-seeking balance, he named the technique as perfect spheres of golden black energy formed between his hand and Kaguya's core. Where these spheres touched the dimensional anchor, they didn't destroy but transformed, converting unstable, forced connections into harmonious separation. The energy didn't fight Kagaya's essence but gently, inexorably guided it back toward its original dimensional pocket, like water finding its natural level. Kagaya's expression shifted through rage, confusion, and finally, most surprisingly, a moment of clarity that bordered on gratitude. You could have attempted destruction, she observed as her form began dissolving, returning to its sealed dimension. Yet you chose restoration. Because balance isn't about elimination, Naruto replied. It's about finding the right place and purpose for every form of energy. As Kagaya's presence faded, the dimensional rift closing behind her, her final words echoed with surprising gentleness, "Perhaps, my garden has grown wiser than its original keeper. Show me a world worth returning to, young balancer, and our next meeting may differ." The rift sealed with a soft pulse of light rather than catastrophic implosion, dimensional energies settling into proper alignment. Where Kagaya had manifested, only residual chakra remained, and the broken form of Danzo Shimura, his stolen bloodlines burned away by the goddess's temporary possession. Naruto descended slowly to where his friends waited, the golden aura fading to a subtle glow that outlined his form rather than blazing outward. The city had fallen silent, thousands of eyes watching from buildings, streets, and walls as he touched down on a partially damaged rooftop. "Is it over?" Sakura asked, healing chakra already flowing to address the team's various injuries. For now, Naruto nodded, fatigue finally registering as the immediate danger passed. "She's returned to her dimensional seal, but it's not a permanent solution. The barriers between worlds have been compromised twice now, they'll need proper reinforcement." "The temple," Itachi suggested. "Its original purpose was maintaining those barriers. With proper understanding, it could be restored to that function." Hinata approached Naruto, her hand finding his with natural ease. "What you did, it wasn't just combat. It was communication. You showed another way, even to someone like Kagaya." "Balance isn't achieved through victory," Naruto replied, the wisdom partly his, partly Kurama's, partly something new born from their harmony. "It comes through understanding opposing perspectives and finding the common ground between them." As dawn broke over Konoha, illuminating the damage from their conflict but also the city still standing despite facing a goddess's power, citizens began emerging more fully from shelter. They approached cautiously at first, then with growing confidence as they witnessed not a rampaging Jinchuriki but a composed young man whose power had protected rather than threatened them. The events that followed unfolded with surprising swiftness. The Magic Council, its corruption exposed through Danzo's actions, underwent immediate restructuring. Representatives from both traditional noble houses and reform factions were appointed to interim positions, with Kakashi reluctantly accepting a leadership role until more permanent arrangements could be made. In the days that followed, as reconstruction began and investigations into Danzo's extensive network proceeded, Naruto found himself at the center of a fundamental shift in how magic was perceived throughout the kingdom. The public had witnessed not just his power but his philosophy in action: protection over destruction, balance over dominance, connection over isolation. 1 week after Kagaya's appearance and banishment, Naruto stood atop the Wizard King's tower, overlooking a city still bearing scars but pulsing with renewed energy. Repairs proceeded at remarkable pace, with noble houses and commoners working alongside each other in a temporary suspension of traditional hierarchies necessitated by the crisis. "They're calling you the true Wizard King, you know," came Hinata's voice as she joined him at the railing. "Not officially, but in the streets, markets, everywhere people gather." "I've heard," Naruto acknowledged, his expression thoughtful. "It's not what I expected when I first declared that goal." "How so?" she asked, stepping closer until their shoulders touched. "I wanted the title for acknowledgement, to force people to see me as more than the Nine-Tails vessel." He gazed across the cityscape, golden sunlight reflecting in his eyes. "Now I understand it's not about the title at all, but about what it represents, a different understanding of power and its purpose." Hinata smiled, her hand finding his with practiced ease. The ancient texts describe the true Wizard King not as the most powerful mage, but as the one who maintains balance between opposing forces. Who better than someone who embodies that balance personally? Behind them, the door to the observation deck opened as their friends arrived for the scheduled meeting. Sasuke and Sakura entered first, followed by Kakashi and, somewhat surprisingly, Itachi, whose status had been provisionally reclassified from Rogue Mage to Special Consultant, pending full review of his activities during exile. The representatives are assembled below, Kakashi informed them. All major noble houses and reform advocates, plus delegates from the outer provinces. It's quite possibly the most diverse gathering in Konoha's political history. And probably the most contentious, Sasuke added dryly. Traditional and progressive factions are already debating procedural details. Naruto nodded, unsurprised. They've been opponents for generations. Creating dialogue won't be easy, but it's necessary. The registry data has been particularly divisive, Sakura reported. Progressive houses want it destroyed completely, while traditionalists argue for keeping it under more ethical oversight. Both perspectives have valid concerns, Hinata observed. Protection of privacy versus identification of those who might need support with unusual abilities. Naruto absorbed these updates, feeling Kurama's steady presence in his mind, the fox offering occasional insights or historical context but largely allowing Naruto to process information through his own perspective. Their partnership had evolved into something remarkable, distinct individuals sharing consciousness without losing their unique identities. They expect you to take a side, Kurama commented privately. To align with either traditional structure or revolutionary change. Then I'll disappoint both expectations, Naruto thought back. Balance isn't found in either extreme. With that resolution, he turned to his friends. It's time. They descended to the Grand Council chamber where representatives from throughout the magical kingdom had gathered. Conversations hushed as Naruto entered, all eyes turning to the young man whose actions had simultaneously saved the city and upended its power structures. The chamber's design highlighted existing divisions, noble houses seated according to ancient hierarchies, reform advocates clustered in less prominent positions, provincial representatives relegated to observer status at the edges. Even the physical arrangement reinforced the imbalances Naruto sought to address. Without ceremony or announcement, he moved to the central speaking position, a place traditionally reserved for the Wizard King during major addresses. No one objected, indeed, a palpable anticipation filled the chamber. Thank you for coming, Naruto began, his voice carrying easily without magical amplification. Recent events have forced us to confront uncomfortable truths about our magical society, how it functions, who benefits, and whether it serves its original purpose. Murmurs rippled through the assembly, but no interruptions came. We've learned that the history we've been taught is incomplete. That magic itself has a different origin and purpose than most of us understood. That systems created generations ago may no longer serve the needs of our current world. He paused, looking around the chamber at noble elders and young reformers alike. Traditional houses fear chaos and the loss of ancient knowledge if established structures are dismantled too quickly. Reform advocates fear continued inequality and suppression if those structures remain unchanged. Both concerns are valid. This acknowledgement seemed to surprise representatives from both factions, who had clearly expected Naruto to champion one perspective over the other. What we witnessed with Kaguya, with Danzo's corruption, with Obito's dimensional ritual, these are symptoms of deeper imbalance. Magic concentrated too densely in too few bloodlines. Knowledge restricted rather than shared. Power viewed as dominance rather than responsibility. He continued with growing confidence, outlining a vision neither conservative nor revolutionary but transformative, a middle path that acknowledged the value in noble traditions while creating space for necessary evolution. He proposed specific reforms, educational access expanded beyond bloodline restrictions, representation from all magical communities in governance, transparency in decision-making processes. Most significantly, he addressed the registry directly. The identification of unusual abilities should be for support and connection, never for control or experimentation. Those with rare gifts should be offered resources, not restrictions, community, not containment. As he spoke, a subtle golden aura manifested around him, not the blazing combat form but a gentle illumination that embodied the balanced harmony he described. It was Naruto's most natural state now, the visible manifestation of his and Kurama's partnership. The title of Wizard King has traditionally gone to the most powerful mage, he acknowledged toward the end of his address. But perhaps what we need isn't the strongest wielder of magic, but the most dedicated protector of its proper purpose, to connect rather than divide, to elevate rather than dominate. He looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of noble elders whose worldviews spanned centuries and young reformers burning with vision for a different future. I don't ask you to abandon your perspectives or surrender your identities. I ask something more difficult, to see the validity in opposing viewpoints, to find the balance between preservation and progress. When he finished speaking, the chamber remained silent for several heartbeats. Then, from an unexpected source, came the first response. Hayashi Hyuga rose from his seat among the traditional noble representatives. The Hyuga have maintained our bloodline techniques in isolation for generations, he stated formally. We have preserved knowledge but also restricted its benefits. Perhaps. He glanced briefly toward his daughter, there is wisdom in a more balanced approach. This concession from one of the most conservative clan heads created an opening. Other voices joined, some supportive, some questioning, some still resistant, but all engaged in actual dialogue rather than entrenched opposition. The conversation that unfolded wasn't simple agreement but genuine engagement with complex questions about how magic should function in their society. As the discussion continued, Naruto stepped back from the central position, allowing representatives to address each other directly rather than focusing on him as arbiter. He rejoined his friends at the chamber's edge, watching the unprecedented exchange with cautious optimism. It's a beginning, Kakashi observed quietly. Not a solution, but a conversation that wasn't possible before. They're actually listening to each other, Sakura noted with surprise as a traditional noble representative acknowledged valid points in a reform advocate's proposal. Not just waiting for their turn to speak. The shared experience of facing Kaguya created common ground, Itachi suggested. Nothing unites opposing factions like a greater external threat. Sasuke nodded. Fear can be divisive or unifying, depending on how it's channeled. You gave them a constructive direction for their anxiety about recent events. Hinata's hand found Naruto's, fingers intertwining. You didn't tell them what to think, you showed them how to think differently about their disagreements. That's more powerful than any specific policy proposal. Naruto squeezed her hand gently. It won't be easy or quick. Generations of division don't heal in a single meeting. But it's a start, she replied, her smile containing both pride and affection. A real one. As the council session continued with remarkable civility despite profound disagreements, Naruto and his companions slipped away. Their presence had catalyzed the dialogue, its continuation would depend on the participants themselves choosing a different path forward. The following weeks brought gradual but significant changes throughout Konoha and beyond. The council reorganized with more diverse representation, including non-noble mages with exceptional skill or knowledge. The registry was reformed into a voluntary system focused on connecting people with unusual abilities to appropriate resources rather than monitoring them as potential threats. Most significantly, educational access expanded dramatically. The academy that had once trained only officially recognized mages opened specialized programs for those with non-standard abilities, including a dedicated anti-magic research division that Naruto occasionally consulted with. On a personal level, Naruto found himself navigating a complex new reality. Though he had declined formal installation as Wizard King, arguing that the position should be redefined before being filled, citizens increasingly treated him with the deference traditionally shown to that office. His opinion was sought on matters ranging from international relations to magical research priorities, though he carefully limited his direct involvement in governance. You could accept the position officially, Kakashi suggested during one of their regular meetings in what had become an informal advisory council. The public already sees you in that role. Formalization would create expectations I'm not ready to fulfill, Naruto replied. I'm still learning what balance means in practice, not just theory. Besides, he added with a grin, you're doing a fine job as interim leader." Kakashi's visible eye conveyed his lack of enthusiasm for administrative responsibilities, drawing chuckles from the others gathered in the comfortable meeting room that had replaced the formal council chamber for their discussions. "The Temple of Convergent Fates has been fully secured," Itachi reported, changing subjects. "A joint research team from multiple houses is studying its original purpose. Preliminary findings confirm it was designed to maintain dimensional stability rather than breach it." "Any sign of Obito?" Sasuke asked. His relationship with his brother had improved dramatically following full disclosure of Itachi's actions and motivations, though both recognized rebuilding trust would take time. "None," Itachi replied. "His techniques allow dimensional travel beyond our current tracking abilities. Whether he retreated permanently or is regrouping elsewhere remains unknown." "And the dimensional barriers?" Hinata inquired. As head of the newly formed Interdimensional Research Division, a position her father had supported despite its unconventional nature, she maintained particular interest in this aspect. "Stabilizing," Naruto answered, drawing on Kurama's perceptions. "The harmonized energy we used against Kaguya created a more resilient sealing pattern than previous methods. It's not permanent, but more adaptive to stress." Their discussion continued, addressing various challenges in implementing the reforms they'd initiated. Progress was neither uniform nor uncontested. Traditional factions still resisted certain changes, while some reform advocates pushed for more dramatic restructuring than current stability could support. Throughout these conversations, Naruto remained centered in his balanced perspective, neither rushing toward revolutionary change nor clinging to outdated traditions. His unique position as both outsider and central figure allowed him to bridge divides that had previously seemed insurmountable. Later that evening, as twilight painted Konoha's reconstructed skyline in lavender and gold, Naruto and Hinata walked together along the river that wound through the city. Their relationship had deepened naturally in the aftermath of crisis, each finding in the other both support for shared ideals and challenge to continue growing. "The Hyuga elders have officially approved my research division," Hinata shared as they paused on a bridge overlooking the water. "Including the controversial decision to share certain Byakugan techniques with non-Hyuga researchers." "That's remarkable progress," Naruto acknowledged, knowing how fiercely the clan had guarded those techniques for generations. "Your father's support must have been decisive." "He's changed," she agreed, leaning against the railing beside him. "Or perhaps he's simply revealing aspects of himself that political necessity previously required him to suppress." Naruto considered this. Maybe that's true for many of the traditional leaders. Their public positions were more extreme than their private thoughts because the system rewarded absolute stances rather than nuanced ones. Speaking of traditional leaders, Hinata said with a hint of mischief in her normally reserved demeanor, "My father has formally acknowledged our relationship." "Has he?" Naruto's eyebrows rose in surprise. "I wasn't aware we'd sought his acknowledgement." "We hadn't," she confirmed with a small smile. "But Hyuga custom requires clan head approval for relationships involving the heir, particularly with." She hesitated, searching for diplomatic phrasing. "Demon vessels? Orphans? Non-noble troublemakers?" Naruto suggested with good-natured humor. "With individuals of significant political influence," she finished primly, though her eyes danced with amusement. "Apparently, the true Wizard King, even unofficial, qualifies as sufficiently prominent." Naruto laughed, the sound carrying across the water. "How generous of him." "Indeed." Hinata turned to face him fully, moonlight illuminating her delicate features. "Though his approval or lack thereof wouldn't have changed my choices." "No." Naruto stepped closer, drawn by the quiet confidence that had always existed within her but now shone without reservation. "No," she confirmed softly. "Some paths choose us as much as we choose them." He understood her meaning immediately, the resonance between their personal connection and the larger principles they championed. Balance, harmony, finding strength through complementary differences rather than despite them. Like opposing energies achieving perfect equilibrium, he murmured, golden chakra briefly flickering around his hand as he raised it to her cheek. Exactly like that, she agreed, leaning into his touch as her Byakugan activated momentarily, observing the beautiful harmony of energies that defined him now. Their kiss was both familiar and new, a continuing exploration of connection that deepened with each shared experience. When they separated, they remained close, foreheads touching in the intimate gesture that had become their own private ritual. What happens next? Hinata asked, the question encompassing both their personal relationship and the broader changes they'd set in motion. We keep building, Naruto replied simply. Keep learning, keep growing, keep finding better balance in all aspects of life. Wisdom beyond your years, Kit, Kurama commented approvingly within their shared consciousness. Perhaps humans can evolve after all. Naruto smiled at both the fox's observation and Hinata's answering expression of determined hope. Together they turned to look out over Konoha, a city visibly transformed by recent events. Magical lights illuminated streets where noble and common districts had once been strictly segregated but now showed signs of integration. The academy glowed with activity despite the evening hour, its expanded programs accommodating students of all backgrounds and ability types. Most tellingly, the Wizard King's Tower, traditionally isolated in splendid elevation above the city, now connected to surrounding buildings via newly constructed bridges, literal pathways between what had once been separate centers of power. Not the end of the story, Naruto observed, his arms settling around Hinata's shoulders as they contemplated their home. Just the beginning of a better chapter. Written together, she added, leaning into his embrace. All of us, with all our differences, creating something stronger through balance rather than uniformity. As darkness settled fully over Konoha, stars emerging in the clear sky above, the city pulsed with renewed purpose, no longer defined solely by magical hierarchy but by the possibility of harmony between opposing forces. True balance, not as static perfection but as dynamic, ongoing choice to see value in difference rather than threat. In that moment, watching over the kingdom he had helped transform not through dominance but through understanding, Naruto Uzumaki, vessel of the nine-tailed fox, wielder of anti-magic, bridge between opposing philosophies, embodied what the true Wizard King had always been meant to represent, not the mightiest warrior or most powerful mage, but the living reminder that true strength comes from balance, from connection, from the courage to protect rather than control. It was not the path he had imagined when first declaring his intention to become Wizard King. It was something far more challenging, more meaningful, and ultimately more revolutionary, a role defined not by title but by purpose, not by power but by perspective. And with Hinata beside him, their hands intertwined in both literal and symbolic connection, he embraced that purpose fully, the ongoing work of maintaining balance in a world that constantly sought extremes. Not through prophecy or destiny, but through choice, through understanding, through the daily commitment to see beyond division to the harmony possible between opposing forces. The true Wizard King, not as culmination, but as continuous becoming. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.